I want to steal something from the Green Bay Packers.
Oh.
I'll present that coming up next. We just ran out of time. We'll do it right coming up next. Something to steal from the Green Bay Packers. You already stole the division from them, right?
Yeah.
One more thing to steal from the Green Bay Packers next. 97.1.
Hey, I got some math that I want you to do. Nobody said there'd be math in the morning, but the summer's driving season is upon us. And add all these things up. Increased traffic, big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction, which seems to multiply every day. We got addition, we got multiplication. What does that add up to? It all contributes to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. And if you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Feminino and his team are ready to help you right now. David will never, ever take a fee until he wins your case. You can talk to David right now if you call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Tigers get the win, avoid the sweep over the weekend, 97-1. Over the weekend, I was in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Took a tour of Lambeau Field. And, John, there's something I want to steal from the Packers.
I'm interested to hear what this might be.
Already stealing division titles. It's a good time to be a Lions fan. Could walk around with my chest puffed up when I was there. We went through the Packer Hall of Fame. They have a section dedicated in the stadium for tours. It's multi-level, showing off the history of the Green Bay Packers. They've got the 4 Lombardi trophies. They brag about all their titles pre-Super Bowl. They've got essentially lockers dedicated to their great players. And they've got memorabilia. They got a little phone you pick up and you can hear the story of the players. They detail the uniform changes, the evolution of football in Green Bay. We're starting to win. I think the argument is, well, the Lions don't have much of a history. They're a bunch of losers. Is this not something we should start to think about here? You start to win. You start to put yourself into that air. And there is history regardless.
Right. There's great players, even if there hasn't been great teams.
We have a tradition of Thanksgiving. You have Barry. You have Calvin. You can go back as far. You want to go Night Train Lane? I don't know. They're doing that stuff. They're going back to leather helmets. The Lions have titles in the leather helmet days. Why not go back and archive your history for your fans? And if the answer is Detroit doesn't have enough winning in football, it got me thinking, got 11 Stanley Cups. Why isn't there something like this for the Red Wings? Tigers have been playing baseball for over 100 years. Why isn't there something for the Tigers? Why don't we have any of our Detroit teams with a cool Hall of Fame that people can go and appreciate the history of our teams? Why is Green Bay doing it, but we aren't?
Well, I think the follow-up question would be, how many franchises in professional sports have their own Hall of Fame?
I don't know that there are many.
So that's my question.
Yeah, but shouldn't there be?
Is Green Bay just ahead of the curve? But I think you bring up a great point in terms of, we call this Hockey Town, right? Why not a Red Wings? And you could say that the LCA is kind of by itself
a little bit
of a Hall of Fame because you have the statues, but you have to buy a ticket to go to the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's the same with this.
And you could buy a ticket, but I mean a ticket to a game. So if you want to get admission to the Red Wings Hall of Fame, you wouldn't necessarily have, it could be open 9 to 5 on a regular day, and maybe you make it a day where you go to the Hall of Fame and then you go to the game. You go to dinner, you go to the game, whatever it is. But I think, in terms of why the Lions don't is probably because there's no Lombardi trophy in the case when you walk in.
Sure.
And I mean, what kind of trophy was it in 57? Right. And it's kind of highlighting the fact that it hasn't happened since 57, but you have great players, and we could go down the list, right? Barry, Calvin, and you even got great players that ended up being great coaches like Dick LeBeau. Mm-hmm. And, you have other guys that are in the NFL Hall of Fame like Charlie Sanders.
There are 22, I think it's 22 Detroit Lions in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So, I know we think, a bunch of losers, we don't win anything. There would still be things to highlight, and I'm more so thinking about what's to come. And the idea that you leave room, because it feels like what's coming for the Detroit Lions are going to be some years worth documenting, celebrating, remembering, putting up on display. And we have teams that already have that, and yet they don't have these team Hall of Fames either. I'm walking through, and they've got, as painful it is, Aaron Rodgers, the Hail Mary against the Detroit Lions, and it's immortalized. And I don't want to do this in a negative way. There's a bunch of Lions plays you could do on the other side of things. I'm saying, can you start to carve out, now that we're becoming more of a winning team, a winning organization, better days ahead, can you start to carve out a Lions Hall of Fame?
Well, if they were to do it, they should do it much like the College Football Hall of Fame is. It's very interactive, so that you go up and, Barry Sanders. So I could touch this screen here and it shows me some of his greatest runs, and this over here are some of the greatest moments. And, you have all of these different things, and, maybe it's there one of, not the statue, but another statue is there, so that you get to take a picture next to a statue of Barry Sanders. At the College Hall of Fame, one of the great things that they have, and one of the great things that Lions history has, is you have Eddie Murray, Jason Hanson. Two really good kickers. Obviously, Jason Hanson was an elite kicker, and they have at the College Football Hall of Fame the ability to go up and you can try and kick field goals from different levels. And so you could have an interactive thing. Like there's a lot of different ways to make it interactive.
They have at the Green Bay thing, they have a thing where you play as Green Bay quarterbacks and you have to mimic the throw. It's almost like an interactive video game type of thing. Then they have, you want to go through, they break down the iconic West Coast offense from the Mikes in the 90s, and then they have the power sweep from Vince Lombardi. Then they go back to some Notre Dame box formation with Curly Lambeau. They really try to tell you the story of their franchise in a way that does let you click around and play around and feel like actively learning about it. And we don't have anything like that.
I do think you've got to win a Super Bowl. I mean, the trophy's named after their coach.
Yeah.
I mean, they owned the Lions in the 60s. I mean, it would be hard to see this happening without having a Lombardi trophy. But
so how about for the other teams then?
Well, right. And I do think it's there for the Lions. They just need to sustain success here a little bit. The Packers went into a real dormant stage in the early 70s.
Yep.
They were terrible until late 80s, and then Favre got there right after that. But you know what? People don't remember that because the NFL wasn't as big then.
Right.
And the NFL's growth started in the early 90s, and then Brett Favre was there, and it's like those empty years didn't happen that some of the empty years the Lions did. But the Lions have always been, I'm not saying right now, but the Packers have always owned the Lions.
Sure.
So, and Green Bay's capitalized on, you would think they invented football.
I know. They talk about it. Trust me, having been there, having taken the tour, you're not wrong about that. Some ticket decks pouring in. We're going to read some of those. 248-539-9797 as the Lions become winners. Is this something you'd like to see them build? And what about the teams who already have historic winning? 11 Stanley Cups, Hockey Town. I know there's statues at Comerica Park. I'm telling you, this is multi-level. This is not what we have in the outfield at Comerica Park. Mm-hmm. Should the Tigers, the Pistons, one of the winning teams in NBA history, multiple iterations of champions, should we have any of that? I feel like we should steal from Green Bay in that way. We'll talk a little Caitlyn Clark later in the hour. Was she snubbed, not making the U.S. Olympic team? But first, Heather with the news.
So Howard University is now cutting ties with Sean Diddy Combs. So they're rescinding an honorary degree that was awarded to him, and they're disbanding a scholarship program in his name after that horrendous video went viral showing him attacking his ex-girlfriend, Cassie. So officials from the school say that his behavior in the video is so fundamentally incompatible with Howard University's core values and beliefs that he is deemed no longer worthy to hold the institution's highest honor. Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not shocking at all. No. New York Giants tight end Darren Waller is calling it a career at 31 years old. So he posted a video on YouTube on Sunday.
Is this one of his singing videos?
No. Where he discussed his decision to retire, saying that a health scare last season gave him clarity about his life. So he said he didn't exactly say what that health issue was, but he did say he was struggling to breathe in his apartment, had to call the paramedics. He spent 3.5 days in a hospital where he was unable to stand up, unable to use the bathroom, to feed himself, and sounds like it was a very scary situation. He did go on to say that he found so much joy and had amazing moments playing in the NFL, but the passion has slowly been fading. But he did say he is eternally grateful for the game of football.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to make their decision when they make it, and if his heart's not in it, it's not an easy game or a fun game if your heart's not in it, and it just gives another opportunity to somebody else.
Yep,
frees up a lot of salary cap for the Giants too.
Okay, so you guys know the actor Glenn Powell, right?
Yeah.
He was in Maverick, some other things recently. He's kind of like this up-and-coming new star, right? Well, he recently shared a pretty unbelievable story about an incident involving one of his sister's friends. So he was on this podcast, and he said that his sister's friend was almost eaten by a cannibal after going on a date with this guy. Take a listen.
Wow.
Yeah, like very unbelievable. Like what? It's like a plot of a movie.
Oh,
That is like skin crawling
or breaking
or
down.
breaking down.
Yeah.
I don't.
So he could eat
little
you.
tenderizer.
All of it was alarming. Even the fact that he was like, "Can I give you a massage?" And she said, "Sure." That's alarming because is it a first date?
I guess first date. That's
a first date?
Well, it went back to the place, right? Might be.
I guess
mood.
that. Yeah, but if she got these weird vibes, she said she got weird vibes as soon as she got to his house. Like that, then you're kind of like, let's maybe back off the touching, right? And like the massaging. That's just weird. Can I give you a massage? It's just weird to me. I don't know.
Glad her instincts kicked in.
For sure, without a doubt.
Oh my goodness. That's wow.
Skin crawling. You want one more real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a minor league baseball player who basically had to be restrained by his coaches, by his teammates after there was a walk-off home run, right? But it was overturned because he missed third base, and this guy just lost it, which I guess understandably you're upset by this, but the fact that he didn't get like too physical, but did have to be held back.
Did they go to the replay?
Yeah, it was the replay.
And he missed?
Yes. So yeah, the whole team was rejoicing, right? They did like the water bath, the ice bath, or whatever it was, Gatorade. They threw all over the players, and then celebrating. Then the other team's manager was like, "Hold on, can we review the review the tapes?" And they went back and looked, and he missed third base, and they didn't count it, and boom.
He's obviously not listening to the announcer. Touch them all.
Rules the rules. And that's why we have replay, by the way. I know it takes away some of it's anticlimactic at times in sports, but these are professionals. These are big games. They matter. We got to get it right.
Yeah.
That doesn't change the moment. Nope. All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, some of your reactions to whether or not we need Detroit teams' versions of a Hall of Fame. And yes, Caitlyn Clark, the snub. Why isn't she on the Olympic team? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. And First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to sit down with you, ask you questions, get to know you as best they can so that they can build a financial plan that is unique to you and fits your situation best. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community. It's where they live, they work, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Caitlyn Clark did not make the U.S. Olympic women's team. And it caused quite the stir over the weekend. We'll get to it. Couple ticket texts. I was in Green Bay. They have a Packer Hall of Fame. We don't have a Lions Hall of Fame. I guess we don't have 4 Super Bowls. But made me think, if they start winning, is that something you want here? And why don't the Red Wings or the Tigers or the Pistons, teams that have won multiple championships, have a decorated history? Why don't those teams have a Hall of Fame where multi-level, the story of the team and the evolution and the championships and the moments? I think people would eat that stuff up. Ticket Texter says, this is a stretch, boys. There's no guarantee of better days ahead for the Lions. Temper your expectations and live in the moment. Now, see, to me, part of living in the moment is basking in having a football team that's good, that's young, that has upside. Like, that to me is living in the moment. Not living in the moment would be, well, I got to wait and see if they win a Super Bowl first. I'm not going to be excited until they do. No, be excited along the way.
Yeah.
And start dreaming about what's next. That's part of the fun of having a good team. Green Bay does that for the Packers because that's all they've got. They have to milk it for everything they can.
Well, it is all they have. They do have a number of championships, but there's nothing. I mean, you were there.
Yeah.
Is there anything else going on?
A couple bars. That's about it. Texter says, that sounds nice enough, but it's a smaller city. It's like 100,000 people. Texter says, Comerica has all the World Series and the statues and the history throughout the concourse. I'm talking about like a dedicated place, not just the statues and the numbers on the bricks. Texter says all the Detroit teams should have a museum type thing inside their stadium or somewhere else downtown, the Red Wings especially. Reads a ticket texter. Negative Cookies is back. Now he wants us to be like the Packers.
Well, I'd like to have the championships.
Yeah, I don't think this is negative. He says he thinks about, he should think about being like Michigan residents and visiting Bronner's and Windsor. The St. Louis Cardinals have an extensive Hall of Fame museum going back to 1882. Baseball is king in St. Louis.
Well, yeah, again, I mean, what else do they have? They can't hold an NFL team.
Got a hockey team.
Yeah.
The point is, yes, that is their bread and butter. Detroit has 4 teams, but all the more reason to do something to celebrate the 4 teams. It's just a takeaway I had when I was in Green Bay over the weekend. Caitlyn Clark did not make the U.S. Olympic team. John, was this a snub? Was this the right decision? How do you feel about it?
I think it was a snub. And, I mean, is she one of the best 12 players that the U.S. could put on the team? I think you could make that argument, but is she right now the biggest brand in all of the WNBA?
Yes.
So if it's the infighting amongst those in the WNBA over Caitlyn Clark right now drives me nuts because they're arguing that why don't we have private planes? Why don't we have charters? Why don't we have higher salaries? Well, they have somebody, whether or not at that level she has earned some of those things in terms of the salary, that is to be determined. She hasn't yet, but she is one of the, if not the most famous ambassador for the WNBA and for women's basketball. And what is going to be the biggest event that, you know, the WNBA or women's basketball has this year, this calendar year? And no, it's not the WNBA championship. It's going to be the Olympics. Why not have the most famous women's college basketball player right now be a part of that team? And it's not like they haven't had number 1 picks be a part of it. And one of the girls that's on, one of the women that is on it right now, Diana Taurasi, she was the number 1 pick back in 2004. Candace Parker went 2008, Breanna Stewart in 2016. So it's not like they haven't included the number 1 overall pick. There is precedent for that. And she is just an individual that people want to come see. She's not going to be starting on it. That's not the point. The point is promoting your game, promoting the WNBA, promoting women's basketball, and there's no better ambassador right now for it than Caitlyn Clark.
So the ugly side of this is some of this is turned into like culture war stuff. She has handled it incredibly gracefully at every turn. I'm sure she wanted to be on the Olympic team. People have said, well, it's a bit of a grind, right? She'd go from college to a full WNBA season to then the Olympics.
But don't make excuses for her.
I'm not. I'm
No,
saying
I know.
She would love to be on this team. She was disappointed she didn't make the team. This is what Caitlyn Clark said when first addressing it with the media. And 4 years, I think it would be in Los Angeles, too. So it could be quite the story.
Yeah.
Her coach said that they awoke a monster. That's what that Caitlyn had told their coach, hey, I'm going to use this basically as motivation, which she said. She should absolutely be on the Olympic team. That is the correct answer here. The idea that the most proven make the Olympic roster has been debunked repeatedly. John, you just did 3 different examples in the women's game.
Yeah.
I'll point out that Christian Laettner made the dream team, the most decorated assembly of NBA basketball players of all time, and they took Christian Laettner. Why? Capitalize on a little bit of buzz. They'd always had college players. He didn't make it because he was the most deserving. He made it because he would have been a good ambassador, a good fit. They put him on the team. He wasn't one of the most proven commodities.
Yeah,
I would even point out
even now when you look at the poster, you kind of go, hey, wait, who's that guy?
Yeah, exactly. Anthony Davis made it as a rookie in 2012. Again, there are examples, men and women, where you don't take the 12 best, you take the roster that makes the most sense. And part of this equation is the exposure. You could say, well, that's not right. It should be 100% merit-based. When your league is subsidized and you can't pay your own bills, you do need to factor in exposure. And Caitlyn Clark wouldn't be some charity case either, by the way. She's a hooper. She's a baller. This wouldn't be, we're just putting on a player just for the media attention. She can ball. You look at how she compares in the WNBA even as a rookie. She's the fastest to 200 points and 50 assists in WNBA history. If you want to look at, well, she's got a lot of turnovers. Well, she's getting doubled and tripled on a bad roster that had the worst record in the game. It's why she was the number 1 pick. But if you look at true shooting percentage, she is actually shooting better than Diana Taurasi, Kelsey Plum, Breanna Stewart, Jackie Young, Jewel Lloyd. Those are 5 players who made the team. And then you throw in the Chelsea Gray's hurt, and they're holding her spot for reputation. It would not have been a charity case to put Caitlyn Clark in. This wouldn't have been, we're just putting her in for popularity. She can back up the hype. She's a really good player, and it would have been a cool opportunity for the sport. There's an opportunity for a passing of the torch. Keep in mind, this is Taurasi. She's going for her 6th gold medal.
Yeah.
Passing of the torch, the veteran to the next young player. But it seems like the women in the WNBA, some, not all, have resented the Caitlyn Clark effect. And I can only describe it as self-sabotage. You are self-sabotaging your game and your sport for future generations. It would be a great opportunity that was missed by not having her at the Olympics. 248-539-9797. What do you guys think, her not being on the team?
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people think that if she was included, Diana Taurasi would not have been.
Oh, that would have been the 1-for-1?
Yeah. Like that, she is on it because it's going to be her last Olympics. She's 41.
Yeah, legacy type of thing.
And, so that she's a 1-1 overall back in 2004. I already mentioned that. Would that then change your opinion of whether or not she should be included? I think it kind of makes more of the point that she should have been included, and somebody like who is a great and has been a legend in the WNBA, but she's 41, and it is time to pass the torch. It is time to continue to grow the game of the WNBA. Who better to do that than we all saw what she did for women's basketball at the college level. We were all talking about the fact that, one, she broke records. People were buying tickets to go see her play and selling out games, not just in Iowa, but every single game that she played in. Why wouldn't you want that at the Olympics and promote that?
Indiana Fever have the highest attendance in the league. And you want to talk about what people are watching on TV? It's Caitlyn Clark games.
Yeah.
That is the draw. It was a draw in college. It's already been a draw in the WNBA. The idea here is you're taking your show on the road for the Olympics, and she should be on the roster. She's arguably one of the 12 best players. I understand if you don't think she is, but I don't think it's some far-fetched idea that a player who is this talented, this gifted, would be on that roster. And again, if you don't think she's one of the 12, That doesn't actually matter historically. That hasn't mattered time and time again for both the men's and the women's game. So I think this is a mistake. I think it's a snub. I think it's self-sabotage. How would you describe it? 248-539-9797. Get some of your thoughts next. 97.1.
Hey, the NBA Finals are here, and the Celtics up 2-0, and they're giving you a chance to win right alongside the champions. Not saying the Celtics are going to be the champions, but they're up to a 2-0 lead. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's new customers, and it's $200 in bonus bets if you just have a winning $5 bet. There's $200 that you can use on same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. So take a look at the website, download the app, explore, and see everything that there is to offer. There's no better place to bet all the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. Here's the website. All you got to do is go to FanDuel.com/Jansen to get started and take your shot at an extra $200. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
there's a Detroit comp with this Caitlyn Clark Olympics snubbing. We're going to get to that in a second. I know people on hold want to talk about it. Caitlyn Clark not making the Olympic team. This is a big deal over the weekend. She had a 30-point game. People know her maybe more than anybody else in the league. She draws butts in the seats, eyeballs on the screen. She's not on the Olympic team. And I don't think they should have taken her as some sort of charity case.
No.
She's a really good basketball player. And she's performed well even this season. I know the turnovers are high. Imagine her on a team where she's not the only option. My point is she's shooting at a higher clip than 5 players who are on the team, effective field goal percentage. This is not a charity case. She was arguably deserving. If you want to say she's not one of the 12 best players, fine. But history tells us we don't have to take the 12 best players. It doesn't happen in the women's game. It doesn't happen in the men's game. Unproven players make it all the time. Going back to Leitner on the Dream Team, Anthony Davis on the 2012 team for the men, and then the women, Diana Taurasi, a full circle moment, made it as a rookie. Brianna Stewart made it as a rookie, and Candace Parker made it as a rookie. We've seen it over and over again in both sports, so you don't have to be, quote, proven to make the team. You just have to be good, interesting, relevant, helpful. She could be all of those things.
Yeah, and this whole story keeps feeling like a group of individuals that say, oh, wait, no, we want to bring you, you haven't done anything yet at our level, so we're going to bring you down to us instead of, and I don't care whether she deserves it or not, but I want to go ahead and, grab a hold of those coattails, and you take us to levels that we've never been before. We're going to get chartered flights. Hey, this is great. And I don't care the reason why, but if we're going to put you on a pedestal, then you're going to take us to places and do things for our league. We might actually one day be able to pay all of our own bills.
The idea that they resent her for it is baffling. It's self-sabotage. Because you're right, John. It would be easy if you were in the league going, man, we've been slumming it for years. The idea that things are going to get better because we're going to get an influx of TV money because more people are watching because Caitlyn Clark is playing. You could resent her for it, or you could go, hey, that rising tide raises all boats. That should be the idea. And I point to this as a good opportunity if she was on the team. We see this in other sports, the passing of the torch at the Olympics, right? The grizzled vet at the end of the line passes the baton to the youngster who makes their first Olympics. And it could have been Taurasi and Clark, but clearly there's some issue there. And I look at one of the more successful programs we have Olympics-wise, the women's soccer team, they welcome young players all the time. They don't play a ton, but it's about that next wave and staying competitive and staying atop the sport. And the women's basketball team wins all the time. They could have won whether they took her or not. So then why not breathe some life into your game on the largest stage, on the Olympic stage?
And we all know, hey, if it's TV ratings, if it's ticket sales, the more that happens, then everything that they've been arguing about in regards to, well, we should be making more money, we should have the ability to charter flights, all of that becomes more of a possibility. And again, whether you are on board with Caitlyn Clark or not, in terms of value, the value that she brings is eyeballs. It brings advertisers. It brings just awareness. She's a great ambassador for the game. And when you think about her answers to this, like the way that she answered questions at the end of the LSU Iowa game 2 years ago when LSU won. Hey, I'm not upset at Angel Reese. She won.
Yeah.
And we've got a great relationship. She's a competitor. She wants to win a championship. I'm a competitor. The other quote that we didn't hear from her, what happened just before it, she says, I'm excited for the girls that are on the team. I know it's the most competitive team in the world, and I know it could have gone either way. Me being on the team or me not being on the team, I'm going to be rooting for them to win a gold. Like, she handles on the media side of things. Now, I don't know her individually. I don't know what type of teammate she is, but the way that she presents herself is one of respect for the women that did make the team.
Again, this has turned into a bit of an S show in certain corners of the internet because it's become about culture war and race, and it's become about sexual identity, and she has handled all of that storm with her head up, with grace and dignity the entire time. She has not asked for this to be a spectacle around how she's treated, whether it's the hard fouls or the narratives. I feel like she's handled this like a seasoned vet.
How much would she play?
Limited, probably.
How much attention would she get?
A lot.
A lot.
The most.
Is that a bad thing?
That might create a real problem
For
with the
who?
other players on the team.
Well, you know what I tell them?
Grow up.
Grow up. Be a big girl. Be a grown up.
Would you respond that way as a teammate, John?
Yeah, because there's always going to be, whether it's your not even on all-star teams, there's going to be the Clinton Portis. There's going to be those guys that come in, and whether or not you agree with their salary, their stardom, their fandom, they bring awareness, they bring eyeballs, they bring attention to your team, they bring attention to your sport.
But all the hype and all the talks around her, and you guys are the one doing the production, and you're getting no credit. That doesn't rub you the wrong way.
But
that doesn't get people. You guys are human. Remember, I always say that. Yeah, athletes are human, and that stuff gets under people's skin, and all of a sudden somebody says something, and it creates global headlines.
No, I know, but you have to see the big picture. Do you want to drive a Greyhound bus to the games, or do you want to be flown private? I mean, that's a dramatic way of putting it, but the league is finally starting to see some headway, and I think the vehicle for that is the exposure that Caitlyn Clark is bringing to the game that previously didn't exist. And I'm not saying she invented the sport. I think some of the women may feel that way, but you have to bite your tongue and do what's good for the team and the game and the sport.
There is a volatility around this right now with her in the league. We saw it last week with the physicality. I agree with you guys. I think they all need to put pride and ego aside and realize what this could do for the sport, what she's already done. But there's jealousy. We know there's jealousy.
Right. But that's human nature.
So
but you
the
have to deal with it.
argument for human nature is, well, we don't want to include her because she's going to bring too much attention to our team.
Hey, listen, if you were such a
that's insane.
Listen, if you're the NBA and you have more money than you know what to do with and salaries are ridiculous, maybe it's a position I could respect more than a league that's subsidized, right? It's beggars can't be choosers. Let's get to Mike and Troy. You got a Detroit comparison. We're seeing a lot of this on the ticket text. What's up, Mike?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Jim, I hope you had a good time in Green Bay. Saw the pictures look great. I was telling your call screener in 1990, Isaiah Thomas was snubbed from the Olympic team because Michael Jordan didn't want him. And we all know Isaiah Thomas was one of the best point guards that ever played a game. I kind of think it's the same thing with this. I think she's not liked, and they're giving her the brush off. And basically, as some of the players, the way I'm seeing it, maybe she needs to grow up. She's getting, like Tom said, she's getting all the credit, and it's like it's all about her and nobody else. And that's what's going on right now. She's being taught a lesson.
But what does she do? She's not demanding and taking all the credit. You know, it's not like she's going out there going, I invented the sport. You're welcome, ladies.
I'm sorry, fans. You are cheering for the wrong person. Cheer for the right people, or we're just not going to include her.
And when she did get these hard fouls, and some of them cheap shots outside of the game of basketball, she didn't whine or complain to the officials. She didn't. I mean, she does a little in-game, but she didn't go to the podium and like stump for all these other women to be punished.
No.
She hasn't acted entitled at the podium. Again, in-game, a little trash talk, a little banter, she gets teed up fine. But I don't think she's handled this in a way that deserves the level of resentment from the women in the game.
Yeah. I mean, her response was, this is a physical game.
Right. And she said even she was asked, is she owed an apology from Kennedy Carter? And she's like, no.
No, what's she going to apologize for?
Move
it's
on.
a physical game.
Yeah. I want to hear from more people. We'll do that after the update. We've got ticket text. We've got a near full bank of phones. We're going to get to as many of you as we can immediately after Falar. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. It was quite a change of pace as the Tigers gave Tarek Skubal a big crooked number during his start, allowing him to do his thing relatively stress-free in a 10-2 victory at Comerica Park. Yeah, he was 1 out short of 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and 10 strikeouts, lowering his ERA to an even more microscopic 1.92. A 105-98 Game 2 win for the Celtics at home. They'll go on the road to the finals with a 2-0 lead over the Mavericks. NHL, Florida, and Edmonton will play again tonight after the Panthers took Game 1. Scottie Scheffler won at Muirfield, make it 5 wins before the U.S. Open on the schedule. He's over $24 million in earnings this year, more than twice that money of Xander Schauffele at number 2. And Scheffler's caddy, by the way, has earned about $2.5 million on the year, which would be in the top 50 of the tour money list. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We're going to get right to the phones. Lisa in Ann Arbor, your thoughts. Caitlyn Clark left off the Olympic team.
Oh, I don't think it's right. I've played sports all my life. I have played with men and I've played with women. And by far, women can be. I'm not saying that they always are, but women can be the cattiest of both sexes. I've been victim of it. I've seen them do that to other people, and I think they're doing the same thing to Caitlyn Clark. They want to put her in her place. There's been an open feud between, it's been not a feud, but Diana Taurasi has been very critical of Caitlyn Clark. You know, she doesn't deserve all this. She's their new face. Diana Taurasi, she's been playing professionally for 40 years, and the WNBA needs more, in my opinion, positive exposure as opposed to the negative exposure they're giving themselves now for all the wrong reason. And frankly, it's turned me off to it. I think it's really disgusting. It's catty, and it's reinforcing the stereotypes about women in sports and how they behave.
I think you bring up a good point, Lisa, in regards to it's kind of turning you off. I was initially interested in watching a lot of the WNBA because I wanted to see not just Caitlyn Clark, I wanted to see Angel Reese. I wanted to see some of the other rookies.
Brink, yep.
Yeah, and it's kind of pushing me back to the college game. Like, okay, I'll watch more of the college game because I want to see, Juju Watkins. I want to see some of these other athletes play where they don't have this type of, behavior going on.
Heather, you did make a face when she said women are cattier than men.
Of course they are. Like, she didn't want to be like, yes, women are catty. Not all women.
No.
But compared to men, yes. I mean, I think that everyone knows that, right?
And
it's not a secret.
And
women are catty.
And that is an element of this, right? Is the jealousy. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. Jealousy is part of this.
That they're just a little bit more territorial. And
guys have egos too, though.
Oh, I'm not saying egos. I'm just talking about, this. Diana Taurasi this is her 20th year in the WNBA.
She's been alive like 40. It might seem like she's been playing for 40, but yeah.
But this is her league until she decides otherwise. And for Caitlyn Clark to come along, and it feels like it's Caitlyn Clark's league, but she hasn't done anything. This has gone on in the NFL for a long time. Now, it's been tempered a little bit because of the rookie salary cap, but when Matthew Stafford was drafted and he got that huge contract as the number 1 overall pick, there were a lot of other quarterbacks. One, they were going, all right, this is great. All right, he's making this. Now I get to make a little bit more. But they're also looking at him going, you haven't done anything. You might not do anything, and you're going to get this amount of money?
I looked it up. Cats are territorial. By natural behavior. That is. So you're catio. You can't have another cat come into the catio.
Boy.
We don't have time for this, but we did try to introduce a second cat at one point. Let me tell you, it went as terribly as you could imagine.
That's all this is.
So that's what this is. A literal cat fight. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
She's
that was well done.
Yeah, apparently she's had practice at it.
It sounds like quarterbacks to be very territorial and very catty.
Sure.
Yes.
Let's get to Lorenzo. You're next up. Lorenzo, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Good morning. What's going on, Jensen? It's your nemesis, Lorenzo Turner. Listen, I'm going to be real with you. I was born and raised in Iowa. I'm an Iowa fan. I like Caitlyn Clark. It's not about the resentment towards her. It's a resentment that, they're literally sitting back. These women have been putting it all online for years. And yes, the league was subsidized and everything. And now they have the great white hope that shows up, who has won nothing, by the way. has been beaten twice in the national championship game, by the way, and she's still in the Thunder. And that's not her fault. She has every right, okay? But don't say that she's not out there pushing off, and that's what it is. It's in the league. It's like the Jordan rules, the Hacker Shack, right? They know how good she is. Yeah, she's going to have to find her way. As far as the Olympics are concerned, of course they weren't going to let her in, and I found out why. If she will not see any playing time, and her fans will lose it even worse. So it comes down to a lot, not just them being resentful towards her, but being resenting the fact that a lot of these fans that are jumping on board now simply are jumping on board, not saying you guys,
right?
Because she's a white woman. So I'm going to leave it at that. Have a good day.
Lorenzo, I mean, you could stay with us if you want. I mean, I don't deny that race is part of this. I think
it's all part of the equation.
I wouldn't deny that at all. I think that would be incredibly naive of us to pretend that race mattered zero in this. But when you say they resent that she's the great white hope, and you targeted fans, her fans are going to be mad. Her fans are the ones that are helping drive the sport economically. So I understand maybe being like, okay, if you're a professional athlete, you probably roll your eyes at some dumb narratives, right? That's just the life of being a professional athlete. Oh, here we go. The media is going to run with this. Yep. But you understand that the media is a vehicle that spoon feeds the fans, that helps keep ratings up, that help keep, eyeballs on your game. It's all part of the machine. The idea that you resent her is silly. The idea that you would resent fans is silly. Yeah. That's how you make a living.
Or that fans would be mad, and they may voice their displeasure. Well, Caitlyn Clark should be playing more, but the fans will be there. And let me tell you what, if you win a gold medal, no one's going to care who played or how much. Now, you lose that gold medal, then it becomes a bigger issue. So are they afraid of not winning?
No, I don't think they've lost a game in like 30 years.
No, they haven't,
dominant.
But that's the whole point.
Yeah, and so, but you go back to this, and the idea of, well, her fans might be unhappy. You know what the response to that is? You don't let it bother you.
Right.
Come on. Some eggs on Twitter are going to be unhappy if she doesn't play enough minutes, so we're going to leave her off the team entirely? That's cutting off
terrible argument.
Despite your face. Exactly. Yep. Let's get back to the phones. Kevin in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I'm going to say the same thing, kind of like what Lorenzo just said. The great white hype, great white hope, that I think she was overhyped, and I think that's a lot to do with it. I don't think she's overrated. She's a great player. But I just think the overhype, it was players already in the league. I was watching the WNBA way before Caitlyn. I was watching it like 5 years ago and everything. And the league, to me, was good. It could be better, but it was good. And you had some great rookies that came in. But I just think that everybody just like, oh, Caitlyn's going to do this. It's her league, and it's going to do this. And I think they just overhyped it. And people are just like, hey, she hasn't did anything. She got to prove herself. She didn't do anything really. She did stuff in college, but she didn't win like in college. So I just think it's like the great white hype, hope, and just overhyped. The machines just overhyped with her and everything. But like I said, I wish her the best, and I think in the long run she will find her way and make the league good. But I think it's going to be the league was already a good league. It had great players in there that weren't getting the attention. I think that's part
fair.
of the issue right
that's
there.
Fair, Kevin.
Yeah, but
that's fair.
They have great players. There's no question about that, but they don't have the eyeballs. They have more eyeballs now because of Caitlyn Clark.
Right.
And I just, if you're going to leave somebody off because nobody likes them and they're not one of the top 12, no problem. But the argument can be made that she's one of the top 12. And if you're sitting there going, well, maybe she's 15 or 16, but if we include her, we're going to get so many more viewers and so many more people with passion for the WNBA and for women's basketball. That's the point where I'm like, why? I just don't understand why they wouldn't include her. There are some people that are just better in the media than others, and she draws eyeballs.
So there are two women on the Olympic team who made it as rookies. You mentioned them, Diana Taurasi and
is it Breanna Stewart?
Breanna Stewart.
Yeah,
Breanna Stewart's white. So I don't know. I know race is part of this, but I don't remember people being up in arms when the unproven white Breanna Stewart made the U.S. Olympic women's team. And some of it is there just wasn't the interest at the time. But the fact that Caitlyn Clark is here has helped the game. Yeah. And the fact that she's not going to the Olympics is a missed opportunity to further the advancement of the attention on the women's game.
If I could add one thing here. John, you say there's an argument to be made that she's not one of the top 12. She's maybe 15th or 16th. Well, then maybe that the U.S. women's Olympic team is behaving the way we want our sports teams to behave.
Yes,
that the top players make it regardless of attention you will bring. And
okay, but that's not how they've done it before. But that's not how they've done it before. But that's also in a vacuum. This is a league that needs to continue to build ratings so that they can continue to pay their own bills.
I'm not worried about in this aspect of, well, it's not how we've done it before. Well, do you want them to start? Do you want them to do that way or not? We want our sports teams to put the best players on the team.
Yes, but we also know that reality is that's not always what happens.
Understood, but that's what we're getting all up in arms about.
I've seen the defense that it should just be at its purest sense. The Olympics are about competition. The Olympics are about taking the most deserving athletes, the best of the best, to compete on the world stage. That is often the argument for Caitlyn Clark not being on the team, right? I think there is an argument she's one of the 12 best players. I do. Yep. And I'd be willing to argue that. And maybe that's the purest argument here that doesn't involve her race and doesn't involve, her sexual orientation or cattiness or, jealousy. We could geek out about WNBA stats. I think I might lose some of the audience, but I would point out she is shooting effective field goal percentage better than 5 women who made the team. Now, it's early in the season and that will fluctuate. It's being held against her that she commits a lot of turnovers. She was drafted to the worst team in the sport. Her team is terrible. The idea that if you put her around other really good all-star caliber players, the woman who can shoot from anywhere wouldn't be an asset to this team has always been silly to me. But my point is I think it's close. I could argue she should be in on merit. The point is we don't live in the world where it's only on merit. We've seen it with the men and the women that other factors matter, that ambassadors are also part of the role of being an Olympian. The ambassador for the sport and the game is also part of the tenet of making this team.
And my point is, let's strive to be that world. Not just, how we did it before. Let's just keep doing it that way. No, let's strive to be the world we want to be.
But I think some people, and another cross-sport comparison, I think some people think that Caitlyn Clark is Anna Kournikova. Oh, we only care about her because of the non-sport stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm not comparing their attractiveness. I'm just saying that was often a resentment for Anna Kournikova is they only care about her because she's hot. And this isn't like we only care about her because she's popular. We don't just care about Caitlyn Clark because she's popular. People care about her because she's a damn good basketball player. Right. And that kind of gets lost in all of this. Anyway, we got calls to get to. You guys are all fired up. It's 97.1.
Hey, the summer driving season is upon us once again. The combination of increased traffic, big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction all contribute to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. And if you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Feminino and his team are ready to help you right now. David will never take a fee until he wins your case. And you could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
fresh batch of ticket texts. We'll get to them. Couple phone calls. Wrap up the Caitlyn Clark conversation. Snubbed. In our mind, a lot of people's minds.
Sure.
From the Olympic team. 9:35. How Amon-Ra St. Brown caused a bit of a stir in Heather's house over the weekend.
Oh, boy.
Colin was not happy.
Oh, confrontational Colin? Mention that.
Everything I said is factual. We'll get to that at 9:35. I did leave out some details.
Probably some important details.
Very important details. 9:35. He's not breaking up any marriages. We'll get to that at the bottom of the hour. Ticket Texter says, great-grandma Diana Taurasi is not one of the 12 best players. Signed, Greg.
Yeah.
Other one says, can't deny Caitlyn Clark has made the game massive. She's drawn more eyeballs. It's funny to me the main people shooting her down are women. Kyle in Royal Oak. Insinuating, the people who left her off and some of the people in the league. Never in my long life have I seen a sellout with teams as bad as I saw over the weekend. The Mystic versus the Fever. The Mystic had no wins. The Fever had 2, but it was sold out. I've never seen this. She is a phenomenon, period. Great White Hope comments prove this is a race thing. We had a couple callers make reference to it. Why is it socially okay for people to attack Clark based on her race? We would not tolerate it the other way. That's signed, Joe. Let's get to Rob in Clinton Township. Rob, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, fellas, great show. No, the sad thing is it comes down to one thing, and we always got to be so politically correct these days, right? She's a white woman in a predominantly black woman's game. The woman is an absolute phenom. She's a freak. Nobody in the league shoots like her. Nobody. There's not black, white, whatever, Asian. It doesn't matter. The woman is talented, and they should go after and push this just to better the league.
It would be good for everybody involved, and you should celebrate people for their talents. And that's the thing, is she's just genuinely a deserving person of this attention. She's good. It's not something that she's just popular because of other reasons. She's popular because she's good at basketball.
Yeah, people tuned in to watch her all season long in the college game because she was going to break a record. And not just in the women's game, but in all of college basketball, men as well. She broke Pistol Pete's record.
And I think the style matters, right? So you could say she's popular because she's white. I think she's popular because she's making these Steph Curry-like threes.
Oh, yeah, she's launching it from the logo.
Right, and Steph got popular because he was doing that, because it became accessible, because it's not accessible to dream of being LeBron James, right? If you're not 6'8" and you're not, as physically gifted as LeBron, you're going to have a hard time being LeBron. But everybody felt like, and they're wrong, but if they go out in the gym and practice enough, they can shoot like Curry. So that's the accessibility. People like that Caitlyn Clark has that Curry effect. And that's not about race. They're two different races. But it's the idea of the style is fun to watch. Hoisting from 3, knocking down those shots, commanding the offense. And it's unfortunately become about everything but that.
Well, and there are other women in the WNBA that are phenomenal three-point shooters. But none of them do it with the same flair. And you could say, well, does flair make you a great basketball player? No, making baskets makes you a great basketball player, and she's good at doing both. But it comes down to, if you're trying to promote the sport, your league, the game of women's basketball, who is the biggest brand right now? It's Caitlyn Clark.
It's Caitlyn Clark.
You go to Paris and you want to have more people talking about what is going on in the WNBA. You want to pique some interest. Why wouldn't you have the one that everybody wants to see? And whether or not she plays, and because that's going to come down to winning games. But if this team is as good as, reported, and they haven't lost a game in, 20 years or whatever that number is, there should be plenty of opportunity for them to be up big and for them to empty the bench.
Texter says, we're getting a little carried away with Caitlyn Clark. The product is still really, really bad. I don't dispute that there's a lot of missed shots at the rim in the women's game. Like Angel Reese has all these rebounds, but she doesn't finish around the rim. And it's an issue if you're used to watching NBA basketball, if you've tried to watch this. But it's why I think someone like Clark becomes valuable, because those shots are three-point shots. It's not about finishing at the rim. It's not about, in traffic, contested. The three-point shot should be the equalizer. It is in the men's game. It should be in the women's game. That, to me, is part of what I think she brings to the table, too. Leon in Detroit, last word. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Your last few callers, as well as you guys, have said a lot of the things I wanted to say, but I will say this, as controversial as it may sound, Caitlyn Clark is not one of the best 12 lady players in the league. I've been a fan of the league since its inception, even when they were in Detroit. Caitlyn Clark is a work in progress in the pros. And to add her to the Olympic team for the promotion of the league, that's a good thing. But if you're talking strictly from talent, she's not one of the best players. There are plenty of players out here who are shooting threes and the same way she does. And if you look at her record in the pros, it's horrible. She's had a 22-point game, a 30-point game, a million different turnovers. The game has not slowed down for her yet in the pros. And, Jansen, you know what that means from football.
Oh, yeah. So, Leon, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
If you were the director of basketball operations for the Olympic team or the coach, would you have put her on the team or not?
That's two different positions. Director of the Olympics, yes. Coach, no.
Okay.
Because I am a football coach. And if you're talking strictly about the best players, the problem with Caitlyn Clark is that she hasn't hyped herself up. The machine has turned her into something that breeds this resentment.
Yep. Yeah, but in the defense,
it's no fault of hers at all. She's going to be a great player.
Sure.
And although race does play a small part, I'm not going to even talk about race because, well, I'll talk about race a little bit. The fouls and things that you guys are talking about her getting hammered, which she has, have you seen them hammer Angel Reese? Knock her on her head, and some of the other rookies as well.
Yeah, I would tell you this.
But
people don't.
We tend to talk about it more when it's Caitlyn Clark.
So, and unpacking why, I think, is the whole genesis of this conversation, Leon. It's a good phone call. I think, as one small cog in the machine, we are in the media, we talk about things people care about. So when we look at attendance numbers and TV ratings, we go, well, we can't talk about Caitlyn Clark and get a bunch of phone calls and create a real conversation. If we would have said, do you think Angel Reese is getting
snubbed?
So in our defense as a cog in the machine, we are giving people what they want, which is Caitlyn Clark. Mm-hmm. We're talking about the league in a way we never have before because of Caitlyn Clark. I know Stephen A. Smith got shamed the other day on First Take. You should have been talking about this before. His job is to talk about the stuff people care about. And they care about this more now because of Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah. I mean, the facts are what they are.
I wanted to get to the news. I don't think we have time to get to the news.
I mean, I can talk fast.
Okay, let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay. So a former Denver Bronco, Randy Gregory, is suing the NFL and the team for discrimination after he was fined over $500,000 in the past year for taking medications for disabilities that included THC. So he claims that he was prescribed this medication to help with his social anxiety disorder and PTSD. As you know, the NFL no longer suspends players for testing positive for THC, but it is a banned substance, so you are going to be fined if you do test positive, which he was clearly. So the lawsuit says that Gregory requested an accommodation from the league, but it was not granted, clearly. So now the lawsuit contends that the league's and the club's resistance to providing him accommodations due to his disabilities is discriminatory under Colorado's law.
I'm curious to get more details in the case as to, was there another medication that didn't include THC that would do the same thing? And I don't know the answer to that question.
And I don't either. So don't ask me.
You love doing that, though. You love doing that, John.
What else could they have been prescribed?
Yeah, right.
Listen to this. Las Vegas Raiders defensive end Max Crosby is fully convinced that aliens are real, and he has a story to prove it. So he claims he encountered a UFO while flying back to Nevada from Miami with his entire team. And on his podcast, The Rush, he had his teammate Andre James join him, and they talked about that particular flight and their alien encounter.
Aliens.
Are you a believer?
I think there is life in the universe besides us. I don't believe
Think
we
it's
have.
here?
No, I don't think they're like in our backyard right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I haven't had an alien encounter to have, changed my opinion on that. But there, in the entire universe, there has to be other living organisms.
Somethings, yes.
Sure.
You didn't answer.
I would think, I don't, I'm not an alien believer.
Okay.
I do think the universe is so grand, we would be very arrogant to think that there isn't other life forms.
Yeah.
What that is, or if they're here, or if they have taken on the image of us and they're living amongst us. I think that's a bit far.
I'd like to have my mind change, though. Like, I kind of want an alien encounter.
Oh, really?
I mean, I think it'd be, Yes. Make me question things. I don't know.
I didn't know where you were going to be, John. I didn't know if you thought there was no intelligent life outside of Ann Arbor or if there was enough room in the
Well, it's
typical
debatable.
Michigan arrogance.
It's debatable.
No, you are more open-minded than I thought. All right, coming up next, how Amon Ross...
Just not south of the border.
Something with Amon Ross St. Brown that set off a discussion. Mini argument even,
Yes.
Heather? Inside the House next, 97.1.
I've got some big news from Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. Aesthetic Everything just named him the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest and one of the top aesthetic doctors in America, which is pretty incredible that he is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. So if you've been thinking about going to see him, you need to get in now and look younger and feel more confident with a thicker head of hair. And also, the sooner you go to see him, the more options you have. Dr. B does so much more than just hair transplants. He has the most up-to-date, well-researched medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B takes the time to create a custom plan that's just for you, and he's going to guarantee all of his treatments. So call Michigan Hair Restoration and make sure you speak to Maria. Mention 97.1 and you're going to get this complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation that's valued at $1,000. For more information and to schedule a consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
We'll end the show talking Tarek Skubal because he was great yesterday. A conversation we need to have. I think he's forcing us to have it. It's a good thing. A very good conversation. But Heather said something off air, and I said, hold on, we got to find time today. This was Friday night. This was the reopening of Michigan Central Station, the big gala event, the concert, all the glitz and glamour. You were watching at home on TV.
Yeah, I watched at home. I watched part of it. And then, like I said before, there was some sound quality issues, and I ended up turning it off and going to bed. But part of it we were watching was when, Jared Goff, Barry Sanders, Amon-Ra St. Brown was there. They were, I don't know what they were doing, introducing artists or talking about Detroit, which was great, right? I wasn't even really listening, but I saw them on the screen, and I thought, Amon-Ra seems small. Like, he doesn't look like a very big guy. And I said that out loud. I was like, he's a little man. I think I said something like that. And Colin was like, what are you talking about? Now, mind you, also, Colin is like a massive Lions fan right now. So, like, don't diss my Lions is kind of also his mindset.
Uh-huh.
But I said that, and I think I said it a couple times, maybe not in the exact words I just said.
Yeah,
but
you wanted to make the point.
Well, I know Barry Sanders is not a big guy.
He's a shorter dude.
Yeah.
And, Amon-Ra standing next to him and doesn't really look that much taller than him. And he's not, I know he's in shape, but he's not like a big guy.
Yeah.
So I kept saying, wow, he's he's smaller than I pictured in my head or something. I don't know. And, well, not only was I ripping his lion there, but I was also then insinuating that Colin must be a very small guy, because Colin's like, well, I'm not as big as he, so what am I? I'm like, Colin, you're not a pro athlete, right? Like,
you took a shot at his manhood.
And I think it's because I recently made another comment kind of like that about somebody else. So I think he was just feeling down. And I don't know how we got talking about this off the air. So there was a little bit, and he mentioned it the other day.
So it's lingered.
So we went over to my dad's house last night, and they were rewatching this concert because they didn't watch it live when it happened. So he came up again in conversation, and I wasn't insinuating that my husband is not but he's not. He's not a big guy.
You don't refer to him as little fella.
No, but I don't like. But
he's not like a big burly NFL player,
no,
right?
He's like 5. My husband's like 5'11", right? He's not a big guy.
Right.
He's not. But I'm not going to be like, oh, you're such a small man.
That's not what you were saying.
But looking at him here, I'm looking at a picture from the concert. He doesn't appear. Amon-Ra doesn't appear to be like a massive man. He looks
right.
small.
So he is listed at, and John knows listed is not the same as actual.
It's pretty close in the NFL. It's not like college sports.
He's listed at 6 feet flat, 202. But
Right.
you're right. His build,
He's a little fella.
But he's
as a receiver, it's not like he's got the huge shoulders.
He's a like.
And you're
his
used to watching
shoulders.
on TV with shoulder pads too. So sometimes when you see the athlete,
He just looks smaller than I thought in his little jacket.
his little jacket, you see. Now I see where Collins.
Yes. So you need to walk in the house today and say, hey, big fella, what's going on?
Yeah, I just gotta build him up a little bit more.
His little jacket. That's really what you just said.
And that's how it came across. I'm not trying to be like, I wasn't trying to like insinuate anything towards Colin, but he was taking it that way, I guess.
His
Well,
cute
yeah,
little
when
short
you
coat.
keep
So
saying all of the people that are bigger than him are small, he's not an idiot. He's going to connect the dots. What does she think about me?
But he's not a pro athlete. Like I'm not. Whatever it is.
Sorry, Colin.
This is hilarious. Colin,
These are strays that you shouldn't have to take, especially in your own home.
from your wife.
I wasn't gonna bring this up on air.
I thought it was too good not to.
Now we're here.
It's too good not to. Yeah, Amon-Ra St. Brown, the teeny tiny football player.
Yeah, with this little teeny tiny jacket.
This cute little sport coat.
That's not what I mean. I was meaning he's
Yes.
smaller than I thought he would be.
So this is funny. At one point, I got made fun of because I said Penei Sewell was a big guy. You
Yeah.
guys said I was fat shaming him, and now Amon-Ra St. Brown is like a little guy over here.
He's in incredible shape. I looked at more photos and saw.
Oh, I'm sure that made Colin feel real good.
I saw the photos of him shirtless working out. I'm like, okay, yeah.
I don't think you're helping, Heather.
Yes.
You're like, Colin, I did some research.
Well, this makes up for it
I
for
found some-
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Colin, don't worry. I was looking up shirtless photos of him, and he's not that small.
Yeah.
Heather then felt compelled to do more research.
Right, yes. I needed to look at more pictures. Yes. Yes. Colin obviously needs to get to the why a little bit more.
Heather's a good sport. All right, we can talk Tarek Skubal and let her off the hook here, but I'm sure if I look down at the ticket text, you guys are going to have some fun with that. And that's what we're here for, is to have some fun.
Tarek Skubal, big guy?
How tall is Tarek Skubal? Yeah. No, he's pitching really well right now. So
at least he brings the heat.
He does, John. And yesterday he threw
101.7. Let's round it up, 102.
Yeah, which is the fastest pitch he's thrown, fastest for a Tiger since I think Bruce Rondon in 2015, if I saw that correctly. And it's not just that he can throw it past guys, swing and miss stuff. He had 10 strikeouts, 6 of them on 4 pitches or less. It's dominant, right? And I've been big on this stat. Tiger's win-loss record when he starts and when he doesn't start. It's now 10-3 with Skubal on the bump. What are you laughing at?
My husband just texted me.
What did he say?
Just LOL.
Yeah, 'cause he's a good sport.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I might just have to read these ticket texts instead. Guys, I think Skubal's got an MVP conversation worth having, but you guys might derail the show here. 248-539-9797.
The 6'3" Skubal. We're gonna lead with.
Look at what's on my screen. His height.
We're gonna lead with the height of every athlete that we talk about from here on out.
He's tall.
Yes, he's tallish.
6'3" is tall. Come on.
Mr. 6'7" here. Come on.
Ticket texter says Colin has Jared Goff hands. Tiny hands. Ticket texter says the average height of an American male is 5'9", so Colin is a big man at 5'11".
There you go. See, I got to bring that stat home.
And that'll make it feel better that you have to overly defend it. You're just in a bad spot. Texter says Heather firing shots with both barrels on a Monday.
I know. He wasn't by chance born in New Mexico, was he?
Who, Amon-Ra or Colin?
No, either one.
Heather, what would you say if Colin looked at a woman on TV and said, wow, like a skinny woman on TV, and it said, wow, she's looking heavy? Would that make you feel insecure?
I don't think it'd make me feel insecure. It'd make me look at him differently.
Or any reference to anything else.
Heather needs to understand that all of this reflects on Colin's size as a man, says Bill in...
Yes, we're very introspective.
Yes, says you got to be careful with this stuff.
And so here is, from a dude's perspective, right? Whenever we're in a grocery store, at the mall, anywhere, and somebody walks by that might be close to my height, the kids are always looking right away. I know exactly what they're doing. And so if it's somebody that I know I'm taller than, I'll stand up a little bit straighter. I'll make sure to go stand next to them. They're like, oh, yeah, Dad's still taller. If it's somebody that's I know is taller, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not going to stand next to him. Just because the kids will sit there. That is the fragile psyche of some of us dudes.
Ticket texter. Thanks, Heather. I guess it proves all women truly believe that size matters. Heather's home screen is the
Colin
kids.
Just drove off the road.
Oh, God. Heather's home screen is the kids, but the lock screen, shirtless St. Brown. Dave at work. Texter backing you up, 6'202" is not that big for a pro athlete. Small by NFL standards, but appropriate for the position he plays. This is a funny story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was implying.
And more people have your back.
So what
I should have
position
said that.
would Colin play if he was...
I have no idea.
Please don't say it.
What are you going to say?
Kicker.
Kicker? Don't put her. She's already said enough. One more. Backing you up. I've seen Amon-Ra in person at training camp. I agree. He seemed, quote, smaller than most players on the screen. Up close, though, he is built much bigger in real life. Erica in Lansing.
I agree. I bet if I met him in real life, my opinion would change. But looking at him on the television next to Barry, who's not a big guy either, right? He's only like 5'8". He didn't seem that large. Maybe I should have worded it instead of saying he's small or little.
I think you said tiny at one point.
His jacket was
Tiny jacket.
But Colin would be swimming in the tiny jacket. All right. We are going to try to have a little bit of sports conversation, serious sports coming up next. I think there's a case for Skubal as the MVP. Not just the Cy Young, but the MVP. I want to paint that picture next. It's 97.1.
Hey, why not dive into the best pool in history? And if you're tiny, you can make a small splash. That Stadium Swim located.
You're bad. That's bad.
It's a resort and casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall. How many Amon-Ra St. Browns is that? High definition screen. It's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your best sporting events, swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
dominant. Tarek Skubal stops the bleeding, gets a win for the Tigers over the weekend. Want to make the case for him with the MVP. I think it's well documented the guy is the Cy Young favorite. He is the best pitcher in the American League, arguably of all baseball. MVP, though, is a completely different conversation. It's rare that a pitcher wins. It's rare that a guy with a losing record wins. But both have happened. Pitchers have won, and players on losing teams have won. So I think we can then have the conversation and ask, how valuable is Skubal to this baseball team? They're 10-3 in games he starts, 22-30 in games he doesn't. Without him, they're not even in the conversation, within a whisper of a playoff spot. With him, they're hanging in a little bit. He's keeping them in it. I look at WAR, and I get it, it's a nerdy stat, but it's a question of value and how many wins above a replacement player are you worth. He is 5th in the American League. He only plays every 5th day, yet he's one of the 5 most valuable players in the American League today.
That's including position players. As a pitcher,
he's number 1.
Yeah.
So then I ask, okay, Aaron Judge is number 1, but he's on the same team as Juan Soto, who's also in the top 10. Would the Yankees still be the Yankees without one of them? They'd still be a very good baseball team. Gunnar Henderson, they've got a ton of good bats in Baltimore. Bobby Witt Jr., you could have a real argument about what would Kansas City be without him. My point is, I think Skubal is in the MVP consideration to me, and I know for some it's not going to be enough unless the Tigers have a winning record, and to me that's not fair. It's not his fault that they don't hit enough. It's not his fault that they don't have reliable guys on the other 4 starts. He's doing his job. He's carrying a bad baseball team to at least average, to right around 500. And I think that his value to this baseball team, without him, they'd be flirting with 90, 95 losses, maybe more. I mean, how do you define value then, other than if I took the guy off the team, what would they be? They would be terrible without him. And, I mean, I'm not going to put Reese Olson in the same category as Tarek Skubal, but at least when Tarek Skubal pitches the way that he pitched yesterday and multiple times throughout the course of this year, he's one of the guys that actually does get run support. We got 10 yesterday. You got 8 in the 5th. And the conversation on the radio, I don't know if you were watching or if you were listening, was Dan asked Andy Dirks, like, how do you keep the same sharpness as a pitcher, knowing that there are bigger things at play for Tarek Skubal, one of those being the Cy Young and possibly the MVP? How do you make sure that there's no letdown when you know that you've got a 10-0 lead? Right. You can't have any let up. He gave up the 1 run. It was guy gets on base on infield single, then he gives up the triple, but it's the only run he gave up. Skubal's ERA is the lowest a Tiger starter has had through their first 13 starts, going all the way back to 1945. Wow. So we're not talking about going back to 84 like we were last week. We got to go all the way back to like World War II. Pre-Morris, pre-Fidrich. Right. So we're talking about the best Tigers start to a season in 80 years. And if you look at, that includes Verlander, by the way. Verlander won an MVP. Skubal's pitching better than Verlander when he won the MVP. He's pitching comparable, close. The numbers are close with him and Kershaw, the last pitcher who won an MVP. So if the argument is, well, the Tigers were better in 2011 or the Dodgers were better in 2014, how the hell is that Skubal's fault? And I don't think it's his fault. And I think there's a real conversation with the MVP and Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, there is, but it's always going to be, the big debate is going to be somebody that plays once every 5 games versus somebody that plays every day, especially with, and yes, you could take out Aaron Judge of the Yankees, and they're still a good team. But what he is doing in regards to, I mean, he's on pace to either reach his home run record or even surpass it or be within a couple. Yeah. And you just can't, as a pitcher,
you can't compete with that.
You can't compete with that.
No, I get it. Some of this is New York market, home run hitter. Everybody loves the long
the
ball.
Market out of it. If he was doing it in Cleveland, if he was doing it in Chicago, if he was doing it in Kansas City.
But it does help that it's New York. The media machine that is New York. It's the Yankees. It's the winning record. It's one of the best teams in baseball. All of that is why, in reality, Skubal's is uphill climb. Yeah. But I want to start stumping for him right now, and he's got to keep pitching the way he is. But he is as valuable as any player in the game of baseball now.
He's dominant.
Yes. Yes, and that's the point. And when this comes up and I see a ticket texture, why do you guys want to trade him at your station then? The conversation about trading him is one that I reluctantly bring up. I don't want to trade him. I would pay Tarek Skubal and I would pay other players around him and I would field a real payroll and I would challenge and I try to win. if they're not willing to do those things, if the window is years away, that's when it welcomes that uncomfortable conversation. No one's trying to trade him.
Every time he goes out and has a performance like that, because you feel like every time he goes out, it's going to be a win. Chalk that one up for the Tigers, but it makes it unreasonable for any other team, because what are you going to give up for Skubal? Like there's no price tag that I think the Tigers would take in terms of you certainly can't have prospect involved in it.
Unproven.
We went through that with Verlander.
Right. Again, it would take a Godfather offer that's not happening. Couple ticket texters with Heather's deal here. Her husband should say, wow, that woman looks like she washes her feet. I saw Heather and Colin at a local restaurant. The kids weren't the only ones in a booster seat.
Oh, that one's swinging low.
And can Colin touch the bottom of the resort pool is the last. Doug, I don't know if you heard this.
My goodness.
Wow.
Heather, do you want to explain this to the guys?
Sure. So we were watching that concert at Michigan Central Station on TV because we couldn't get tickets, right? And during one portion of it, they had, Jared Goff, Barry Sanders, Amon-Ra St. Brown were up there, and they were, talking about Detroit, introducing other artists. And while they were on the screen, I was watching, and I thought, Amon-Ra is like a little man. Like, he looks small.
Right.
Especially by,
She even used
Barry,
the word tiny.
by Barry Barry's a little guy, too.
Well, Barry's short in stature.
Yes. Okay. And he's, sure. He's short in stature, but he's a little bit more stocky, right?
Yeah, he's got tree trunks for legs. But
okay,
yes.
but then Amon-Ra standing right next to him, not much taller and much smaller. So I said, wow, he looks like a little man. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
And I think I said it multiple times because I was just in shock, but that he appeared so small. And then Colin kind of took offense to it and said, well, my God, if he is so small, then
What do you think of me?
yeah, because Colin's 5'11", right? He's not a huge guy either. So I said, you're not a pro athlete, Colin. I'm looking at him with the pro athlete eye.
Wow.
This is incredible.
This is not how guys look at it. You know, that's not he's not interpreting it as it's okay. I'm looking at him in the context of being a pro athlete.
God, you just walk around with a ruler.
Yeah, guys look at it differently.
I mean,
You just called me small is the way he heard that.
tiny.
Tiny,
fact.
tiny, in
These
fact.
are words
Yes.
he used.
Yes, because then the
I was
descriptor
not
of
talking about him, though.
the descriptor of Amon-Ra St. Brown's jacket was, oh, he's a little guy. Oh, that's a tiny jacket.
That's not how I said it.
You said
But I
little.
did
You
say
said
those
you said he had a
words,
little.
but
You said he had a little coat. You said he had a little coat. I was driving in.
He's
I
a
heard
wee
you
little
say it.
fella.
I heard you say it.
The
You can't take
leprechaun.
that
I
back.
mean, I did say it, but I didn't think it came across like you
No,
just said.
it did.
No, but that's the thing is that's the way dudes hear it.
Yeah,
The problem is
Yeah.
you were trying to recover, and you almost had it recovered by simply saying, "Yeah, look, in terms of professional athletes, he's not as big as I thought he
Yeah.
was going to be in terms of the athletes."
Yeah.
But that's not how you said it. And then you
not at
followed it
all.
up with the little coat mark. Yeah, I mean, I was worried. Doug, were you worried coming in here? I mean, Doug's 6'4", and I'm 6'1", and I just don't want to be intimidating.
Believe me, I'm not worried about that.
right. I'm going to sit as low as I can. I'm trying not to cause a problem.
What's next with you guys?
Kang almost killed a TV personality.
Oh.
We'll get to that next.
All right, then. 97.1.
We got sports and stuff to get to, but wanted to open by recapping a wonderful charity event on Friday night. Unfortunately, I had a scheduling conflict, but Gator, you and Kang were able to be at the Jamie Samuelson, 3rd annual Jamie Samuelson Strikeout Colon Cancer Charity Softball Game. Team of media members and people from the station participating to raise money for a great cause. And I have a little side note. I have another colonoscopy coming up, so we might have to do the show. You know, the show where I disappear for quick moments in colonoscopy prep. Yeah, that's coming up soon. But anyway, you were there Friday night, and let's cut right to the chase. Great story. Well, near tragic story, I guess. Kang, you were playing what, left field?
Yeah, I was in left field.
All right. And there's a runner on second, is that correct?
It was either second or first, right, guys?
Second base, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Base hit to left.
Yep.
Kang picks it up, and you fire one towards home plate, but towards the cutoff man. Like, you guys were doing it correctly.
Well, so you're out in left field. I don't play softball. I literally have not played since last year's game. So, I mean, you're just gauging things. And by the way, the uniforms are very similar for both teams. So I have no idea where guys are. Right, you know what I mean?
That means nothing in this story.
All right. So anyways, I come up. The ball comes to me. I come up with the ball. I hear someone say, go home. So I don't know if I can make it home or whatever, but I come up firing. Now, Clarence Black is the pitcher.
As one does, by the way. Yeah, you come up firing.
Oh, he
This is your
came up
chance.
firing. Oh, he threw it.
Clarence Black was the pitcher. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to hit Clarence, the cutoff guy, with this ball so he can figure out what to do with it at that point. I'll just get it in, right? The ball sailed a little bit. I think he could have made a play on it, but it went over Clarence's head, and it went to home. It went to home plate. Our catcher was Erica Erickson, formerly of Fox 2, right, Gator?
Yes.
Is that right? She caught this ball somehow. From what I saw.
Somehow.
Doug,
That's more
she was
shit.
in a catcher stance behind home plate. So,
Evan-
like, right where she should be.
Evan was there participating as well. We wanted him to tell the story because you and Gator were standing next to each other when this happened.
We were right there as, like, the gate opens. Like, so we have the best view you could
Yeah,
have
they had a better view than me, for sure. Yeah, so I guess she caught it, and I couldn't tell what happened after that. She fell down, apparently, and I think they paused the game a little bit to kind of let her gather herself, right?
She had to gather herself.
So
clean herself off. Doug, so imagine, like, watching Looney Tunes back in the day.
Yeah.
And there's, like, a fireball pitcher, and he fires it to the catcher, and it just blows the catcher 10 feet back.
Right.
That's what happened.
Is that-
It was like the famous play of Bo Jackson where he threw out Harold Baines at home, and Harold Baines is like, how'd that even happen? Kang threw the ultimate seed to home plate. And it hit, like, she didn't even have a chance to not catch it because it just embedded into her. Like, it was
petite.
She's petite,
She's
yes.
petite. That ball became a part of her.
Yeah. And Gator and I are just dying laughing. Like, I'm like, did he mean to, like, just rifle this at her?
It went all. That was like a scene from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or The Matrix, or the scene where Lloyd Christmas is getting into the kung fu fight with the guy in the restaurant in Dumb and Dumber, and he gets hit and he goes back and his arms and his feet are pointing the same direction while his body is levitating from a foot off the ground, flying backwards. That's what happened to poor Erica. She held on to the ball. Unfortunately,
I guess she had no choice, right?
She had no choice. The run had scored by a mile.
They were already celebrating back in the dugout.
Right. That throw did not matter. But Kang's going to play hero. Here comes Yasiel Puig.
Dude, wasn't it like we were watching it in slow-mo, too?
It was
because
in
I'm
slow-mo.
seeing it, and I'm like, oh, wow, he's really going for it. Oh, my God, she's going to...
Like, I can still hear in my mind, I hear this.
Oh. Doug, she was just covered in dirt, like, for the rest of the game.
Wait. And the run had scored like minutes earlier?
I couldn't tell. I don't.
2.5 minutes earlier, yeah.
All he had to do was lollygag it back into the infield, dude.
Look, we're just trying to...
Dave Parker this week in baseball, letting it go on the fly.
It was just incredible. And, like, I didn't know what I was going to see going to this, but it made it so worth it, man.
It really was. It was great. It was a great throw, even better catch.
Better catch.
What an acrobatic catch it ended up being. I mean, full-on backwards somersault. Black pants now completely covered in dirt.
You don't see major leaguers throw this. I mean, in the crouch, Doug. It's not like she's standing there like mid-out. Like, no, just boom, right in the chest, man. You could have thrown a better softball.
Just somehow glove got between, the ball.
Was that all in the
skin.
air too? I don't even
It was
remember.
all in the air.
It was all in
There
the air.
was
I don't
no
recall. Was that all in
bounce.
the air? Yes, that was all in the air, Ryan Rayburn.
Doug, listen, Doug, I swear, I didn't know how it looked from my point of view, my vantage point. We come off the field. Evan immediately meets me at the gate and goes, "Bo Jackson, Harold Baines, what the hell were you?" I was like, "What?" She's not going to be okay. And Gator goes, I think you got to apologize to her. At some point,
Yeah,
They
later
want
on
to say something.
Because she just kind of walked by him. And all the other girls that were there was a young lady from Fox Sports Detroit and
Bally's.
Channel 7.
Yeah,
and,
Natalie Kerwin was there.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Bally's. What am I?
Bally's.
2012.
Danny Rogers.
And they're all they're laughing as well because
Erica Francis was there too, I think.
it's kind of hard not to laugh in this.
It was
So, Kang, did you go apologize?
Well, so a few innings
Little
later,
later.
yeah, she was standing next to
Let it
me
brew.
in the dugout. I think even Gator goes, "Yeah, you might want to say something." I'm like, "All right." So I went over,
Tried
I
to
said,
broker a truce.
yeah, and I said, "Hey, Erica, I'm sorry about that throw." And she's like, "Oh no, I'm fine. She was probably still pissed, I guess, but yeah, she.
So
I
the
think she's
adrenaline
okay.
is still going. She didn't know.
Yeah, I think she seemed fine the rest of the game.
I,
She was.
I would not have gotten up as quick as she did. She bounced right back up.
And
I
she
was-
had a squad there, man. I mean, those girls were thick as thieves right there, and I think they were all shooting arrows at Kang, and rightfully so.
Hey, well, good for her. She was ready to make the play.
She did
on a ghost runner, sure.
Yeah, it just so happened that the run had scored.
You're right.
Well before Kang let the ball go. Wait, did you turn into try-hard guy?
I was just ready to shoot, Jack. Whatever you need, man. Get it in, I got it.
By the way, Doug, I know a lot was talked about Skip Anderson over here.
Yeah.
I think he should have been the skip because we had a pseudo skipper and the lineup wasn't the best.
I mean,
I was
TJ
batting in
Lang-
front of TJ
Yeah,
Lang.
TJ Lang showed up and saw how many players were on the team.
There were like 21.
And everybody hit.
Yeah.
And TJ Lang was batting 21st.
Yes.
Yeah.
And TJ Lang can sail a ball from Troy to Sterling Heights.
TJ hit the farthest ball of the day, and it was just foul.
It was Gary Sheffield.
I mean,
he hit epic foul balls.
It's 320 to left field wall, and it's 320 to center. It's 320 all over there. He probably hit it 310 feet.
300.
And 5 feet left of the foul line.
Incredible.
He crushed it. Yeah, but in his defense, and anybody in coach's defense, there was a lineup there before we got there. That wasn't Freddie.
That's what I'm
someone
saying.
did it.
Freddie the Pizza Man ended up being our skipper by default, and he didn't put the lineup out there. The lineup was put out there by some of the people in the Troy side.
Wasn't the best lineup. So TJ shows up kind of late. I think he was the last one.
Well, TJ and I were
This
both
is so
coming in
great.
together because
No,
we're
no,
both
no, no.
circling the parking lot trying to find a spot.
You got to hear when TJ looked at the lineup card what he did.
So TJ shows up late, and he goes right to the lineup card. He looks, and he sees his name is dead last. And he goes, "Even Kang's batting ahead of me." And then I go to TJ. I'm like, "TJ, with all due respect, everyone's batting in front of you."
And what was TJ's response?
He sat down and opened up the chorus.
There you go.
So, yeah, it's all a day.
Well, fun was had by all, money raised for a great charity, and thankfully Erica Erickson's okay.
We think. We
As
don't
far as we know,
have
yeah,
like.
that-
I think she's okay.
Did you get the injury report yesterday? I didn't see it.
I didn't go to meet up with everybody after. I don't know if she was there at the bar with people afterwards. Is concussion protocol something? I don't know.
I don't know. It just, Doug, if you would have seen this.
I wish
like Gator always used to say he had the strongest arm in the building. Out the window. It's this guy.
Kang. So fantastic.
That seed was something else. man.
So fantastic.
King's like, I meant to hit the cutoff guy.
I swear.
He's like 6 feet from the cutoff.
And you, by the way, you had it on that, and you hit the nail on it. It was Dave Parker from the All-Star Game.
Was it?
Yeah. That's what it was.
So awesome.
I didn't even know you could throw a
Just a
softball.
rifle.
Feels terrible, man.
Oh, so great. Well, fun was had by all.
Yes.
Thank you, Evan, for coming in and helping.
So good. Just watching her fall back, and I hope she's okay. But, dude,
she's fine.
You couldn't have thrown it any better than what he did.
She's an athlete. She handled herself just fine.
Nolan,
Erica, if you're listening, I'm sorry. It got away. I didn't know.
Wasn't your intent.
Other than he's been training for this like the last 6 months, obviously.
Gina Trotman from Channel 7 was there. Did she say anything to you?
Nobody talked to him after that.
None of the girls did.
He was like Sly Stallone and over the top, just working out in that car, man.
I received that truck.
It's incredible, man.
So Gina, like Zach, her husband, would try to talk to me. She's like, "Don't talk to him." He heard Erica.
So great. All right, we'll talk Tigers from the weekend when we continue. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So weird weekend for the Tigers. They dropped 2 of 3, but over the weekend they went from 2.5 games out of a wild card to 2 games out of a wild card. And with each passing day or week that they don't fade from wild card contention, it holds my interest a little bit more. And the question is, can they get hot and be that team? Real fascinating trade deadline preview, even though we're still like a month and a half away from the trade deadline. But Buster Olney put something together today where, and one of my favorite things, he talks to executives from teams and gets their they don't unattributed quotes where they can talk about things publicly that they're hearing and seeing and all that. And it includes some stuff that I think is very applicable to us here in Detroit. He doesn't write specifically about Detroit, but there is stuff that is very applicable to us here in Detroit. In the meantime, Gator, do we have the best player in baseball in Tarek Skubal? And I don't. The morning show talked a lot about him potentially being the MVP. This is a team that's a game under 500, but they are 10-3 in games that he has started, and he went out and had another dominating performance. And I feel like when you got a guy like this, it's real easy to say, and look what the team does for him. They put up 10 runs. I don't know that there's a real correlation between Skubal and what the offense does, but he is 8-1 on the year with a 1.92 ERA. The guy is dominant. We're lucky to have him. I don't want to waste him, obviously, this year, but they're gonna be in a real interesting position come trade deadline. But Skubal was great again. Just great again.
Yeah, he's been spectacular all season long. I mean, I think he's had one clunker of a start. That's it. Even when he doesn't have his best stuff, and I think you could argue he didn't have his best stuff yesterday. He got out of trouble. I think he had 2 walks in an inning. No problem. We'll get out of this. And was helped out by some pretty great defense too. Riley Green robbed a home run on one and dove for another. Matt Fearling robbed a home run in left center field. So both guys doing the job out there in left field, and he appreciates that. And he was fired up. He was fired up because he thought he was getting squeezed by the umpire when really he wasn't. The replays showed you're not getting squeezed. Maybe the first pitch, but certainly not the second pitch. And then it didn't matter. He just got out of it, and he starts barking towards the umpire. And fortunately, Jake Rogers gets in front of the umpire and starts talking to the umpire like, I got it. But because you don't want to see him get ejected and face potential suspensions or anything like that. Yep. But he has been unbelievable, and that's why we've talked about it for a couple of weeks. Wouldn't mind at all if they went ahead and extended him ASAP.
Yep,
he's under team control for a couple of years. If people want to play the game of let's have the lowest payroll you can, just hang on to it. We don't have to do anything for 2 years. You can do that. But you're going to pay the price after a couple of years because this might be the best pitcher in baseball. And if you could lock him up right now on a 6 or 8 year deal, do it.
Save money long term and spend money short term. For baseball reasons is why you do it. Public relation reasons are a bit of a side effect, and quite frankly, it feels as though the owner could use a little PR boost. Now, I wouldn't do it for a PR boost. But, yeah, Skubal, it's totally justifiable to sit down with him and his agent and say, all right, do you want him? Even though he's a couple of years away from being a free agent, look, we want you here and we want to win with you here. Let's lock this up now. And not only for the reasons of you want to get paid more money now, we want to lock you up long term, but also – and we want to let people know we're serious, and not just people on the in the stands, people around the league. But we'll get to that coming up in a moment. We are very happy to be joined at this time by Erica Erickson, who we have talked about already to start the show and the play at the plate. Hello, Erica. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing great.
We're doing great. And we recapped Kang's throw to you. And
what an excellent throw. Let's talk about a throw.
More excellent catch, Erica. More excellent catch.
I don't know about excellent other than weirdly lucky and klutzy.
How would you describe, for people who weren't there and didn't see it, like me, what happened when you caught the ball?
Well, first of all, I texted my friend Brian, who works at Fox 2, and recorded the whole thing. So we're going to get video, and we're going to put it in slow-mo so everyone can see.
Oh, fantastic!
Because it's obnoxious. But if you weren't there, the throw was epic, and I must have blacked out, and I just decided I've got to catch this ball because I'm disgustingly competitive and very passionate about charity and the cause. So I went to go catch it and somehow decided the ball was the weight of a bowling ball, and my feet went up in the air and my head banged on the ground, and I somehow caught it.
Yeah, you did
And everyone's looking over like, "Oh, you caught that?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, I must have."
It's the catch is fantastic, but like in the NFL, you have to complete the process, and you caught it, went backwards, did this backwards somersault, sprang right back up like nothing happened, but you're covered in dirt, and the ball's still firmly in your mitt.
And the ump, Steve, said, "Wait a second, we're going to take a little time out. Are you okay?" And I said, "I'm fine, honestly." And I think people were calling me the next day, "Are you concussed? Are you okay?" I said, "No, I'm honest. It looked worse than it was." It was really fun, though.
The one thing I want clarification on a little bit here is how close was the play at the plate? Like, did the run score 5 seconds before Kang threw the ball? Like, why is he even throwing it in the first place?
Who even knows?
Right?
I don't even know what happened. Right? Did we even get them out? I don't even know.
I mean, we're competitive, Erica. We're playing all the way through. I mean,
all the way through.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know how we lost. I'm going to fight this to the death. We were getting into little arguments with another player. No, it was all in good fun. We're going to win next year.
We should.
It's on.
We better. We'll come
I'm
up with
going
a
to
better
talk
one.
smack all the way through till next year.
So great. So great. Well, don't let it be doubted that you are an athlete. You make plays. You just make plays.
Yeah.
You just make plays.
Is there an athletic background to Eric Erickson?
I can't, walk and chew gum at the same time, and I trip just standing still. But I can
catch a seed from left field.
What'd you say?
You can catch a ball from left field.
It's crazy. I don't know where it comes from, but yeah, I can figure skate. I can dance. I can do all these things, but I'm the biggest klutz in the world. And hey, whatever. As long as we can win, I'm cool.
All right. So the video is going to be made available, I assume, if people follow you on Twitter. Is it going to be on Twitter?
I will make it available, and we're going to put it in slow-mo because it's worth it, and it's ridiculous.
Well, thanks for being a great sport, and you were awesome to play with there on a Friday night.
You guys, too. It was a blast.
On Twitter, at Erica Erickson TV. You can follow her there and go do so now so you can see this video when it becomes available. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks, guys. I had so much fun.
Erica Erickson joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket. She's awesome.
She's fine.
Yep.
Right.
And she sounds like she's okay. No long
Didn't know
term.
she hit her head against the ground. I didn't realize that.
I can't wait to see this video.
I can't believe there's video.
Wait to see it.
And we'll retweet the hell out of it, too.
I saw it. I was right there. I'm like standing right behind it while it's happening. And Evan and I are like, oh, my God.
I hope they hear you on the video.
Okay, let's get to our champ and chump of the weekend. We do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We will get to our champ and chump nominations and start taking your votes. We do it every Monday at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and Ticket Open Lines, 248-539-9797. Man, that was a fun way to start a week. And you guys, great job. Great job. Part of the annual charity classic raising money to battle colon cancer. And I'm just dying laughing at this story. And
well, hopefully you can make it next year because it's
I know.
It's the third year we've done it. It's been a lot of fun. Each year is fun. Yeah. Each year has some story that comes out of it. There were a bunch more, but that's the one that is going to stick with everybody.
The probability with each passing year that as the kids start to matriculate out of the house, my availability goes up. I got a lot more hangout time coming up. But anyway, we were talking about the Tigers there a little bit. Let's get to our champ and chump of the weekend. Gator, my champ is the aforementioned Tarek Skubal, and why not? For obvious reasons. Another great start for him, and he improves to 8-1 on the year on a authentic 500 baseball team. We got a guy who's 8-1. He's my champ of the weekend.
They are every bit authentic as a 500 baseball team.
Yep.
My champ is everyone who participated in the Jamie Samuelson softball classic. It doesn't matter if you played or showed up to watch or donated. You're all champs. We all thank you very much. It's obviously a worthy cause to donate to try to end colon cancer, and it is a lot of fun. It's great to see people, and people wanted to take pictures with you and come up and just talk to you and shake your hand and stuff, and sit back. And it was a beautiful night. Ended up being a gorgeous night on Friday night, and just a wonderful, wonderful time as always.
My chump of the weekend is the U.S. Women's Olympic Committee for not including Caitlyn Clark. We will get into the debate over this as the show goes on, but this is a sport that, I root for all sports to gain in popularity. It's better for us with our jobs. It's also great for the athletes. It's great for the fans. And I feel like this is a big swing and miss by them.
Interesting. Well, I'll wait to debate you later on. My chump, the Lions. Violating a contact rule in OTAs may not seem like it's all that big a deal, but now you're on record for violating rules in the NFL, and I don't want that to be used against them later on for something else, and then you start to compound the problems that you've had. So let's nip this in the bud. Let's not do this again. Don't earn a reputation that you really shouldn't have, okay? And I recognize this is a very minor thing, but OTAs are today, and they don't get to participate because that's the penalty they're taking.
Get your champ and chump votes in, 248-539-9797. We will tally them up and post on our website tomorrow who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. If you hear one you like and you want to second it, keep the votes going. That's how we get a winner, and that's how we get a chump. So get them in at 248-539-9797. All right, so I want to get to this because I think there's a lot that is applicable to the Detroit Tigers. Buster Olney this morning, posted a story previewing the MLB trade deadline. And he was able to talk to executives and GMs and people in organizations around the league to get a sense for what is the feel going into a trade deadline, which is a month and a half away. And there's a number of notes here that I think apply to us. I want to start with this. At the very beginning of the story, he says one executive believes that there are only 5 teams that have clearly defined themselves as dealers, teams that are willing to sell pieces. Some of them are obvious, but here are your 5. And I ask, do you think our Tigers are included as one of the obvious 5 sellers before I get to it?
No, I don't think the Tigers. Well, let me take that back. I think that they should sell at least one player because he's a free agent at the end of the season, and I don't want to lose him while he's a big bargaining chip right now for nothing, and that's Jack Flaherty. And my reasoning is if you trade Jack Flaherty right before the deadline, hopefully that by that point, that Jackson Jobe is pitching again, and his issues right now are not arm issues, it's a hamstring. And that he's ready to go and ready to continue to matriculate through the minor leagues. And whether or not he's going to make the club or somebody from Toledo who's already pitching well right now makes the club, somebody can step up and in the interim be just fine. And you need to get something great for Jack Flaherty.
Well, the executive says there are 5 teams that are clearly sellers. The White Sox, the Athletics, the LA Angels, the Miami Marlins, and the Colorado Rockies. And Buster Olney writes, the vast majority of teams, those with even a hint of a chance at the playoffs, will likely think twice before depleting their rosters. He goes on to write, Texas and Arizona barely made the playoffs last year. The Rangers were a 5 seed. The Diamondbacks were a 6 seed, but they wound up playing in the World Series. The executive that Buster Olney talked about said, look at the Nationals. They're only 2.5 games out of the wild card. You've got a lot of teams in the mix, a lot of teams that remember what happened with the Diamondbacks and Rangers last year. So the Nationals are 2.5 games out of the wild card. The Tigers are 2 games out of a wild card. So there's a couple ways to look at this, Gator. We all know the theories of basic economics, supply and demand.
Ah, yes.
Yep. So if there are 5 sellers and 25 potential buyers, doesn't that mean that it's a seller's market? Doesn't that mean that if you've got the commodity and you've got, it's not all 25 teams are going to bid on your commodity, but a lot are going to bid on your commodity. And this is what makes it incredibly tempting to be a seller. Incredibly tempting. Because it's a good year to be a seller. It's a good year and when you normally get a top 10 prospect, you might get a top 2 or 3 prospect. When you might not get a guy who's in the top 50 prospects in all of baseball, you might get a guy that's in the top 50. You might be able to drive up the price because multiple teams are going to be bidding on your guy. And as someone who, enjoys sort of watching the process of players develop and hoping that you are developing the next great player, which we haven't seen a ton of here as far as position players are concerned. We've seen it. I mean, Skubal's a prime example. Skubal was a mid-round pick by the Tigers that, you start paying attention. This guy at single A, this guy's pretty good. Who's this? What happened? Why was he so late? 2 arm injuries at Seattle. What? Huh? And then you see him get better and better and better, and bang, you have arguably the best starting pitcher in baseball. That case is being made. Gator, I guess it's so tempting to jump into the seller's market with the idea I can clean up. I can absolutely clean up. So your thoughts on the possibility of caving, I guess, to that temptation?
I am, as I kind of previously stated, I would trade Jack Flaherty. And I understand the Tigers are only 2 games out of the wild card, and he's a reason why they are 2 games out of the wild card because he's pitched so well. But I'm going to do this long play thing. Can the Tigers win a game or 2 in a series? Yeah, they can because of Skubal, and they can cobble together something else. But the lineup is so bad that I can't, just bank it on. They're gonna all of a sudden they'll click because it's so rare that happens. And because I have the thought in my head that this lineup at best is below average, at best, and if that's the case, then I need to find ways to improve the lineup. And I've got a guy on my roster right now in Jack Flaherty who is pitching so well. And he's a free agent at the end of the year. And he's earning himself a contract that's probably a 5-year north of $100 million deal is what he's earning right now. And I guess you have to ask yourself, do I want to re-sign this guy? Do I have enough pitching in the system where I don't need to re-sign this guy? And if I believe that I don't need to re-sign him, and I believe that this lineup isn't good enough to compete in the postseason, then you have to trade him. And when you get into this article, there's only a handful of teams that are in the trade category, and you talk about a seller's market. Jack Flaherty would be one of the bigger fish out there, and you could really net yourself quite a return. And I think the Tigers need to explore that seriously. And the question I would have is, when is the right time to do it? Is it better to do it ASAP right now while you still have a bigger pool of teams that think that they're in it, that want to make a move and put them over the top? Or is it better to wait out towards the end and see how desperate teams get and do things then? I'm not sure what the right answer is to that question. But I think, at least in my mind, I'm made up that I'm going to trade Jack Flaherty at some point, and I'll probably trade a couple other guys.
Now, there's a couple of factors in the organization here. because I think what we're liking a lot about what the Tigers are doing is we feel like most of this season so far, they've trotted out 3 pretty damn good starters. They haven't always got the wins, but they've had 3 pretty damn good starters. And there feels like there's a chance that there's a ready-made, younger, cheap replacement in the organization in Jackson Jobe, who was putting up ridiculous metrics before he got hurt, spin rate, and the numbers also supported that he was really good. We do have to take into consideration that Jobe has been slowed by an injury, and not an arm injury, but a hamstring injury. And now for the first time, we've seen Reese Olson go back-to-back starts where he's not made it out of the 6th inning in either of them, not completed the 6th inning, and has given up 13 earned runs. I don't care. I mean, I shouldn't say I don't care, but one bad start happens. When you put together back-to-back bad starts, it's like, okay, this isn't a crisis yet, but you do have to be careful that it's not the beginning of a trend for Reese Olson. Is there something the teams have discovered about Reese Olson? Is he tipping his pitches? Is he losing velocity? I mean, what is it about Reese Olson of late? Because we've talked about how hard lucky he is, but he's earned losses 6 and 7 here. So are those factors at all into the I can afford to trade Jack Flaherty because I got starting pitching? Do you factor that in at all? I want to get your answer on that and get to your phone calls. Again, interesting trade deadline preview from Buster Olney with a bunch of points that apply to us, including that there's really only 5 sellers and maybe 20, 25 buyers. Some teams will probably be deciding to sell as we get closer to the trade deadline. But as it stands right now, the supply and demand economics would be awfully tempting for a team like the Tigers to try and take advantage of the market and score big with a trade. 248, and I'm talking about a sell move. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Well, when you finally come to the realization that you need new garage doors, make the right decision and call Precision Garage Door today. I'm telling you, these guys know exactly what they're doing. They walk you through the process, and they do an amazing job. The customer service is spectacular. If you need something done on the weekend, they're available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. These guys were amazing. They came out right away. We got the job done, and I couldn't be happier. They are true professionals. John, Jeff, the whole crew, they're easy to work with. They're awesome. And listen, at a time right now we're finding great customer service is really tough. It's nice to know that people out there like Precision Garage Door are available to you. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's great to be with you here on a Monday. We're talking about this story that ESPN put together, previewing. It's Buster Olney, and he's previewing the trade deadline. And we still have some time to go, but he was able to talk to people in the game and get a read and an understanding of what the word on the street is. But I guess it's not word on the street. It's word. It's the behind-the-scenes word of what people are thinking about the trade deadline. There's a bunch of bullet points here. The number one was how this could be a really good seller's market. There's only five teams so far that have distinguished themselves as sellers, meaning GMs are talking, executives are talking, and the feedback that they are getting is that only the White Sox, the A's, the Angels, the Marlins, and the Rockies are aggressively pursuing sell, that they're in sell mode. Everybody else, are looking at a possibility of buying. And so, Gator, you talked about you've kind of moved into the trade Jack Flaherty camp, and not, regardless of anything else, but unless this team defines itself one way or another, you want to trade Jack Flaherty. And I understand the logic behind it, but you've talked about, the abundance of good starting pitching they have and maybe help on the way. And I just brought up two variables that have me pausing, tapping the brakes a little bit. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm considering, all right, why has Reese Olson had back-to-back brutal starts and the Jackson Jobe injury? I'm not worried about a hamstring injury with a pitcher. Guys get hurt every once in a while, right? But is, we can't get we're not getting a great read on Jobe right now because we're not getting any read on Jobe. Do these things have you maybe saying, maybe I'll hold off on trading Flaherty? I'm guessing the answer is no.
I mean, the Reese Olson thing, I think it's predictable because he hasn't had that kind of track record in the minor leagues of being this dominant of a starter.
Mm-hmm.
But he did have that track record towards the end of last season and then all of this season up until the last two starts. It doesn't mean he's a bad pitcher. It means that he's going through a rough patch right now and he can get himself out of it. I still have some confidence that he's going to be a decent pitcher. I don't think he's going to be consistently amazing like he was.
Yeah.
But that's not going to stop me in this plan. I'm trying to be as objective as I can about this and take the emotion of being a fan out of it. As a fan, I'd love to hang on to Flaherty because he's been really good for this team. And let's put our best foot forward and try to get it done and maybe, trade something the other way to get into the playoffs and, hey, just get a chance in the playoffs and, you don't know what happens. I mean, Texas was a 5 seed last year. Arizona was a 6 seed last year. Both of those teams played for the World Series. That's all well and good. But this team as a whole does not pass the eyeball test in being a good baseball team. And I'm not trying to dog the Tigers, right? I'm just trying to speak honestly of what they are. And I think they've got a lot of guys that need to show more. But unfortunately, they've got a lot of guys that they've shown what they are. And it's fine. But at best, they're average players. They're the last guys on a roster of a good team. Matt Vierling's had a pretty nice season. But for Matt Vierling having a pretty nice season, it's still just average when you look at major leaguers. But like what he did last night in defense, so that was a great catch he made, and he's given his team a little bit of a lift offensively when they needed it. But if you take a deeper dive, some of these guys, and like Matt Vierling including, is it just a 2 or 3 week stretch where all the offense has come and it's come nowhere else, or has it been consistent? And the Tigers just don't have the consistent hitters right now. The most consistent hitter they might have is Riley Green, and I still have a lot of hope that he's going to be a very good baseball player, and he keeps showing flashes and bounce back. I think he was 0 for 11, and then yesterday ends up with a couple of doubles and and a walk. So they need help in the lineup. And how do you get that help? Well, you get it from other teams. Yeah, you get it from the draft. It'd be great to pull off a great trade, a win-win. Don't care what happens for, if Flaherty goes somewhere and helps the team wins, as long as it helps the Tigers long term and you get that. Because it'd be a classic, and for people who don't follow it as closely, you trade your veteran player that's going to be a free agent for somebody's young player that has a chance to be a really good player, and that team's willing
that team you're trading with is willing to give up that young player. I mean, it's I know the baseball crowd understands it, but I'm just for people wondering why you'd be trading a player that's good for you. You're getting a young guy that you're going to have forever. Not really, but for a long time that helps you win at a position of need that you don't have in the organization, something like that. Instead of a guy that can help you win now but is going to be gone, with a probability he's going to be gone at the end of this year. 248-539-9797. Andy, you're on 97. Want to take it. What's up, Andy?
Well, I don't disagree with the idea of trading Flaherty before you lose him, but it dismays me when everybody keeps using the word prospects, because I think one of the stories of the 10-year failed rebuild of this club is prospects who didn't turn out to be anything. You got a list as long as my good right arm of prospects who did nothing. I think you have the pitching, or are close to having the pitching right now, even without Flaherty, to make some noise. But you're not going to have it forever. If you trade for somebody's number one prospect, but he's high A, and it takes him 4 years to decide,
Right.
To find out if he'll ever be anything, which the majority of them have not been, then I think what you wind up doing is, I'm trying to find a word here that's not filthy. You diddle away your pitching.
Well done.
Thank you. But they have the pitching to go somewhere very soon, if not this year, next year. But they can't be trading for a guy who might be something in 4 years.
You know, it's funny because you're right. There are all kinds of Dawel Lugos and Daz Camerons that we have gotten back that were supposed to be really good prospects that didn't help. However, can you operate that way, Andy? Can you operate in fear of making that trade because prospects in the past didn't pan out?
Well, I think, when you talk about the lineup right now and you say there's a bunch of guys who'd be like a 25th man on a good team, I think that's part of the problem with the way they built. Now, again, this was not a good year offensively for free agents. But I think if, you've got to at some point have somebody who's going to be a leader so you don't put pressure to be the man on all your young players. You don't take a guy who's got maybe 1 year of major league experience and say, okay, you got to be the leader of this team. They need a legitimate superstar. And I think with Flaherty, you might be able to get close to one. Maybe with Flaherty and one of our prospects.
You think? Wait, hold on. Not an established veteran.
Well, he also just said with maybe one of our prospects to add with it, because you'd have to sweeten the pot to do it, to get a bona fide star.
There's a good percentage of prospects that don't make it. And then there's also, and I know this one, I'm very familiar with this one, I keep citing it. The Padres traded James Shields and got a young prospect named Fernando Tatis Jr.
It can happen.
And you almost have to bank on it happening. If you're going to make a trade like this, this is what you're trying to accomplish is, okay, we're cashing in the short-term chip for the long-term chip. That it's a bit of a gamble, but you know what you're giving up. You don't know what you're getting, but you're playing the odds a little bit. Like the gun shyness of Tiger fans, I think it's illogical. It's not the same person making the trade. If the person making the trade was still here, Avila, you'd be like, look, he hasn't gotten anything back. They've done a terrible job at identifying. All those deals they made in a great purge has netted a marginal catcher in terms of position players.
Yeah, which is sad to see. That's the result of it all. But it's not going to stop me or deter me from going out and continuing to try, because you have to. That's what baseball is. I mean, you got to keep making those taking those chances. And I think one of the things that works against the Tigers right now with a chip like Jack Flaherty is that the teams that are really good in baseball, the teams that want to be putting themselves over the top, they have great pitching already. So do they need the extra starter? If there is a team that needs the extra starter and really wants it, then okay, let's take advantage of it. Maybe it's a team like Baltimore. Maybe it's a team like the Dodgers, or you don't know until you start to go shopping and seeing what's there. But some of these teams have some really good prospects out there, or maybe it's even a guy right now who's just being blocked on the roster, or who's blocking somebody else on the roster. That's the other way you look at it. Maybe there's a good player, but that team is so deep at that position, and they're dying to see the guy who's at AAA who's killing it that they don't want to trade, but they'll trade the major league guy who's doing well.
I didn't foresee this being a problem for the Tigers, but it might be. It's something else that Buster Olney wrote about today. We'll get to it at 11:20. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback on his trade preview at this hour on ESPN.com. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. Today is the day that Lions needed to forfeit a workout in Allen Park. Prior to the weekend, they had an OTA session taken away due to physical contact in a session from last month. The team said they respect the rule, which is in the CBA. They're going to adjust the way they do things to comply moving forward. They're scheduled to have more sessions this week. Tarik Skubal, still a stud, an obvious Cy Young contender with his ERA lowered down to just 1.92, second in the American League, first in WHIP, and just logged his second double-digit strikeout game of the year against the Brewers, which he does take great pride in. And no Tigers game today. They get a breather as they await their next opponent. Another interleague series coming up downtown starting tomorrow night when the Nationals will arrive for 3 games. It's U.S. Open week in the world of golf. Tiger Woods has been out at Pinehurst this past weekend and was practicing with JT, Jordan Spieth, and Ricky Fowler this morning on the number 2 course. Meanwhile, the Michigan Open beginning today at the Oakland University Cat Key course featuring dozens and dozens of the top golfers in the state. And today we're also expecting a decision by UConn's Dan Hurley at some point after he was wined and dined by the Lakers. He told ESPN that LA gave him a lot to think about and also reportedly offered him 9 figures. Hurley is coming off 2 straight national championships with the Huskies. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Good Monday. Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Let's get caught up on some of the voting that has taken place thus far for Champ and Chump. From an unnamed texter, Champ, Caitlyn Clark for her professional response on her Olympic snub. Chump, those who left Caitlyn Clark off the Olympic team. We will talk about that as the show goes on, but I did see her interviewed about it and very good at diffusing a situation. I will say that if there was anything to diffuse. Champ had to be Erica Erickson and Chump, whoever made the lineup. Okay, Erica gets to be Champ. Chump is the lineup. Champ Scooble, Chump USA Women's Basketball over leaving Caitlyn Clark off the team due to her popularity. Dumb. That's from David in New Baltimore. I don't know if that was due to her popularity. It might have been. I mean, there seems to be an anti-Caitlyn Clark trope out there that I don't know how real it is and how much of it's just perception. But I do want to talk about it a little bit, and we will get to it a little bit later on. Stephen Dearborn says, well said on signing Scooble, guys. Lock it up now. Show the league that Detroit is serious about bringing winning baseball back here. Letting Scooble go turns a 10-year rebuild into a 15 to 20-year rebuild. No thanks. Going to be a while before we come across another pitcher like this in our organization. Another one here. I love him, but at this point, I would consider trading Scooble and throwing Jake Rogers and Torkelson to the Yankees for Spencer Jones, Roger Arias, Brando Mayea, Austin Wells, and Alex Verdugo. Top 3 prospects and 2 everyday players. It's from Wall Lake. I haven't looked at it.
That's a big trade.
Yeah, it's a lot there to even digest. Sit down and map that one out at some point. Erica was using my 40-year-old George Brett mid I have not used in 35 years. Great catch by her. Signed Freddie the Pizza Man.
There you go.
She was using a borrowed glove?
Yeah, she was actually.
Wow.
Yeah. I need whose glove? She showed up in softball game without a mitt. She wasn't the only one, by the way. There were a couple of people that showed up without mitts.
Champ, the seed sower Kang. Chump is Heather for being a size shaming bully. That's from Gids and Brimley. Sorry.
Oh, Heather.
Champ Scotty Scheffler. He's having one heck of a year. I guess Chump the rest of the PGA for still trying to win.
Oh, so it was 5th win on tour.
Yeah.
Got the U.S. Open this week. I don't think Scotty Scheffler's going to come here for the Rocket Mortgage Classic, but
so
how
weird.
awesome would it be if he did?
He's so good and so undynamic and charismatic. I mean, the most interesting thing in his life is getting accidentally arrested in Louisville.
Well, if you watched yesterday, he did show some emotion yesterday, because he started to...
I did not watch yesterday, to be fair, so good. Thank you for correcting me.
It was, the Memorial is a difficult course over there in Muirfield Village. It's a difficult course, and they try to keep the scores low there, and the winning, I think he was shot 8 under was the winning score, but at one point he was 10 under, and then it was all of a sudden late in the match, it drops down to 8 under. And after 17, he bogeyed 17 to make it, he was at 8 under, and Morikawa was just a stroke behind. So it got a little tense there going into the 18, and he did show some emotion at 18 when he drained the par putt to seal it, and it was good to see because, to your point, he's a guy that doesn't really – he kind of looks like a cyborg out there and a boring cyborg. Right? You know, it's not even a cyborg that has some kind of style to it. It's just boring. He just goes and does what he does. But he had to show something yesterday, and he did. And what he's done – what is he, 27 years old?
Yeah.
is amazing.
He looks like he's 42.
But to win 5 times
Well, prison
on tour-
changed him, Doug. It really aged him.
It has.
I mean, he was 27 when he entered, but when he left,
it does that
42.
He's the first player on tour to win 5 tournaments in a season since I think Spieth did it in 2017. And the season we're in June. I mean, we still have a couple months left in it to see how many more tournaments he can win. He's been fantastic.
248-539-9797. Paul's in Auburn Hills, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, morning, fellas. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. I'm thinking outside the box on a great Monday morning here.
right.
Addition by subtraction. We're numb. We've accepted Javier Baez. He's an anchor around our neck. What if we package Flaherty, Baez, and somebody like either Ibanez or Wenzel Perez or even Burling, and we trade him to a team with deep pockets, and we get a viable shortstop who's maybe just got a year or 2 left on his contract, so we can work the money out and actually have, the most important position on the field, hitting, and, develop a guy, along the way. And in 2 years, maybe we got somebody from the farm system to take over.
Well, what you're talking about is something we haven't really mentioned yet. When people bring up Javi Baez's name, they talk about just eating the contract or whatever, or trade him for anything. But nobody's going to take him unless they do what you said, which is package him together with something that they want, like a Jack Flaherty. And then you even said Wenzel Perez, which would have some value if you wanted to do that. That would sweeten the deal even more. Is it enough to eat all of Javi's contract? Probably not. The Tigers probably have to take a bite of that in some way. But I like where your head's at. The tough part is finding one of those teams with the deep pockets that has the shortstop that they're willing to get rid of.
Yeah, that's a tough match to find.
But I like where your head's at.
And I feel like you've given us an assignment that takes a lot of homework, and I can't find that team think of that team off the top of my head.
And Paul, it's awfully difficult to see any team that would bite on Javi Baez. But if you say, well,
this is how you get
we're
Flaherty
giving a Jack Flaherty and Wenzel Perez and perhaps Andy Ibanez, and I'm all for. I don't mind giving up a package of players like that because I want to see guys like Jace Young play.
And it's also, even still, I think the Tigers would have to eat some of the contract.
They'd have to eat it all. There's no team in the right mind would do this, guys. There's no team. Javi Baez shouldn't even be on a roster. He's that bad of a player right now.
But I would say this: if somebody's willing to do it because they want Flaherty and they don't have to give anybody back of consequence or somebody.
The problem
and then
with
the other thing is,
hang on, Paul. I was just going to say the issue, the bigger issue with that is that Flaherty's a rental, so it further makes it tougher to do something like that and have a team go ahead and bite on a Javi contract if you're going to be losing Flaherty at the end of the season.
I just keep thinking, how much money? If I'm a fan of the other team for the purposes of this trade, and I'm getting Jack Flaherty, but I also have to take Javi Baez, and I might be getting another prospect of I wouldn't even say a high prospect. How much money of the $75 million that he's owed after this year would I want the Tigers to eat? It would probably be north of $50 million and probably closer to 60, where I would take the $15 million tax to have Javi on my roster and then release him, and I'd be willing to. I mean, it would be a lot of money they'd have to eat.
Well, the other aspect to this is, do you guys believe in the whole change of scenery? Like, could he be a player again somewhere else? Because I just feel like
that's usually wishful thinking.
Right?
I mean, I've thought of that in the past, but it's not been with guys that have had a track record of being this bad for this long.
Yep.
Usually it's like, oh, well, he's off to a bad start. Maybe he just needs to play somewhere else, and that's fine. But this is not a bad start. This is a couple years now where it's been awful.
Yeah. I usually that is wishful thinking. That is winging a prayer. That is, we'll take a flyer on this guy. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff in the truck says, my champ of the weekend is Kang's throw to the plate. My chump of the weekend is Kang's throw to the plate. If you miss a story, there's gonna be apparently a corresponding video.
Oh, I can't wait.
We can't really confirm that. We've been told by Erica Erickson, Fox 2, that that there was
Formerly of
video.
Fox 2.
Yeah, there was video, a throw to the plate that Kang made in the charity softball game that
I missed the cutoff.
I will just say it embedded itself in her glove and sent her flying, somersaulting backwards.
Yes.
But Kang let a howitzer go from left field.
The real story is my inaccuracy, honestly.
I don't know what the real story is here. The real story is the comedy that came out of this, and Erica called in to describe it and said that there will be video at some point posted. So
I love how Kang is trying to downplay this. I wasn't trying to be the hero.
I wasn't. It shows how bad of a left fielder I was, really.
No, it really doesn't. What it shows is, honestly, as guys, if there's a runner on second being waved around third and I pick up a ground ball, there's not 1 ounce of me. I mean, I got a bad shoulder now, but there's not 1 ounce of me that in the day I wouldn't let it fly. Because, yes,
I can do
in
this.
that moment, I am channeling my inner Puig.
Yes.
I'm going full Puig. Here it comes. Every single guy would try and do what you did.
I feel like Chris Webber when he claimed, like, someone told me to call timeout. I heard someone yell, throw it home. Okay?
Yep.
Oh, so now he's saying he
I
was
did.
trying to throw it home.
No, I wasn't. I heard someone say throw it home. So, but in my mind, I'm like, I'm just going to throw it to Clarence. I'm going to hit the
It was
cutoff.
supposed to be the cut.
Who he can figure it out at that
Sailed
point.
the cut.
And it sailed.
All right, but the cutoff man wasn't like Clarence was playing at shortstop.
No.
He was like halfway between the line of home and third, which
Yeah.
is not a cutoff man.
Well, I'm trying to throw it to him and not to her. It was what I was trying to do. You think I guess people really think, was I trying to throw it to Erica at home plate?
Well, you did.
I know.
The intent is being debated clearly by the listening audience. Champ Riley Green for 2 outstanding catches in one of the most fun baseball games I've watched this season. Chump Women's Olympic Committee, for obvious reasons, leaving Clark out. Too much pettiness going on, and they dropped the chance to gain even more viewership. That's from Justin in Madison Heights. All right, we'll get back to the trade stuff. No, I promise. No, I'll follow through on my tease. I apologize. I do want to talk about this Caitlyn Clark thing.
Yes, you do.
So the other thing that I considered in the Buster Olney story, he wrote the following. Some teams that have seen their television revenues evaporate because of the regional sports network problems might need a similar structure to make trades. He was talking about how the Padres have a reduced budget because of the collapse of their regional sports network. He writes, for example, the Seattle Mariners could use some help with their lineup, but might not have as much available money as other clubs. If the M's were to make a move for someone such as Pete Alonso, who's making $20.5 million this year, could they convince the Mets to pick up some or all the salary? I've only thought about the regional sports network issues as impacting the fans. Is this whole mess going to impact the club? Is this messing with their income?
I sure hope not. And I would think that if it were to really mess with their income, that maybe you'd start to see more of a movement from the team to try to get something done elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure what latitude they have.
I'm not sure either.
It would seem really obvious to do everything you can to get your product on television. So I can't.
Well, it is on television.
On more available television. I can't imagine that they aren't doing everything that they can legally, you know? But hey, I guess this is where we are. This is where we are from a standpoint. I just hadn't considered that it was going to cost the Tigers organization maybe more than just irritating the fans.
Yeah, I hadn't either. And I suppose it would make sense, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far out ads are bought when it comes to advertising and where you lose the revenue or whatever, or their deals. I mean, their deals are with the parent company, I would think, right? With Diamond Sports. So it's already a bankrupt situation. So I don't know how that works out. It's not good.
No, it's not. But that would make this already hugely irritating story, even more irritating.
It would compound it, yes.
Yeah. Way more irritating.
But shouldn't stop them from making moves.
I know, but it might. I don't know how this. I hadn't connected that dot between regional sports network problem and organization not being able to take on as much salary.
Did that play any role in the past off season? Like you and I, when we talk about it, we were, and along with seemingly every viewer or listener, whatever, were blindsided by this story.
Yes.
When it happened. Like, wait a minute, where was the countdown? Why didn't we know a week out? Hey, they only have a week left to work out this deal.
I could fall on us for not paying enough attention to that story.
Maybe.
I don't remember seeing it.
Well, Doug, with one big swift wave of my hand, I'm going to absolve us of any responsibility.
That's fine.
But the Tigers would not be absolved of that responsibility because they have an interest in this, in getting done. So they would have to know that there was issues with getting the deal done because it's money, it's a direct pipeline of money that goes to them because of the deal that they have with Bally's and all that.
Yeah.
So if they knew that this was a possibility, did that play a role, if any, in their off season of not spending more money than what they could have? Or I don't know.
It's a good question. I mean, look, it could. I have no. You and I are kind of jaded towards them not signing anybody because while I was excited about it going in, I realized I was not blown away by this free agent.
Yeah,
market.
I'm with you.
And so I didn't feel like massive opportunity missed. And, I got it that a lot of you liked a lot of players.
Well, at the time, it seemed like there were only two players that people really liked. Chapman, a third baseman, and J.D. Martinez.
Yeah.
Nobody was going crazy about, oh, great, they signed Jack Flaherty. And Jack Flaherty's been great.
Yep.
Kenta Maeda gets the 2-year deal, and he's been, Jekyll and Hyde with his pitch, with his starts. So, and by the way, pitches tomorrow. But the question now is, what do you do moving forward? And will this situation prevent them from spending more forward? If they don't, I would imagine they're going to strike a different deal. If Bally's parent company doesn't have anything worked out for next season, if it doesn't go to Amazon or whatever,
and
the Tigers can't work out a deal that way, they'll find another way to get a revenue stream, I imagine. I can't see next year's situation being the same as it is right now.
As far as TV deals concerned, yeah. But the problem is, is it going to be regional sports network deals? Seem like they were good deals for the team. They made some money, but given that the rights fees probably aren't worth what they once were, watching all these regional sports networks fail. So is it any longer the money cannon for the Tigers?
Well, what does it end up being, I guess, moving forward is the big question. Does Major League Baseball take it over and that they distribute the money where it's distributed evenly throughout the teams? And we'll find out. I mean, right now it's about to become a Red Wing Piston problem. Right now it's a Tigers problem.
Oh, that's a good point.
But the Wings and Pistons are probably sweating this out now.
We always kind of forget about that. By the end of the Tiger season, those seasons are starting up, and
the Michigan Golf Live. That's the other.
I got burned by that again. I was like, "Ooh, I haven't seen this episode," and I flipped it on, and I'm like, "Nope, that's right, you dummy." I still can't get.
Yeah.
And I wasn't. Then I was like, I'm not going downstairs to stream because that's where it is, and that's just lazy on me, I guess. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, coming up, we'll get into this Olympic team controversy, and we'll circle back to baseball a little bit later on. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. That's anywhere in the United States. You can listen to our show. You can listen to Tiger Baseball here on 97.1 The Ticket. Additionally, you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com. You can also stream with video. Watch the show. See myself, Gator Kang. Evan was in studio early by going to 971 The Ticket on Twitch. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing with youtube.com. Both of those come with streaming chats, so you can participate, exchange of ideas and thoughts. And we do appreciate all of you that participate. So, ways to take in the program. All right, this Caitlyn Clark thing, I it feels like there is a disconnect between what the public wants and what the game wants. But I'm just a casual observer. And Gator, I don't think you describe yourself as a hardcore WNBA fan. And yet, are our opinions in some ways more valid because of that? We'll explain at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator. I'm a complete casual fan as it pertains to the Olympics. But when the Olympics are on, I watch. Whether it's right or wrong, I still care. Whether it's popular or not, I still care about the Olympics. I feel like the Olympics standing in the United States has probably dropped the last few years. Maybe in our lifetime. I think it probably meant more at one point in our lifetime, the Olympics did, than it does anymore. Would you say it's true? The Olympics used to be a bigger deal?
I think it used to be a much bigger deal, yes.
But I mean, this is an individual choice. Like how much you care might be different from how much everybody else cares. Our women's basketball team was just named for the Olympics, or I guess it hasn't officially been named, but there are reports going around that Caitlyn Clark will not be on our women's basketball team. I would not describe myself as a casual fan of the WNBA. I am a casual fan of college women's basketball. I know we're not going to talk about it a ton on the air. If the audience is interested in it, it kind of comes up a little bit through, show hubris, and we will discuss it. And we did bring it up more than we ever did before this past year because television ratings reflected that there was a bigger audience for the women's game. And that was likely driven by Caitlyn Clark. And there were other participating, obviously the opponents. Angel Reese definitely became a known commodity and somebody that people wanted to see and loved the rivalry between LSU and Iowa last year in the national championship game. And I think Kim Mulkey, the head coach at LSU, has gotten a bunch of attention. But Kang would always come in and say, hey, look, the women's ratings are topping the men's in some places, so we should talk about this. And so we do. But when Caitlyn Clark gets left off the Olympic team, I wonder why. And it's not because she might not be worthy of being on the Olympic team. I'm just wondering if the people that run women's basketball understand the assignment. We have had years and years and years of our men's team being selected where the only criteria wasn't merit. Dating back to the first Dream Team. We all here suspect Isaiah Thomas was left off the team for reasons that were not particularly correct, but it happened. Christian Laettner was on a team, the Dream Team, because they wanted to include a college player.
And because they didn't want Isaiah Thomas.
In recent years, Brad Miller was an Olympian and never close to being one of the top 12 players that we had, but they were piecing together a team of players, they needed at that point a 4. And, but it's okay to select a player that belongs, but not because of merit, but belongs for other reasons. And I guess when you're a league that isn't quite in the mainstream, I try to put myself in their shoes and understand if you have a chance to put more eyeballs on, if people are tuning in for Caitlyn Clark, but because they tuned in for Caitlyn Clark, are seeing your other players, isn't that a win?
Well, what's the assignment? You said that you think they missed the assignment. To me, the assignment for choosing an Olympic team is to win. You win the Olympic. That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay.
So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know who the best women players are in the world, and particularly for United States. I don't know, but I'm going to have to think that the roster was made with the first priority being let's pick the best team we can to go out and win, not the team that we can put out there that's going to have people watching and intrigued by, let's see, what this sideshow can do, for lack of a better term.
Well, I guess, except we've gone 72-3, and it's been 32 years since the U.S. women's team has lost an Olympic basketball game. We have gone in the last 7 Olympics 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, and 6-0 when there were fewer teams in the COVID Olympics. We have dominated. Putting Caitlyn Clark on this team isn't going to cost this team the gold medal. And if this means that more people are watching Brittany Griner, then great. So
what if the women don't want her on the team?
Well, why wouldn't they want her on the team? Because I'll give you an example.
Like beating the hell out of her right now.
Yeah, but she's not having a bad year. She's turning it over a lot.
She's turning it over a lot, right.
But she's having a decent year. and certainly would be fine in that context given the opponents they're going against. It's almost to me like saying, well, what if people didn't want Tiger Woods in golf? Tiger Woods brought more eyeballs when he joined the game, and there was some pushback for Tiger Woods. There was some people that were irritated by Tiger Woods, and I know some hardcore golf people saying, I don't get it. There's been players worth watching forever. But when you have a player that transcends the sport that people want to watch, use that commodity to raise all boats. And I like it when sports get their just due, but it feels like there's maybe a bit, I don't know if it's spitefulness or because if it's okay for the men to select a team that's not based solely on merit, I think that's the point is it's okay for the women to do the same.
The men have also had the issue with people wanting to play.
That's true.
All right. Not all the best players in the United States want to play for Team USA when it comes to the Olympics. I don't know how the women feel about this. I assume that they take great pride and look forward to playing. But again, it comes down to what's the best roster you put together, not what the best PR thing is, if that's what your goal is. I mean, if the goal is we want to grow this sport, then she should absolutely be on the team, and you should probably include Angel Reese and maybe some others because you've got enough really great players that are already going to start for this thing. But, if you have them on the team, they're going to get more eyeballs.
I guess my point is you could grow the sport with no risks. They're not going to lose.
You can do both.
They're not going to lose. They're going to win the gold with Caitlyn Clark or without Caitlyn Clark.
This is like the women's basketball, U.S. women's basketball, is like the dream team every 4 years for us. Like there is no Wembanyama, there's no Jokic or Luka on the women's side from the rest of the world. We dominate the Olympics. Doug, you just read off the stats. It's done. They know who's going to win. So putting Caitlyn Clark is not going to change the outcome of the games because she's probably barely even going to play if she were on the team. What it is going to do is cause people to maybe tune in and see Asia Wilson or whoever, any other player they can showcase that are really good players that will play a lot and grow the sport. You can do both. To me, in my opinion, I don't know who runs the Olympic team for the women's.
It's a committee of 5 or 6 people.
They missed it. They missed it big time on this. Caitlyn Clark is like, even the NFL does this. Did they not schedule games around Taylor Swift? They try to grow the sport. It's good for everybody. And so when you have a Caitlyn Clark player, and I don't care, and it's not, by the way, this is not like a Make-A-Wish kid where you're just trying to get the 200th person, best player to get on the team. No, she's actually arguably one of the better players in the league, and she's the most popular player. Why are you not putting her on the team?
She's 14th in the league in scoring. She's 4th in the league in assists.
So she's a pretty good player, right?
Yeah, and
as a rookie.
She's also number one in turnovers, but yeah, those other two aspects. I mean, she's obviously, there's no question she's talented. The question is, for the committee putting it together, is she talented enough to be on this dream team over somebody else?
It's such a no harm, no foul to put her on the roster. I'm a big fan of a lot of sports that aren't popular. Okay, college hockey that don't have mainstream success. College hockey, college baseball, and college softball are my 3 favorite. That it doesn't feel like they resonate as much with the general public. They don't resonate as much with the general public as a lot of other sports. More so maybe now than ever. And, if you can draw eyeballs in a harmless way to college softball, baseball, or hockey, I'm a huge fan. Putting Caitlyn Clark on the Olympic team is completely harmless. Now, one player might get snubbed, right? Got it. One deserving player might get snubbed. Dating back to Isaiah getting snubbed, that was true. It's okay.
Like the dream team that was put together, Larry Bird had a broken back. Magic Johnson had HIV. That team was going to win regardless, but you put Bird and Magic on that team. And because of politics, Isaiah got left off. But they grew the sport. Michael Jordan was the headliner. The entire world wanted to see that team because they know the names. That team was going to win regardless. Leitner, yeah, go ahead. That's fine. We're going to win.
But Caitlyn Clark is also only shooting 37% from the field. She's shooting less than 33% from three-point range. She's scoring. She's 14th in the league in scoring because she's chucking up a bunch of shots that she's not knocking them down at a high percentage, but she's she is the guy, the one that they're leaning on to do the scoring, and so she's allowed to shoot as much. You put her on the Olympic team, and she's going to be completely, I shouldn't say completely ineffective, but you would think that this is somebody that's not going to contribute a great deal because A, not going to be a starter, and two, her role on the Indiana Fever would be completely different than her role on the Olympic team. Like, she wouldn't be counted on to take 20 shots a game like she is with Indiana.
I guess I'm not sure that it matters in any way whatsoever.
Or 13 shots.
Given that she would bring more eyeballs to it. And they're still going to win. They're still going to win.
If it's not based solely on merit, if it was based on the top 12 players alone, okay, fine. But it's just not, and it never has been.
If I were a big WNBA fan, I would be disappointed.
Look, I have no skin in the game. But would I be more inclined to watch if she was on the team? Absolutely. So to the point where it doesn't really matter to me, she should probably be on the team because it'll get the less than casual fan to watch. But I'm wondering if it's that easy, if it seems like it's that much of a no-brainer for all three of us, you just do it. You got a good enough team anyway. It doesn't really matter. Then what's the reason they don't? Is it because of resentment from the rest of the league or the rest of those players?
I hope not. I really do.
Because there would be reason for them to be resentful
there's an
of her.
There's an undercurrent of that. Now, given I'm not there covering the league on a regular basis, but from the outside looking in, that's kind of what it looks like. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to save cash for summer with zero down deals all month long. Right now, pay no money down and lease a new Chevy Trailblazer at $265 a month or an Equinox at just $299 a month. These are both LS front-wheel drive, and they're 36-month leases with $0 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount for a lease in your household. Right now, you can lease a new Silverado for $346 a month with no money down. You heard it right. $346 a month for 24 months on a 1500 crew cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with the GM employee discount. Costco and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, and that means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, and Trax. Hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to sarah.com. That's SERRA. SaySarah.com, SaySerra.com. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details and get there fast. Offer ends July 1st. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rick on a cellular, 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Doug, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, Gator.
Rick,
Doug, like your take on college baseball. This is probably the best weekend of baseball I've seen in my life.
That
with the college World
Florida
Series.
game yesterday was ridiculous. I don't know if you
Well,
watched
it was
it.
awesome.
Yeah.
UNC, unbelievable. So here's the thing. Driving the narrative is what I'm talking about, okay, with this women's basketball. My wife played women's basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the deal. The programmers at ESPN and whatever we're trying to drive, they run, let's say, a 2 o'clock game, women's game, right? Knowing that at 3:30 the Stars play the Oilers in Game 7. I'm giving you an example. The game runs 15 minutes over into the Stars game, and ESPN saying, well, you can tune into ESPN News or one of our other channels to watch the hockey. All my friends are pulling their hair out, ready to break their TV. Craziness. So because everybody has their TV set to watch the Stars in Edmonton Game 7, the women's basketball game picks up a rating that shows millions of people around the country. This happened in the fall with that Nebraska volleyball game. People were tuning in, I think it was to watch a big-time college football game. That thing ran 10, 15 minutes over into what everybody was really tuned into to maybe create an artificial rating.
Well, but the rating goes up to that time limit too. I mean, like let's say the show comes on, the next game comes on at 8 o'clock or whatever, or 10 o'clock. You know, there is a rating that's had up until that point, and I think that it still shows that it's an extraordinary rating.
Yeah, when I show up to watch Aerosmith and it's sold out, and then I go to see Gator with his guitar at Pine Knob and there's nobody there, people that are really watching, my friends, okay, that watch all this stuff. I'm seeing live people really buying tickets, right, versus an empty venue. I know no one, and once again, my wife played women's basketball. I know no one that watches it.
Look, you could be right on some fronts, but that volleyball game was on a Wednesday night. There was no football game that everybody was tuning in to watch. And so
okay, if that
I'm not saying you're wrong necessarily. There could be some truth in that. I also would be interested to see what some of these ratings are compared to NHL ratings. Like the NHL is another sport that I would love to see get marketed better and take advantage. If you could do it in a harmless way to get a rating, then do it.
I mean, it feels like the way things have gone, if you put an Indiana Fever game up there against an NHL playoff game, that there'd
on
be
different networks.
Yeah.
What would win?
Yeah. I don't know. That they'd be competitive because of the hype around Caitlyn Clark.
Kang produces a show, obviously, and he comes in and he talks about TV ratings a lot because, all right, people watch this. We should talk about it. Do you have any thoughts on what he had to say about basically some of these women's sports stealing ratings by running over? Have you looked into that at all?
I have not looked into it, but I know every time.
Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I mean, we brought up this topic last segment. More text than any other topic we've brought up all day. Completely flooded. I'm trying to catch up on it right now. Our phone line's lit up more than Tariq Skubal and the trade deadline.
Yeah.
You know, to me, it's almost, you spoke of it a little bit earlier, Doug. You touched on the politics behind the scenes. Is Diana Taurasi, Michael Jordan, and Caitlyn Clark, Isaiah Thomas? Honestly, because there's politics involved in a lot of things in general. And from the beginning, Diana Taurasi was kind of like, all right, slow your roll. Reality's coming, right?
Right, because she's been playing for 20 years.
I get it, and she's great, and she's been great her entire career. If you look at their stats this year, Caitlyn
right
Clark, exactly. Clark's actually edging her in a lot of categories, not by a wide margin or anything, but they're very similar. And I give her respect. She's laid the ground and the ground. Yeah, exactly. But to move this forward, to not fly commercial anymore, to have more people sell out, to move your stadiums to bigger arenas because more people want to see, this is good for everybody. And if they can focus and see Diana Taurasi still good, or like I said, Asia Wilson earlier, other players like maybe I want to check out. And it's not everybody. Maybe 1 out of 100 does it. But if it's growing the game, you're growing it for everybody.
Somebody over the weekend had a tweet. I wish I remember who it was because it had numbers comparing game attendance before and after with Caitlyn Clark. So like whatever, a Las Vegas Aces game against whoever they're playing. Is it the New York Liberty?
There you go.
Okay. So a game like that might have 7,000 people there. But if the Aces played hosted Indiana, then you'd get doubled. You'd get 15,000. And that was basically what the numbers were, that Caitlyn Clark and the Indiana Fever, when they come to town, that they're bringing people in to watch her specifically. Now, it's just her. And the rest of the league is still, kind of floundering there with their attendance, although some teams are picking up a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's how it has to start. You're right. You're starting from like nothing, and you're trying to build up, and the equality isn't there, and nor should it be forced to be there. It's going to happen organically. But this is one of those things that you can help to feed to get the popularity, which would be to take advantage of the hotness that is Caitlyn Clark's start to the WNBA career.
It's no risk and it's harmless, with the one exception, I suppose, being to the player, whoever it is, that would be left off the roster. But this has happened in the men's game for years. And so it's not as if the women are being treated any differently when it comes to that. And I can understand a sensitivity to it if I'm in the game and I'm like, hey, I've been here forever. I've been a star, and they haven't paid as much attention until Caitlyn Clark comes along. You might be, but you have to see the bigger picture here. She's great for women's basketball. 248-539-9797. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug, Gator, and King. I agree with King's point earlier when he said that the U.S. Olympic Committee, who decides this for basketball, really missed the mark, if nothing more than to grow their game. And, if it is political, you would think that they would want to make a political decision that would benefit the whole of the game. I think another thing, and Gator, you just brought it up with regard to the attendance. I inadvertently turned into an Ion TV game between the 0-10 Mystics and the Fever, the second half of it. And they had to move the game to a larger arena. Have we ever seen that in sports before, where a single player has moved the needle so much in terms of physical attendance? And I'm not talking about the ratings that Rick talked about earlier that seem to be possibly influenced by other games that are already on TV, but I'm talking about actually bodies in the seats where you have 15,000 or 14,000 people attending a game, and they had to move it there because they could sell 3 times the tickets. We haven't seen that in any other sport, to my knowledge.
It's a great point. Thank you for sharing, Chris.
The Fever have averaged so far, this is according to a website, I'm looking at, what is this website called? Voice of Muscatine, for whatever that's worth, but they do some numbers on the Indiana Fever. So far, this is a story from June 6th. 16,571 fans per game have come out to see the Fever play at home. The early attendance numbers are no small part, of course, to Caitlyn Clark, is that 82,000 plus total fans have already broken last year's total home attendance in Indiana. The Fever hosted 81,000 fans across 20 home games in 2023. And here it is. This is just 5 games, and they've already passed that number. That's the home games. Then you see what's happened on the road. It says the Fever have seen an average of 15,886 fans across their 11 games, both home and away, which is over 4,000 more than the next highest team, which is the Liberty at 11,239.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback on this. Coming up next hour, we'll get back to some trade deadline stuff written about by one of the baseball insiders at ESPN. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The Gar Scott Anderson. By the way, my favorite tweet over the weekend regarding Scooble's, Scooble's performance yesterday. Jason Beck, writer, covers the Tigers for MLB.com, tweeted out the following during the game yesterday. Not only did Bryce Turang break up Tarek Scooble's scoreless outing, he became the first left-handed hitter to get an extra base hit off Scooble this season.
Wow.
Lefties were 8 for 44, all singles off Scooble entering today.
Well, that is impressive.
Mm-hmm. Given not a lot of lefties have a lot of at-bats against them.
Well, no, but I was going to say, I don't think righties aren't doing a whole lot better anyway, because I think overall his batting average against is 192, which is the same number as his ERA, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Will Birchfield, for doing that last night. But, 192 batting average against. That's insane. So if they went 8 for 44, that's less than 200. So probably around that same range.
Okay, so we were talking about this Caitlyn Clark story being left off the U.S. Women's Olympic team. And in some ways, look, I feel like parachuting in and giving strong comments about a league that I don't cover nor watch all that much is probably not particularly fair. But then again, I think about it, I'm actually the target audience. In general, if you have your fans and you have to appease them, but typically when a sport can reach their non-target audience, the people that run that sport should be very happy. And in a day and age where players are more aware of their brand than ever before, it's not that you just go show up and play your game and get paid. You have a chance to make even more money when you build your brand. And the way you build your brand is through popularity. And the way you build popularity is getting more people to tune in to watch you. And if they're tuning in to watch Caitlyn Clark, but then also notice Kelsey Plum or Brittany Griner or somebody of that nature, then that's fantastic for you. It seems like topics keep coming up about Caitlyn Clark and the league not exactly welcoming her with open arms or embracing her, which I don't mean you go easy on her on the court, but I think this is a huge miss for women's basketball by not having Caitlyn Clark on our women's Olympic team, merit or not. It's not like you're putting on a player that has no value whatsoever. Additionally, it's a no-risk proposition. We haven't lost an Olympic game in 32 years. Caitlyn Clark being on the team instead of probably virtually anyone else isn't going to make the difference in an outcome of a game.
Probably not. And it's also not, it wouldn't be done as a novelty, right?
No.
Like she's deserving of at least consideration for making the team. It's not like hasn't done anything since entering the league. She has. And while they can attract people like you and I, which are way on the fringe, beyond less than casual WNBA fan, and that would be great. What they really need to do is capitalize on what their target audience is, which is women. And that's the audience they need to see grow. And if that part isn't growing, that's concerning. But I would imagine that part has grown because of a lot of things. There's a sport continuing to get better and better, but Caitlyn Clark certainly would have a spike in that. But they need to grow the target audience too.
There's such a missed opportunity. And like I said, I'm with you guys. I don't even consider myself a fringe WNBA fan. The only time I've even thought about it is because of Caitlyn Clark, okay? And if you I think they're missing the big picture, which is, do you want to go back to flying commercial? Do you want to have to go overseas every offseason, to make more money? Or do you want to stay here, have a real offseason because we get TV deals now? People want to watch us. The sport's growing. We're selling jerseys. They've noticed Kelsey Plum out there. Actually, wow, she's pretty good too. Sabrina Ionescu, whoever it is, right? Did they stop her from doing the three-point contest for Steph Curry? No, you're trying to grow the sport. You're trying to showcase the players that people care about and want to watch. So if Caitlyn Clark goes out there and plays 4 or 5 minutes in each game, because it's not going to matter. This is like the 92 Dream Team for men's every year for women's, okay? There is no Jokic or Giannis on the other side of the world. They're dominating. Our women's team is that good. She goes out there, plays her 4 or 5 minutes. the media is still drawn. You know how much media people are going to show up? The game's going to be shown. They'll replay the highlights, whatever. I just think this is such a missed opportunity that they left her off the team. And she's not, like you said, Gator, she was in the pool of players they're considering. This isn't some make-a-wish, the poor Caitlyn Clark fans. They're not putting Taylor Swift on the team. She can play.
That would be a novelty. But now, are they also missing out by not extending an invitation to Angel Reese? Like, would you even have more of eyes tuning
these
in?
rivals from
the
college
two rivals jumping in together, because Angel Reese has had a pretty nice season to go as well, averaging almost 12 points a game and 10 rebounds. She's fourth in the WNBA in rebounds.
I'm not going to argue here that the 12 that they picked, or that have reported to have picked, might deserve it more from a straight basketball perspective. But I would ask you, I think almost everyone out there has some sport or some TV show or something that they are a fan of that you think is underrated and undercovered. And I talked about my love for college baseball, college softball, college hockey. Love them. And I watch way more than most, and we don't really force it down your throat on the radio station. If the ratings dictate it, we'll do it. But until the ratings do, basically the popularity, we like to program mostly what we think our audience wants to hear. But with that said, if whatever that sport is for you, if in a harmless way that sport could start to get more people watching and you could get to hear about it more, and yeah, I'm talking to you DCFC fans, and I'm talking to fans of other sports that are just trying to gain in popularity and I'm trying to think what it might be for you. Is it?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you
wrestling.
No, because that's niche and not everybody wants to, and I get that. So it doesn't bother me, but. To me, it used to be the NHL.
Okay.
It was the NHL probably 20 years ago when I really loved watching the NHL. It was 20, 25 years ago. It was fantastic. It had so many superstars in the league, guys that were scoring 50-plus goals, a dozen guys with 100-point seasons. It was just a high, and nobody was watching it.
So so a chance to promote the NHL in a harmless way, and if it wasn't taken advantage of, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what this would be for, and should feel like, for the WNBA. 248-539-9797. Robert's in Southfield, and he's next on 97.1. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Man, you stole my thunder, man.
Sorry.
I was just sitting here thinking, why they can't put Caitlyn Clark and Angel Reese on the team, just like you just said. It would be the same narrative as a Magic Johnson, Larry Bird scenario.
Yep.
Plain and simple. Like you said, they ain't lost a game in how many years?
Well, it's been 32 since they lost an Olympic game.
Have not lost a game in 32 years. So you can't put two of the most marketable young ladies into that pool. They dropped the ball. How about this part, too? When have you seen a commercial other than Caitlyn Clark? Now you have Sabrina in that car ride. Sabrina, Asia, and Sue in that commercial. Prior to that, when have you ever seen any of the WNBA women on a commercial? The floor is yours.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Do you?
Because there hasn't been any other than Caitlyn Clark. That's why you can't figure it out. That ever since Caitlyn Clark came into the league, you see the exposure that the WNBA is getting. It is ridiculous for them to leave her off that squad. It is ridiculous. I ain't got nothing else to say behind that.
Robert, thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Reese. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Reese.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Reese?
All right, man. I've been listening to you guys, man. I want to say, since you coined phrase the phrase chesty. Right? I'm originally from Nashville, so I've been here since 2018 or whatnot. I'm a huge Titan fan. I can't wait to see you guys, man, on the 24th of October.
Sounds good.
But besides that, I'm a CC fan, and I've been watching. I'm a sports fan as a whole, so I'll watch anything pretty much sports related. But seeing the game change, I like it. Seeing the finesse of it, some of the young ladies coming up, I like it. But it's a lot of sloppy play that goes on into the game. the reason why I feel like that the game doesn't get a lot of coverage. My bad. I'm doing a route. But I feel like CC, she's not being snubbed. She haven't earned the the credibility or whatnot. And sports is supposed to be competition. It's not entertainment. And that's the conflict of what's going on right
Reese,
now.
I won't argue. I won't argue with it that maybe she hasn't earned the right to be on this team yet, to be one of the top 12 players, in this country, to be representing the country. But are they missing out on an opportunity to promote the sport more by including her on this roster? It's not like she totally doesn't belong in a discussion. She not only belongs in a discussion. A lot of people think she should be on the team just because of the merits of what she does on the floor. But isn't this just a giant miss by the Olympic team for not putting her on?
I don't think it's a giant miss because I feel like she's not a darling. I feel like the money that's being invested into the WNBA could have been invested. I feel like CC has game. She has what the game needs and what they're trying to push the game. And by being that they're trying to push the game with CC, I feel like this not a miss. They seizing this opportunity to further advance the game, which I feel like once again that makes.
But they're doing it without the most marketable player. But they're going to try to do it without the most marketable player, and I think that's the crux of the argument here. Is that okay? If you don't think she belongs on a team because of merit, fine. But should she be on the team if you're trying to grow the sport? If the team's going to go out there and romp regardless, are people going to tune in to watch the team win by 20 points with no Caitlyn Clark? Or are they going to watch the team win by 20 points with Caitlyn Clark?
With Caitlyn Clark. I mean, it is about competition, but in the women's game on the international level, there isn't any. So there's no harm in making it about entertainment.
That's why I think the more we talk this through, the more I think it would make sense if Angel Reese were on the team with her as well. So that you it's not just about Caitlyn Clark. It's about other great players that are in this game and other great rookies like Angel Reese.
Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. That was Caitlyn Clark when being asked about reportedly being left off the U.S. women's Olympic team. And look, we think this is a huge missed opportunity in a harmless way to promote a game that, we're kind of would fall into the category of the fringe fan. If that would, but we would be. I'd be more likely to tune in if Caitlyn Clark's playing, and I'm sure that there are many others. There's data that suggests she's good for the game. And you think about players that transcend the sport that people discuss, like Tiger Woods transcended the sport of golf. I don't know if Shohei does that for baseball, but I think in some ways he does because he's such a unique talent. But I don't understand not using this opportunity if it's based solely on merit. The men's team isn't based solely on merit. And since they've allowed the pros in, I don't know that it ever was based solely on merit because there was a time when Christian Laettner got Isaiah Thomas's spot.
Right, but there are differences here, right? The NBA was in the midst of its explosion of popularity. So it didn't matter. Right? If we make any kind of comparisons with the NFL this rookie didn't make the team, and even though he's got all this fanfare, it just wasn't good enough. It doesn't matter because the NFL prints money. It's a great business. The WNBA is not in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
The WNBA may not be in the position where they can say discriminately, no, sorry, you're not good enough to make this team, when they're just struggling to get a fan base. Now they're starting to show a pulse with it. And it's tangible evidence points to why they're getting that pulse, which is Caitlyn Clark. And they're saying, yeah, no, we don't need it. We can try to compare it to the NBA, but it's not fair because the NBA was already a moneymaker endeavor in 1992.
248-539-9797. John and Wixom. Hi, John.
How you doing?
Good, John.
I think it's pretty simple. Caitlyn Clark is not a very popular, she's not well liked among the rest of the players in the league. And I think that if the committee or possibly the coach got together, said, we're going to win gold anyway, we don't want to have any perceived dissent on the team. And I think that's one of the reasons.
I think you're right. And I guess I might, if I were in charge of the league, I might want to gather people together and say, suck it up, Buttercup, because we weren't doing great business until this year. And we can point to the reason why we're doing great business. You guys may not like the fact that she gets all the hype, and you may think she's a prima donna and she's getting all these things handed to her. Well, there's a reason she got all these endorsement deals. There's a reason that she comes in with the fanfare, is because she's a damn good player. And if you resent the fact that she's getting all the attention, that's your problem. But it's not going to be Team USA's problem, because we have to take advantage of this. We want to grow the sport. She's a reason the sport can grow up.
Well, but look at the hard foul thing when her own teammate didn't even come to her defense.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen.
I think
the game.
It's
the game's a physical
league,
game.
and I just don't. I think that's part of or probably the main reason why they didn't pick her. They don't want the dissent.
I'm sure that's why, and I'm saying I think it's stupid if that's why.
Yeah, you're really passing on an opportunity. Well, fair enough. You're passing on an opportunity though to expand the sport.
I'm not calling you stupid. I'm calling the decision to make. If that's how they're making the decision, it's not wise.
248-539-9797. Pedro in Clarkston, you're on 97.1. Hi, Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a first year in a game, so I don't think that it's a big issue.
You don't?
No, because it's her first year. I mean, I'm sure vice versa with the NBA, there's a lot of first-round draft picks that didn't make the Olympics either.
Does the NBA have any problem attracting people to watch the game?
No, the WNBA is a low market. Even if she did go to Olympics, it's a low market. I can't even tell you 5 players, even on a team. And for you guys to even have this on the station, I would rather hear about the game last night about Boston and Dallas than hear about this.
What do you want to say about Boston and Dallas?
I mean, as of Luka is just a one guy player. His other superstars, and Kyrie,
not showing up. I'd rather have that be a topic than this right here because it's low market and it's not anything with Detroit basketball. I'd rather hear that.
Well,
but
and neither is
Celtics
the game
Mavericks.
last
But I
night,
will say this, Pedro, we have open lines, and we are more than happy to take NBA calls if people are interested. I don't know if the series getting off to a 2-0 Celtics lead is going to help as far as interest is concerned because they are.
Well, Doug, a series really doesn't begin until the road team wins.
Don't. That's when the series starts to end.
That's when things get interesting. But we're talking about, okay, so this guy doesn't care, right? Would you care if they start talking about it? And if they start talking about it, it's because of her and Angel Reese and others.
It's the most interesting thing that has happened to women's basketball. And I think that there's a lot of veteran players. And my gut's telling me, and you can tell me if I'm out in left field, that they resent her for it. They think that they have deserved the attention, and they resent her for it.
I think it's 100%. And I do think that there's a little bit of Michael Jordan freezing out Isaiah Thomas.
Yep.
When it relates to this.
It's happened in the men's game as well.
Yeah. But to make the comparison to the NBA, don't do it. Because this is the WNBA
They're in completely
is
different
desperate
spots
to get attention. And now they've got this golden opportunity to create more attention, and they're turning it down. And it seems foolish to do that based on the fact that this isn't a novelty. She's a damn good player. And make it more spicy and add Angel Reese to the team, who also would be somebody who's qualified to make the team. She's had a really nice rookie season too. But it's not about the WNBA All-Star game. This is about the women's Olympic team.
Which we're going to win no matter who's suiting up for us.
There you go. So why not have more people watch it?
And Boston really did shoot free throws well last night. 248-539-9790.
Luka was a one-man team. I mean, he's got nobody else playing with him.
Let's go to
20 of the first 35 points in the game. I mean,
Stacy in Commerce. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Stacy.
A good show, guys.
Thank you.
For the last 6 weeks, I've been watching NHL hockey, and it's been fantastic. Wish the Red Wings are involved in it. But what they're doing now, they're starting to put the circle around McDavid, or the glow-in-the-dark puck and whatever. Inadvertently, I bumped over to True TV trying to find the hockey game, and all of the stats, how much time they're on the ice, they shrink the screen to tell me that Joe Schmo has been on the ice 27 seconds. I don't care. I just want to watch the hockey as it is. Now that they had the circle following McDavid, they're going to do that with Caitlyn Clark and whole 9 yards. A buddy of mine, Billy Smith over at Glenhurst, was saying, I love this girl's college hockey, or not college, but the women's basketball. I could care less. Even though the marketing is going to kill it. They're going to kill it that way. And I just want to be the old school, get off my lawn guy and watch hockey without having a circle around the star or trying to use the glow-in-the-dark puck, which didn't work 20 years ago when they tried it last time. So if they can just go back to it and let us watch the Stanley Cup the way we want to and then market it. If they want to market it on a whole different channel, so be it. But leave the main one alone, please.
Thank you, Stacy. I'll say this.
He doesn't sound like get off my lawn guy at all.
Not at all. One of the great things about the advent and then more and more channels is there's usually a variety of ways you can take the game in. I don't need the Nickelodeon broadcast of the Super Bowl, but it's there for people who want it. And sometimes they do alternate broadcasts, and the people decide what's popular, what isn't. College football playoff, you can get the radio broadcast piped in. You can get the overhead camera for the entire game. You can get the all 22.
Well, the NHL did that with a game in the conference finals.
Yep.
With I think it was with Dallas and Edmonton. They were doing an alternative broadcast that was technology driven.
It's Carson
driven.
Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 the ticket.
Listen, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So when you find it, you want to enjoy it, embrace it, and tell people about it. And look, it's not easy to talk about these things, right? Sometimes it's just difficult. So when I was dealing with my garage doors, and I knew I had a problem a couple years ago, I called Precision Garage Door to come out, take a look at them, say, what am I going to have to do? And he goes, all right, well, here's what we can do. A couple of different things, but eventually going to have to get the doors replaced. But there were some things that they could do that could delay that process because it's really expensive to get brand new doors. The service was awesome. Absolutely stellar. Daryl and the whole team over there, easy to work with. I'm so glad that I called Precision. The great thing is about them, One of the great things about them is that they're available on weekends at no extra charge. Now that's service. They also offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. Make the right decision and call Precision Garage Door today. And if you want your doors done right, that's exactly what you do. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com to schedule an appointment.
Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Look, a lot going on in the sports world, and we have discussed a lot. The Caitlyn Clark getting snubbed by the U.S. Olympic team has gotten quite a bit of discussion. In the meantime, we got Tiger Talk. We opened the show with quite a bit of it, given the fact that Buster Olney came out with a trade deadline preview quoting executives around the league, and a lot that he didn't write specifically about the Tigers, but a lot that applied to the Tigers. Probably the most interesting thing is that at this point, people in the league say there's 5 teams that are selling. The Tigers aren't one of them yet. They might be, but he's not one of them. They're not one of them yet. The 5 teams that are selling were the A's, the White Sox. I gotta go back and see the list. A's, White Sox, Angels, Marlins, and Rockies have clearly let the market be known that they are sellers, which makes it tempting to get in the sell market. This basic supply and demand economics, there's a lot of there's less supply, and it sounds like there might be a lot of demand. So this could get interesting. 248-539-9797. Could be a tough call for the Tigers, I guess is what I'm implying. Do you indeed say, all right, we could score big if we became sellers? And yet here they are hanging around, pretending and acting a little bit like they might be a playoff team. Still 2 games out. And a lot of teams in their position have decided not to sell. Let's get back to your phone calls. Who do we got next here? Derek in Trenton. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to come on and say I think the Tigers should be sellers, and I think they should be selling Tarek Skubal.
And why is that?
I think they can get a lot for him, a lot of depth, and I think at this point we're in a perpetual rebuild. We're not going anywhere. We're stuck at 500 every year, it seems, and we're not going to get any better just letting this one guy be our ace and having a bunch of subpar players behind him. I just don't think that's going to work for us in the long run.
Well, I mean, I would debate that they are stuck at 500 every year. This is the first season that they would be 500 or over in 7 years. And if you look at their winning percentages over the last 5 years, they've gone from 292 to 397 to 475 to 407. And now they're flirting with 500. This would be their best record since 2016 when they were at 534 in terms of winning percentage, which meant 86 wins. So it's been these slow steps forward, Derek, I guess. And I understand what you said is absolutely true. They would get a lot for them. But is his timeline for the rest of his career lining up with a possible timeline for the Tigers to field a far more competitive team? I would argue yes.
Well, okay. I disagree.
So you don't think they could possibly win in the next 5 years?
They can't hit the ball.
I know. You don't think they could possibly hit the ball in the next 5 years?
With who?
I mean, players they acquire via free agency with Jace Young, with Max Clark, with Justice Bigbie, with new and improved Torque. What's that?
Max Clark's at least 6 years out. Okay. He's a long-term guy.
Right, 6 years out.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe he is. Take him out. Sign a free agent. Trade for somebody.
With Tarek Skubal.
Okay. I mean, if you don't think they can hit for the next 5 years, then we have a fundamental disagreement. I don't think they're stuck being a poor hitting team for the next 5 years.
I mean, there's a school of thought to trade Skubal because you would get
you could get
somebody
ransom
right away, right? You would think get a king's ransom, but is a king's ransom only in the form of prospects? Or is it in the form of guys that you can plug and play right now?
It's hard to find that match. It's not impossible, right? Somebody else's high AA prospect or AAA prospect might be able to play for you right away, right? It could be blocked.
But again, they're prospects. So if you're looking for like a trade, 1-for-1 trade, or trade Skubal, you get one stud and one prospect, because pitching is king if you've got it. I mean, if you can find it, you have to entertain it, but it's not likely to happen because the teams that would be trading for Tarek Skubal are teams that are in it, likely. And are they going to give up a big piece? I mean, can you go to Houston and say, Houston, how about Tarek Skubal for Kyle Tucker? Are they going to do that?
Houston might become a seller, and Tucker would be a name they'd be looking to sell.
And for a guy with control, maybe that does work. But
he doesn't think Clark can get here till 2030.
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, saying a guy who's already and ready to be promoted to high A ball, not just staying at Lakeland.
He's either not going to make it in 6 years or he'll have been here for a few years.
Yeah. I would imagine that his ETA is probably 2026, 2027, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how fast he rises, but he's done great at so far at the at low A ball, and he and McGonigal both, and they'll be promoted at some point to double A.
You know how I like to say when you get in a
IA.
losing streak or you do something, you feel like when you're losing, you feel like you're never going to win again.
Right.
They're not hitting, and my man feels like they're never going to hit again.
And I understand that because and his question's valid. Well, who's hitting? I got it. I'm with you. You know, I mean, you're
It's not like
counting
we're
on
about to look at the stat sheet and go, "Oh my God, he's right."
No, but what you're counting on is that Riley Green's a player. What you're counting on is that Colt Keith is a player. Now, have you written off Torque already? I'm sure a lot of people already have written off Torque. I wouldn't write him off just yet. I'm kind of counting on him to be a guy. I'm counting on Jace Young to be a guy. I don't know about Malloy yet. I like what I've seen from Malloy. Is he going to be an everyday guy? And, you know, we're here. This is what this year is about. It's finding out if you've got more than just promise. That's why this is going to be a tough year.
They got work to do. There's no doubt about it. 248-539-9797. Joseph is next on 97 on Ticket. Hi, Joseph.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I have one champ, and that would be Sheila Ford Hemp, just for what she's even an article that Dave Burkett brought out as far as the culture and her sticking to it. She could have, after a year or so, gone elsewhere, but you know what? It's just exciting to continue to hear about what the Lions are doing, and even when she mentioned Chris Spillman teaching the maintenance people about basically football, or showing going over film with them is pretty cool. I don't have a chump, but I do want to speak to you guys in regards to the Caitlyn Clark thing. Guys, if the culture is what it's all about, that's kind of what I talked about in regards to the Lions. And if you were to put those two rookies there and dismiss everything that the ladies that's been there for years have done, I just think that, just like with that foul or a few fouls of Angel Reese, and she was slammed to the floor a couple of times, you got to consider the feeling of the rest of the league and the team. They'll have their time in 4 years where they could take it to another level. They could take the league to another level. The league reminds me of, before Michael, reminds me of before Magic and so on, when it was it just wasn't good basketball. But it's changing. And to keep it changing, to bring those two ladies in right now would be a culture misfit. And I don't think that should happen at all. One last thing. The guy who you talked to before, I appreciate you guys' patience. Holy cow, I don't know if I can have that patience. But you guys do a great job.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason in Royal Oak. You're on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love you guys.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the Tigers now, but I was calling about Caitlyn Clark and Angel Reese, actually. I think the only reason I watched the WNBA, and I'm just watching the Sky games and the Fever games, are because I like Angel Reese and I like Caitlyn Clark. The U.S. Olympic team, the committee, for women's, made the totally wrong decision, because now I have no inclination to watch women's Olympics, U.S. Women's Olympics. Basketball, basically. I'll be watching track and field, gymnastics, men's basketball, because it's a better brand. I think they made a huge mistake and blunder.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a chance, a harmless way to promote the game. It's harmless. It would be completely harmless, and they passed on it.
Yeah,
they passed on it. But what do you want to say about the Tigers, real quick?
All right, next 16 games, they're going to be above 500, and that's good for me. I think they're moving in the right direction. Go Tigers.
Have you looked at the schedule? Is that why you made this, or is this just a hunch?
I looked at the schedule, and it's a hunch, and I'm a diehard Tigers fan. But I'm saying at halfway, at 81 games, we're going to be above 500. We better be. Take care, guys.
All right, thank you. So that's the next series that make up 16 games are Washington, at Houston, at Atlanta, the White Sox, Philly, and then one game against the Angels.
No.
There's a 16-game.
Take advantage.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, you tired of hitting up the same old corner spots or wing spot for that same flat draft beer that's warm by the time you finish it? Well, let me tell you a little secret. Twin Peaks has the best place to watch any game, anytime. For starters, when I say they have the best draft beer in the state, I'm not lying. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs properly, and they keep enough on hand where the mug is used only once the entire day. Combine that with a beer system that pours it at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees, you'll see the glaciers rising up out of the mug. You'll see the degrees on the digital thermometer behind the bar. There's beer crystals. Their wings are outstanding. They're a full meal in themselves, and you can have them 4 different ways. Their boneless wings are never frozen, hand-cut, and breaded and fried to order. You can't beat that. And their bone-in, breaded, smoked wings are better than your favorite wing spot. Now toss any of those wings in 12 possible sauces and rubs, and you're in heaven. Some of their favorites include the made in-house bourbon teriyaki or pineapple habanero. But the beautiful Twin Peaks girls will tell you all about their favorite spicy Thai chili. Stop in anytime this week for basketball and hockey finals action. You'll see why they blow the competition away. They do carry local baseball games. Clear schedule tomorrow night. The 2024 Twin Peaks International Contest takes place at 7:30. Visit your favorite lodge to cheer on all the beautiful Twin Peaks girls from the Motor City as they compete for the crown. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Steve in Mount Clemens. You're on 97.1. What's up, Steve?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, first of all, I'm totally against trading Skubal. He's a frontline pitcher. Quite frankly, I'm not sold on Reese Olson, nor am I sold on Flaherty. But Skubal most certainly is a frontline pitcher, and I wouldn't trade him, especially for prospects. I think that's ridiculous. But I want to get to my main point, if that's okay.
Sure.
Kind of touched on it a little bit. What bothers me the most, what aggravates me the most, is that we tout minor league ball players. Why do we do that? Well, I don't care what a guy is doing in A-ball. A-ball, he's facing 90% of the guys in A-ball never get to Double-A, let alone the big leagues. So why do we care what a guy is doing in A-ball?
Because he was just drafted third overall last year. That's why we care. We care about the progress that he can make. I mean, you're not going to put too much stock into what he's doing there until he gets promoted. But I'm going to watch Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal and see what they do and see how quickly they matriculate to the minors.
Gator. You can watch them. But for us to talk in this way that, when they get here, look out. I heard Pat Caputo tout Torkelson for 2 years. He's on his second tour of duty in AAA. AAA, let me put it to you this way. Trammell did it. Whitaker did it. Verlander did it. A lot of guys do it, man. The jump is from Double-A. It's not AAA. AAA are organizational ball players. That's why they're still there. Badu's still down there. The other center fielder we send is still down there. There is a huge difference between AAA and the big leagues. It's not this fine line that people want you to believe. The jump is from Double-A. And until I see that, you can root for them. You can keep an eye on them. But to tout them as if, boy, when they get here, look out.
I don't know if anybody's touting these guys in that manner, but okay.
Well, let's make sure we never do it again. I would hate to get yelled at again.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to get yelled at. Are you seeing pitching that's closer to major league level at AAA than you would at AA?
I mean, probably, but you're seeing guys that are 4A players that are just not good. And we're totally aware that AA is where a lot of the elite prospects are, the guys that are quickly coming up and they can make the jump from there.
But once they've done that, there's another level to go before they get to the majors.
Sometimes guys skip AAA altogether, and that's fine. And
other times it's confirmation.
I tend to put more stock and pay attention to who's a AA than who's a AAA. But at the end of the day, if we ever bring it up again, I sincerely apologize, and I don't want to let that happen. I don't want to.
Don't do it.
Don't want to do that again. I'm sorry.
Don't do it. Can't talk about prospects.
248-539-9797.
Tigers or otherwise.
Gordon is next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Gordon.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Just chiming in on the Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got 3 granddaughters that play high school ball and also play travel ball. And until a year and a half ago, they had no idea what any of the college girls played or anything else. So one day I was watching Caitlyn Clark. She was going up against LSU for the championship, and I texted them, and they've watched Caitlyn Clark ever since. I think they're missing a big opportunity not having her on the team, and I think before the Olympics start, she's going to be on that team because somebody's going to get hurt, and they're going to have to replace her. And it's going to be Caitlyn Clark that's going to be taking that spot.
Gordon, you're probably right. There's already a player that's hurt that may not be ready to go in time for the Olympics. So you are probably more right than wrong.
And don't trade Derek Skubal. Golly. Okay, that's all That's all I have to say, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Melvin is next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Melvin?
Hey, what's going on, Doug Gator? How y'all doing?
Doing great.
All right.
All right, guys. Hey, listen, man. This whole thing is just it's really one of the most self-inflicted sabotage I've ever seen You know, you got these ladies complaining about only maxing out at $250,000, yet you won't take the opportunity to bring this young lady with you. Now, keep in mind, the other night they had to move the game in Washington from a 7,000-seat arena to a 17,000-seat arena where the Wizards play. The fact also that you have players on this team who are hurt and has not played all year, you took them over her, you know, lets me know that there's some politics involved. And this isn't the first time it's happened in the women's game, actually, because when Breanna Stewart came out in 2016 as a rookie, they put her on the Olympic team. Now, they used the thing where she had a relationship with Gino and whatever she played for him, and there's a familiarity there. How much familiarity do you really need to think that she's going to impact any of these games one way or the other, that you've been winning by damn near 30 points a game anyway? There's a resentment to this young lady. And there are groups and tribes in the NBA, and I'm in WNBA, and I'm not going to go into all of that. But there's some resentment there on a whole lot of fronts. And all it's doing is going to slow down the growth of the game. Because I know me personally, I've decided I'm only going to watch I'm only going to watch the Indiana games the rest of the year. I'm good. Unless I'm betting, of course, you know. And hey, have you guys ever thought about doing If I Bet It during outside of football season, you know, like basketball?
Great question. And the answer is no, because we would not be good at it.
Not that
we're great at it in football, but the last thing I've dabbled a little bit in putting my dollar down on basketball games. It'd be a complete and total waste of time. And I will admit that hole in my game, and I suspect also Gators.
It's a hole.
I think we'd still be entertained with it.
Maybe we could maybe mess around with something.
Oh, there's no doubt you'd be entertained.
There's a phrase that I've heard, and I really like it, and it is stay in your lane. And we will continue to stay in our lane. In football, I feel comfortable that the very least we can break even, which is a losing proposition in gambling. I guess you have to be closer to 60% to not be breaking even, but we've also toiled over that for some time. At times, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We'll get to more of them. I'll get to more of this Buster Olney story about the trade deadline and some of the interesting things that are being written and said, including a couple of teams that might have some veteran players that could interest Detroit if they decide to be buyers. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Jake Rogers is hitting .367 with a pair of doubles and 3 home runs in his last 10 games for the Tigers. Here's his approach recently. Tigers have the day off today. They sit just 2 games out of the last wild card spot in the AL. The Nationals come to town tomorrow for a 3-game series at Comerica Park. Here's the Tigers' injury update as well. Colt Keith sat out Sunday's matinee after colliding with Akil Baddoo on Saturday. He said he felt stiff yesterday, but did not think it would become a long-term issue. Jack Flaherty was also originally scheduled to start tomorrow, but they pushed him back to the weekend to give him a few more days off. Kenta Maeda, who's been dealing with ab soreness and caused him to be lifted after just a few pitches in his last start, will open the series up tomorrow. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals is tonight as well. Florida holds a 1-0 lead. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You could venture a guess, but I saw something on Twitch.
Yeah.
Somebody posted regarding a call. A call. Posted, I felt like my dad just lectured me for grabbing the wrong screwdriver.
You know the difference between a flathead and a Phillips? Come on. You can't get the job done. Not with that type. You need the Phillips head. Let's go. Dingbat.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ivory in Redford. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Ivory.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Y'all doing all right?
Yeah, good, sir.
I'm doing good. Real quick, my main point is on Scooble, but real quick on Caitlyn Clark after that. But as far as Scooble, first of all, I love him. I don't want to trade him, and I wouldn't trade him because it would sound kind of ridiculous to trade him now, being that you're in the race primarily in the wild card. So that's that. But the thing is, I think it's also like a business thing too, because I think he's like 2 years away from free agency or arbitration eligible or whatever. Yep. And player of his caliber, I would never as a GM or a team want to lose for nothing. And so, or risk injury or whatever. So once you get so close to maybe a year left or whatever, it's like, okay, you go to his people or you sit down with his people and Schoolboy and present an extension to him if you really want to keep him. And if you get any inclination, any idea that he doesn't want to do that, then you kind of have to strongly consider, the possibility of trading him. Because I'm not losing a guy like that caliber for nothing and letting him walk in free agency.
So it's a great question. I mean, I wonder, and it makes me wonder, Ivory, if there have been any kind of initial talks. There have been no reports that I've seen about that, but have they sat down and discussed it? I think signing Scooble to a long-term extension, a couple years away from him hitting free agency, will just tell people, and it's not the fans. It'll be a message around the league too, but it'll also be the fans. Hey, we're not trying to win here. We're trying to build a winner, and we might not like the way we're doing it, but we've got a commodity worth keeping, and damn it, we're going to keep him.
Right. So if you get to the point where, okay, they don't trade him this year, which I'm fine with, whatever. Then you get into next year. Now he's got 1 year left. And then you get into, now he's a pending free agent. He's a rental. What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to trade him. I don't want to trade him. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, it's something you have to strongly consider. If you go to his people now and you get any idea that he's not willing to stay here long term, then you have to kind of consider that. And as far as the Caitlyn Clark thing, look, I respect her. I think that she's a great player. She's very popular within the league and has brought great popularity to the league. But I may call me wrong for this, but I just wish that there are a lot of other good players. She should be on Team USA, but there are a lot of other good players that have been getting some good run and getting some good minutes.
and some good stats in this league. And I just want to wish we could spread that love to, because I'm just her name.
You know what?
I'm just getting sick of.
I understand that, and I've been at a point in my life where I was in that camp, and I've kind of got to the point where don't fight it. Don't fight what's popular. Don't fight what's working. It's playing the hits. That's why radio stations play Taylor Swift over and over and over. Music stations, we don't.
No.
But music stations play a ton of Taylor Swift.
We just sing it during commercial breaks.
Yes. Every single one.
But this is how you expose those other players to the rest of the public. Yep. So if someone tunes in for Caitlyn Clark and they happen to see Kelsey Plum instead, or Asia Wilson, who's like the best player in the league that no one knows about because no one watches the sport or her games maybe, that's how you do it. If you tuned in for Taylor Swift and you heard another song that you actually like, oh, who's this? This night might be bad. That's how you do it.
Was it caller Ivory? Was that who it was?
Yep.
So Ivory's already a fan. They're not trying to reel in Ivory.
No.
They're trying to get others who have no interest or little interest. And that's why there's so much hype around Caitlyn Clark. There's no question there are better players in the league. But to get in, how do you get people to watch the league if they have no interest? Well, you've got this just tornado of interest right now in Caitlyn Clark. Check it out. If you like it, I'm going to guess you're going to love some of the other stuff that you see, which is what you need to do.
By many accounts, there's a lot more good players and interesting players to see and to watch. But if she is the gateway drug to the league, push her.
I was just gonna say that. First taste is free.
Yeah.
No, but it's isn't that kind of what it is? You got to find a way to get people to get in the door, and once they're in the door, then they can explore and watch in wonderment. But they got to get to the door first. Caitlyn Clark is the one that gets you to the door.
Roman is next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Roman.
Hi, first-time caller, guys.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, well, thanks for the show. I got opinion about the Caitlyn Clark situation. It's a minority opinion. And let me just say I got no skin in the game because I don't watch basketball. The only sports I watch are football, hockey, and soccer in that order. But my opinion is I think they were right to snub her, and I'll tell you why. And I know you brought these points up before, but I just want to comment on these points. I don't think it's that player. She's going to have to take the place of a player that has better stats or more deserving, and it's not fair to that player. And I know, like watching women's soccer, a lot of these soccer players get sponsorships, like they get their names on cereal boxes and stuff, and they can get their name out that way. And it's not fair to that player she's going to replace. I know you mentioned Isaiah Thomas before, but that he was snubbed or something. But two wrongs don't make a right, in my opinion. And my second point is I can understand why the other players are resentful of Caitlyn Clark because you mentioned before she's not the best player, but she's getting all this publicity. I would be resentful, and I think the best players should play. And the best players should get publicity. I know they're not.
But the problem is it that nobody really, I shouldn't say nobody. There isn't a ton of interest in the sport prior to Caitlyn Clark getting into it, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so if we can agree on that, then can we also agree that since Caitlyn Clark has entered the WNBA, there is significantly more interest? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I don't watch because I don't watch basketball, but I know there is more interest.
All right,
so
now that we know that, if you're trying to grow the sport of women's basketball, and you know that the Olympic team is just, they're great. They're going to win no matter if Caitlyn Clark is on the team or not. They're going to win. They should win gold because they haven't lost in 32 straight games. If that's the case, why not add her to the team to get more eyes on the team, more eyes on the sport, so that people can discover how great the rest of it is?
Well, I'm looking at it more from, like, if I was a player, I
understand that. I totally get the resentment from the players. If the players do have resentment, and I believe that they do, I understand why they are resentful. But if they want the sport to grow, they should embrace this.
I don't understand why they're resentful because the sport, that's exactly it. See the big picture. Good for the league, hence good for me.
You have a woman on the team, Brittany Griner, who was arrested in another country because she was playing basketball over there because she had to try to find another way to make more money. Do you want to stop doing that? Do you want to not have to do that anymore? Well, Caitlyn Clark could be your gateway to not having to do that anymore, right?
Yep.
Like, this is... I just don't understand this decision, and people want to say it's based on merit. This is not solely based on merit. And sports, I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but it's entertainment. It is, and it's a business.
Well, especially when it's a no-lose proposition. Literally, they can't lose. If Caitlyn Clark's on the team, I mean, they could lose if they put together a Hmong team, but if you put Caitlyn Clark on instead of some other, perhaps more worthy basketball perspective player, they're still going to win.
Yeah, I understand they want to win, but you can do both. You can win, and you can market your sport.
I mean,
better.
Diana Taurasi's going to have to just live with 5 gold medals instead of 6. Whatever she's got. So.
I don't know if she'll want to do that. She's pretty feisty.
She is feisty.
Yeah.
Dean is next on 97.1. Hi, Dean.
Hey, guys. How are you doing today?
What's up?
Long-time caller. I've talked to you guys a couple different times.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. About the Tarek Skubal thing. I can see the Tigers shipping him out. I think he's going to want more money, and I think he's going to get paid because Illich is a cheap owner, and Avila left that team just a mess. So I can see the Tigers getting some top prospects for Skubal, and the guy's unbelievable. I'm a Yankees fan, and I love watching Skubal play.
Right? Would you trade him, Dean, if you were the Tigers, or no?
Yes.
Why?
I think because before, what did he have? 2 years left on his contract?
Yeah, he's under club control.
He's under club control for a couple more
this.
years before he hits free agency. Yes.
So 2 more years, and if you say work in a deal targeting a franchise that has a very good farm system, I think you can utilize that and maybe get 1 or 2 top 10 prospects and maybe a starting shortstop and DFA Baez.
It's interesting you mentioned that because they don't have the ready-made guy that Baez is blocking at this point. There's injuries have really slowed the guys that could have been there. But
right.
So you think the smart thing to do is to trade him?
Yeah, because look at the opportunity that it would. I think if you have. For example, say if you target whoever has the number 1 shortstop in baseball right now as in the farm system, and you target that, bring the guy in because Volpe, I didn't think he was going to win a Golden Glove, and everybody was saying that he was not that good of a defensive fielder and.
I don't know if Tampa would want to move on from Junior Caminero or Arizona would move on from Jordan Lawler. Those would be guys in that debate. The White Sox probably don't want Skubal. They want younger players, and they got Colson Montgomery so these are some of the top shortstops in baseball that are, would be maybe trade candidates, but none of those teams I don't know that would be after Skubal now. The teams that are probably better set to compete right now would be after him, but look, I understand the philosophy by it. The reason I'm not actively shopping him, if somebody calls and makes a unbelievable offer, I'll listen. But at the end of the day, I don't think a 27-year-old pitcher is near the end. I think he's got 4 or 5 years that he could have like this. And in that 4 or 5 years, I think they could take advantage of having him on the staff and have a winning team. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NBA Finals, they're here, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to win alongside the champion because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 bet. That's right, $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. So how do you manipulate that and make sure that you make a winning $5 bet? Well, you just pick a player prop. You can have Doncic. You can bet him over under on 7 points and bet the over. You won't win any money on your initial $5 bet, but you get the $200 in bonus bets that you can use on same-game parlays, live bets, and much more. There's no better place to bet on the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. So head to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So a few teams that Buster Olney suggested could shift into sell mode. I've talked about Toronto and Bo Bichette for some time. And he said the Jays could decide to deal. The Astros could decide to deal. And yeah, that would be the chance to have something come true that we have talked about, I feel like, for a long time. And that is get the Kyle Tucker kid. He's not a kid anymore, I guess. The Mets with Alonso, Harrison Bader could become, those teams could make that shift. But as of right now, because of the new formula, the wild card formula, it's good to be a seller, harder to be a buyer. Prices are up. Tigers still just 2 games out of the wild card. And there's a lot of teams in this story that he writes about that are in the exact same situation as the Tigers that don't want to give up on this season. But we'll see what happens. It'd be nice to see a team get on a winning streak and really justify maybe a little bit more of aggressive a move. Make this season be unexpected fun.
Well, that's why I talk about why I talk about moving Flaherty. Because I think if you move Flaherty, you're not necessarily throwing up the white flag on the season.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe that Matt Manning can step in and do a decent enough job in the rotation, or that Jackson Jobe is going to be healthy enough where he deserves to be on this roster come August 1st, then how much of a drop-off are you really looking at? And with Flaherty, look, I'm not wishing this on anything. He left that last game with back tightness, and that gets me nervous.
Yeah,
because
I don't love that.
He's a guy who's gone his career with some issues. He's been hit or miss, and the years where he pitches and he makes double-digit starts, he's been great. But there are a bunch of years where he hasn't.
Yep.
And he hasn't pitched great. This is a year where he's got double-digit starts, and he's off to an amazing start. I love watching him pitch because he's a strikeout pitcher. Those guys are fun to watch. But he's a free agent at the end of the year. And because of his erratic success at the major league level, I'm not likely to offer this guy a big free agent contract, and I think he's going to get a big free agent contract. So if I'm not willing to pay for a 6-year deal in the future for him, that's going to be well north of $100 million. If I'm not willing to do that, then I need to move him. And if I know that, or if I think that I've got guys that can fill that spot, great. But not only am I bringing somebody up pitching-wise that maybe can hold that spot, but I'm getting something for the lineup that this lineup desperately needs. If you can find a way to do that, that's great. And he's hot right now.
It would be a lot easier if Manning had, continued to be great in every one of his starts, or Joe was healthy and just proving himself every time out. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to JD in Ann Arbor. You're next. What's up, JD?
I'm doing all right. How you guys doing?
Good. All right.
All right. I'm so happy that you brought up Flaherty, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. As much as we could get for Skubal, there's just no universe in which we can trade him. He's far and away the best player on this team right now, and you can't sell the house to pay the mortgage. The guy that we need to move is going to have to be Flaherty. As lights out as he's been, as much as I like him, this is probably not sustainable for him. His career has been resurrected out of pretty much nowhere. I don't foresee him continuing this pace like he is. So his value is going to be at an all-time high come trade deadline, and we need to get everything we can for him.
So there's one unacceptable scenario, and that is he stays with the team, they don't make the playoffs, and Flaherty is gone for nothing, a la Eduardo Rodriguez. I don't think that's going to happen, because Scott Harris, at this point, I don't think of him as incompetent, nor do I think of him as dumb. And so he is going to force the issue after what happened last year. He is going to make sure that doesn't happen again. Now, you can't force a trade offer that's not there, but
there has to be a market for Jack Flaherty.
One would think, especially if Buster Olney's saying at this point there's only 5 distinguished sellers, which means there are 25 teams that are still trying to hang on. So it's very difficult to imagine there not being a market for him.
No, I can't see it at all. It's undeniable that come trade deadline, there's going to be a team that's in strong playoff contention, has one of their starting pitchers out for the remainder of the season, and they need a lockdown guy to fill that slot and go on a postseason run. They're going to be our buyer, and that's who we need to look for come time of the trade deadline.
JD, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797.
His next start is going to be awfully important, right? Because they get a couple extra days off. They had the day off with today, and he had some time. Last Thursday was a day off as well. So with those extra days off, they're pushing him back in the rotation. Not saying he's missing a start, but they're just pushing him back in the rotation. So he's not going to do any rehab. That next start feels like it's awfully important for him to show that he's healthy.
Big picture thinking.
Yeah.
Yep.
And to continue doing that. And as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, it's going to get more defined which teams are really looking to add.
Yeah, that number of 5 defined sellers right now, according to Olney, that's going to be 6 and 7 and 8 eventually.
Right. And how many of those have a bargaining chip like Jack Flaherty?
It's a good chip to have.
It's a great chip to have, particularly right now, the season he's having with 94 strikeouts and only 10 walks. His whip is below 1. and his ERA is in the low threes. He's had a great season thus far. Even, the record is, you don't even look at records because of, pitchers are going 6 innings and it's up to the bullpen to do what they do, but he's been great.
What are his numbers? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, guys, but compared to Michael Lorenzen last year, because I'm trying to gauge on what, as a fan, we kind of expect in return, because the Tigers received the minor. What was it? That infielder, was he single A?
The dude, the second baseman, who's actually starting to come around a little bit.
So Lorenzen last year, which was Lee, Hao-Yu Lee.
Yes, thank you.
Lorenzen last year with the Tigers had a 3.58 earned run average. Flaherty's is 3.22. Lorenzen had 83 strikeouts in 105 innings. Flaherty's got 94 and 72. Lorenzen's whip was 1.098, so almost 1.1. Flaherty's is below 1. So Flaherty is way better than what Lorenzen was last year. And Lorenzen got them, as you mentioned, Hao-Yu Lee, who is at this point at Double-A, which is important to one of our previous callers. At Double-A, he's hitting .279 with an .863 OPS, 10 home runs, 37 RBI in 52 games. So he's done a real nice job as of late. He's really kind of picked it up over the last month or so. Somebody, one of the minor league follows we have on Twitter, posted some numbers on him and some analysis of how he's getting better defensively. Still not a stud defensively, but this guy,
careful.
He's at Double-A, Doug. What can you talk about?
I don't want to do a ton of a minor league discussion.
But the thing is,
but that's who they got last year. So that's
and so are we expecting? This is a Scott Harris deal, right? You put him on the spot again. Get us something. If you're going to trade this guy, get us something in return, because the Avila trades got nothing.
Yep. And the Avila trades don't scare me. Different person making the trades, so I'm not scared. Don't call me scared. They don't scare me.
You're not scared.
No.
By the way, Lorenzen this year, though, is doing really well. A 3.05 ERA. His whip is up high, 1.23, but his ERA is fantastic.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump every Monday. We get champ votes. We get chump votes. We had the best weekend. It should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. Plus, hot one here with whether or not Caitlyn Clark. This is a big mistake for women's basketball. Lots of Tiger feedback coming in as well from an unnamed texter. I'm okay with trading Flaherty for prospects, but how often have the prospects panned out in these prior trades? We could always pursue Flaherty back in free agency too. We need bats. So there's two things. One is I never let what previous GMs failed curtail me from what this GM should do. You got to let, if you're going to hire a guy, you got to let him cook, right? Two, like for example, why would we want a GM that knew about the draft? Lions have blown the draft forever. Would that make sense? Now we got a guy that is great at the draft and hoards draft picks and does a great job when he gets them. And then as far as we could always pursue Flaherty back in free agent, I'm sorry, that never happens. It always gets said when guys are rental, oh, we trade him, we're going to go get him after the season. I mean, I guess it happens every once in a while, but the amount of times that happens, it's negligible. It's not even
right. I mean,
it's not a strategy.
Is Cameron Maben one of those guys that works that way? I mean, they didn't lose him in free agency; they traded him away, and they got him back in free agency. At some point in his career, but I hear you.
Well, that's exactly what this is: trade a guy away and get him back in free agency. But that was down the road, right?
It was way down the road.
Does Diana Taurasi need a 6 gold medal? That's from Jason and Fenton. I don't think she needs it. I think she could survive without it. But Caitlyn Clark being left off Team USA is a big mistake, as big as I've seen in sports. Team USA would have sold 1 billion Clark jerseys. They would have expanded the game globally, even more than she has already, and she's probably better than 41-year-old Diana Taurasi. I understand she's probably hyped too much by the media, but her punishment for being the girl America fell in love with is a travesty to women's basketball. That's from Chris and Heartland.
I think Chris is more right than wrong. Yep. And there would be more resentment there, because if that jersey goes up for sale and they keep track of whose jersey sells, and it would be a way disproportionate number of people buying the Caitlyn Clark jersey. But that's why she
Tiger got to deal with Nike, right? I mean, that's the way it works.
This is probably why she needs to be on this team, is because there's interest.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to David in Lake Orion. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I had a chance to meet you guys when you guys were on remote a couple months ago, and enjoyed our conversation.
Awesome.
I was calling about Clark, but let me just make a quick comment about the Tigers. I'm all for trading Scooble. While I was listening, King brought up something that I was going to say. For Flaherty, I don't know what we're going to get, and I'm tired of getting prospects, and Scooble is going to get us somebody that's going to be in the top 3 in our batting order, 3 or 4 in our batting order that we desperately need, and maybe a prospect to go along with it. And I'm willing to take that chance. I don't know the value everybody else.
So what's interesting about that is if you can find somebody that's, and you're when you say somebody that's going to be in the top 3, that sounds like you're saying an established major leaguer that would be one of our best 3 hitters.
100%.
Okay. Is a team, and you can find this fit, but is there a team that is trying to win, that wants Scooble now, going to give up a player that helps them win now?
It's going to be tough, but if you don't make the trade. And
if you don't, I'm sorry, you broke up. If you don't, what?
If you don't get it, you don't make the obviously you make the trade. But maybe it's somebody that's in a similar situation as ours. That it's not the top 3 teams in the league, right? That you're trying to get the guy.
So we got a call last week about a player named Edmundo Sosa from the Phillies, a shortstop, who is now playing because of injury, but is pretty good and has had a couple of half seasons that were decent. He's got an OPS of 730. He's got some power. He's got some speed. He hits for a little bit of average, but that's a Flaherty trade. That's not.
That's in his career.
He's
having a better season right now.
He would not be a guy that came from Scooble, but he's. You could make the case that that's the spare part that could come here and play every day.
No, if you're trading Tarek Skubal, aren't you looking for? I mean, you're looking for a player like Will Smith, the catcher from the Dodgers, in return. Dodgers have a great lineup, right? But this is one of these great players on that team. 846 OPS. He's got 9 home runs and 39 RBIs, and he's 29 years old. Is this a guy you plug in? You got to go with somebody, one of these great teams, somebody from the heart of their lineup. That's where you have to go with.
But then the Dodgers have a catcher problem.
Well, maybe, unless they feel like they've got their guy in the system.
It just seems unlikely that they would want a prospect.
I'm just bringing up a
Fair
name.
enough. All right,
Bringing up a name. I'm trying to find somebody from a good team in the middle of their lineup that you would have interest for, because that's what it's going to take. You'd have to. The caller's right. If you're going to trade Tarek Skubal, you better give me somebody who's going to just slot in the middle in the top third of the lineup.
And that's really hard to find from a team that would want Skubal as a team that's winning. Now, in the case of Sosa that I mentioned, he's only playing because Trey Turner's hurt, but he's not enough. He would be enough to come back. A Flaherty trade, a rental, that could make some sense.
Yeah, kind of lost in the call previously of the caller who didn't want to talk about single A prospects and things like that. I think kind of the point too is they're hard to predict, really hard. You just don't know. He didn't want to even talk about them because he's like, who are these guys, right? Talk to me when you're double, triple A, and even then you don't know. So if you decide to trade Skubal, I mean, there's no for sure things in sports, but you want the closest thing possible.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a tough thing to find unless you see the return of prospects and go, oh my God, like you clean somebody out where everybody says, well, that was worth it.
Well, do you think the Marlins thought they cleaned the Tigers out when they traded Miggy to them? We got this pitching prospect. We got this Cameron Maben. You know what I mean?
I think they did.
That's why, the for sure thing, like we have Skubal. I don't want to trade this guy. I want to lock him up, and it's going to cost money, but that's the cost of doing business.
Don't the Orioles have like 4 top 20 prospects
in the game? And I was just looking at the Orioles. I mean, if I'm going to give up Skubal, right?
Yep.
You want a player that's going to go into your lineup right away. Now, the Orioles, unfortunately, this one doesn't match up because the Orioles actually have great pitching, great starting pitching.
We need them to have somebody get hurt because they're in a dogfight atop the American League East.
But Gunnar Henderson, who's their shortstop, who was one of the top prospects in baseball the last couple of years, he's only 22. But this year, he's got a 954 OPS in 64 games. That's the type of player you want to identify for Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, and if people say they'll never give him up, fine.
But that's the type of player,
yeah.
In a position of need?
Sure.
It's a no-brainer. Would you do 1-for-1? Yeah, probably.
Yep.
But would they? Probably not.
I don't even know if I'd do 1-for-1. But that's fine. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. Open lines here on 97.1 A Ticket. More feedback coming in. Maybe the Olympic Committee thinks putting Caitlyn Clark on the team would cheapen the product by just going for the hype and not based on talent. Just because the media decided to make her a star before she even had played a game doesn't mean the committee should as well. So just because the media decided, when the media reacts to feedback, I shouldn't say all media. That's not true. But it mostly reacts to feedback. The media is mostly broadcast media is mostly chasing ratings. That's the measurement of success. And so I don't know that the media made Caitlyn Clark a star. I think the feedback they were getting on Caitlyn Clark, and quite frankly, because she was looking like the Steph Curry of college basketball, not just women's college basketball, calls with her YOLO threes that were going in all over the place. That caught people's attention. It's like the home run hitter of college basketball is the deep 3-point shooter. And it's almost like just shooting it at the arc doesn't do the job anymore. It's shooting it from the logo that does the job. And people react to that. It gets attention. It feeds off itself. You show the highlight, you get 1 million clicks, 1 million likes. So you start looking for that highlight again, and she keeps providing, and people keep reacting, and the machine gets started, and the next thing you know, you got yourself a bona fide star. But the media is not going to hype up the player with the impressive drop step post game.
Not
as impressive as a nice up and under can be.
Who doesn't like a good up and under?
off the high square it in. Yeah, it doesn't do it like the deep three. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. For years, I've been telling you about the Connecticut water softener that we had installed in our home by CGC Water. It has so many benefits, like great tasting water, first and foremost. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com to save thousands of dollars when you bundle Connecticut Premier Softener and a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. If you're not filtering your water, you're the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Mike is in, Rico is in, they're on deck. Coming up next, if you missed the beginning of the show, we are very excited because at some point we expect the video to be released. And we suspect it'll be on Erica Erickson's Twitter account, Fox 2, formerly of Fox 2, who was in the charity softball game that you guys played in Friday night. Great cause. The Strikeout Cancer, Strikeout Colon Cancer, 3rd annual Jamie Samuelson charity softball game. Jamie was one of the funniest people we know and would have got great entertainment out of a moment that took place in that game where Kang, our producer, was out in left field, picked up a ground ball, runner being waved around third, crossed the plate well before Kang, fired a missile home, but he does what every guy does. And like, I'm going to be Yasiel Puig. I am going to be Dave Parker.
I'm Bo Jackson.
Yep. It's time for me to show off this cannon, which is what he did. Sailed it over the cutoff man straight to home plate where Erica Erickson, who is, we'll go with petite. The
That's
ball
fair.
was embedded in her glove and knocked her backwards.
Didn't just knock her backwards, Doug.
Cartoon style.
Backwards and over, backwards somersault, complete dust up. Held onto the ball like a champ.
Yep.
On a completely unnecessary throw from Kang.
But
someone told me to throw it home.
He heard 4, 4, 4, and he let it go. So Erickson survives but comes up just covered in dirt. She called the show. Is that going to be podcasted?
Yes, it is already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can listen to that, or you can use the rewind feature in the Odyssey app to go back and listen. She called in to tell us her perspective. But the good news is
she's great. She's doing well.
Yeah,
that's great news.
She's ready for next year.
Yes.
Actually, she's super competitive, and she's a little ticked off. There will be video. Apparently, there is video of this play, this throw, and the tumble that she took. And we expect Erica Erickson TV to tweet it out. When she does, we'll retweet it from our Twitter account. Quite the moment.
I'm very interested in that point of view. I can't believe if there is actual video of this. This is basically
because you saw it completely differently from left field. You saw a chance to get the runner at home. I want to see how delusional you were that you're going to throw this person out.
I want Gator and Evan's point of view. I basically
because you guys burst out laughing.
Yeah,
thankfully
we were both standing next to each other behind because we were sitting out the inning, watching a team on defense, and we're perfect view of this whole thing. And like this is going to be ugly. I do not want to see a collision at the plate involving, women folk. This one, and the collision I was thinking of was Clarence Black, the pitcher, possibly colliding with our catcher and fighting over who's going to catch the missile from left field, because they had no chance of getting the runner. But she caught it. She did a great job catching it and went, ass over tea kettle, and the rest is just hilarity. Can't wait to see the video. If there is, she says there's video. She said it's ridiculous, and we all want to see it.
There is some breaking news.
So, whoa?
I mean, not for us.
Oh.
According to ESPN, UConn head coach Dan Hurley has turned down the Los Angeles Lakers' 6-year, $70 million offer.
Yes.
And will return to chase a third straight national title.
6 years, how many was the offer?
$70 million.
Earlier reports were that it was going to be in the $100 million range, but that's far short of it. Perhaps that's why the deal is not consummated.
Yep.
Really interesting. A college coach turning down the NBA job with the Lakers.
Yep.
I think that's kind of like a dream job to coach the Lakers.
He didn't want to draft Bronny.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Or maybe he knows LeBron ain't going to be there. The LeBron doesn't sign off on it. I don't know. Interesting that he would turn it down, though.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Daryl, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Daryl.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Anyway, I just want to chime in on the Caitlyn Clark issue. So I think that, the league is doing good, and people are saying that, well, the league will miss a great opportunity by not sending her to the Olympics. But you also have to realize that when the league wasn't doing good, there were girls who were grinding, eating 2-star restaurants or however they were getting transported to the game. They weren't doing well, but they kept grinding, and they kept their nose to the grind. And I think that those girls resent the fact that, well, Caitlyn Clark is on the team now. She can go to the Olympics 4 years from now. But those girls that were grinding when the league wasn't doing so well, they kept the league afloat. I think that's part of it. But I think a bigger part of it is she's being force-fed to a lot of people, and some people resent it. And my classic example is 2 years ago when Jill Biden decided she was going to pick winners and winners, not winners and losers. It never has it happened. She decided she wanted to invite Caitlyn Clark's team to the White House when they lost in the national championship game. I mean, in the Bird and Magic era, do you think that would have ever happened? Were you losers? Were you invited to the White House? No, that was insane. But she decided she wanted to pick winners and winners. And again, that was force-feeding her to us. And I think a lot of people and a lot of those girls realize that.
Daryl, I don't think there's any question that there's some resentment. And what I'm saying is for the betterment of the league that has struggled so long to get any kind of recognition, and now there's actually tangible evidence that people are interested, and the evidence points to it's Caitlyn Clark why they're interested. Why wouldn't you take advantage of this PR push that all of a sudden puts this game more in the forefront?
I think because at that point you would build a bigger resentment if you did that. Because as I said, the other girls in the league, they realize that. Yeah, the league, she's doing great. And that's good for the league.
Okay.
But again,
and then what happens when, okay, so I don't disagree with that. But if there's more resentment, if she's added to the team and more people watch the game and more people are interested, when they return back to the WNBA, there's more people interested in it. And now there's added intrigue that, oh, well, here's one of the women on the team that didn't want Caitlyn Clark on the team. I'm going to tune in for that game. Isn't there more of that, if that's the case?
Well, I think there's some of that, but again, I think the resentment will be that much more. And I'm going to point to something that happened during the season. And some people said it was a dirty play. It wasn't a dirty play. I'm not talking about when a player snuck up. I'm talking about when she was picking up someone three-quarters court and she ran into a pick. It was vicious, and it looked vicious. But it wasn't. It was Caitlyn Clark and her teammates' fault. But people said it was a dirty play. And it was intentional. No,
I can't speak to what people said. I just know that I'm just looked it up. The league loses annually between $10 and $12 million a year. The players will have a cap on their income as long as the league is losing money. Can Caitlyn Clark help the league break even, make money? Because if she can, I would think that the players can maybe fight back the resentment and embrace something that can help their livelihood in a lot of ways. And oh, by the way, maybe make them more marketable, help their brands, because eyeballs are drawn to watch. They initially tune in for Caitlyn Clark, but they stay for Kelsey Plum. Maybe that's the case. They tune in for Caitlyn Clark and they stay for Brittany Griner. And if they stay for Caitlyn Clark, that helps too. But it could help their brand. And at some point, the medicine might not taste good.
Well,
but it might make you get better.
Look, this isn't going to kill the league by not having her on the Olympic team, but it is a missed opportunity to get more people interested in the middle of the summer.
Yep.
And by the way, I don't know how this times out. Does it time out where the Olympics are played before or after the WNBA playoffs?
Huh?
Or maybe they just
I think it's after.
Is it? I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. Both are summertime events, right?
Hey, can I jump in there? Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure, we can.
Because we're actually going to talk about this later on in our show as well. But if Caitlyn Clark is just going to be on the team and she won't, she's on the bench and she's not playing this major role, wouldn't that be a bigger distraction because now every player has to answer questions about her rather than just, I'm pretty damn good myself.
Feels like a small price to pay for making the league better.
But I guess
I mean, is it really? If they,
but I guess is the
questions
league really better?
If the league has more eyeballs on it, if people are tuning in to see Caitlyn Clark and she doesn't play, which by the way, you can play her. You can play her and still win the gold.
So
you can play 4 players and still win the gold.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's one of those. It's not like she's coming in there and she's going to be like the main person. But it's like, yeah, think about that. If she's just going to be playing a small role on this team, because it was somebody, I was like, well, who are you going to take off the team?
But don't you want to capitalizing on the interest? The Olympics are played before the WNBA playoffs. So you would have all the interest that they could get from people tuning in for the Olympics because, in part, she's on this team.
Correct.
And then you could ride that momentum into the playoffs, which are shortly after, and really get something going.
No, I get what you're saying, or you can just play that team and say, oh, by the way, these young ladies will actually be in the playoffs where Caitlyn Clark won't.
Yeah,
because her team's not good.
But good luck getting that interest then.
Then they're not. I guess Gator. What I think it's boiling
like
down to.
Let me just say this: it's not like she's undeserving, okay? And there are definitely players that are better than her, but it's not a novelty. You know what I mean? If this were a novelty, I think it's a strong argument. It's just a novelty to do this. But she's actually quite talented, 4th in the league in assists and top 20 in scoring. Does she deserve to be on the team? That's a fair question. But if you want to grow the sport, she probably should be on the team.
See, I look at this. She's become, to me, the whole Tiger Woods versus golf.
Mm-hmm.
When Tiger was big, you had Tiger fans, and then you had golf fans. Occasionally, you could be both, but a lot of times, golfing fans were like, geez, you're only here and watching because Tiger's here. There's other golfers out there.
People didn't like it, and yet I think I said the same thing back in the day. Get over yourself. It helps the game. But hey, obviously you'll continue the debate. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have the day off today. Here's how the rotation is expected to play out in the Nationals series, which begins tomorrow at Comerica Park. Maeda will start Game 1, following Reese Olson and Casey Mize in Games 2 and 3. Spencer Torkelson has been with Toledo for a week now, has lined through 6 games, sees him hitting .333 with 3 doubles and a home run. The Lions have inked some depth at linebacker as veteran Ben Neiman joins the team. He's bounced around in a 6-year NFL career thus far. Last season, he was back and forth between the practice squad and the Broncos roster, playing in 7 NFL games. He's logged a lot of special teams reps at his various stops as well. The Lions have a forced day off from OTAs after a penalty from May surfaced Friday. They're expected to resume tomorrow and Wednesday, where mostly rookies will participate. This just in, UConn's men's basketball coach Dan Hurley is turning down a 6-year, $70 million offer to become the LA Lakers head coach. Hurley reportedly strongly considered the offer, but ruled that it was not the right move for his career, according to Jeff Goodman. He will stay at UConn. LeBron James reacting on X saying, quote, "Maybe it's me," end quote. At the Coral Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And a good Monday afternoon to everybody. We've got a lot of ground to cover. We'll get to the Hurley stuff a little later. It doesn't involve a local team, but
Maybe it's me.
LeBron is just he's such an attention whore. It's a total embarrassment. But I wanted to bring something up, and what I need you to do, because you're very bad at this, Mr. R.L. Beard, I need you to put aside all other points of conversation, okay? We're not going to talk about the team. We're not going to talk about trades. We're not going to talk about budget. Stick to the plan on this. I want to sell you this pen.
Okay.
And on the heels of another Tarek Skubal gem, I want to bring something up. And I heard Jim Costa mention it this morning, and I thought they did a very nice job with it. And I want to provide some context. It's one thing to say Tarek Skubal is great, which he is. It's one thing like preseason. I said, I think he'll be top 3 in the AL Cy Young. Right now, he's the runaway Cy. But it's another to say what I'm about to say. What if he's an MVP candidate? Now, work with me before you guys freak.
Okay.
Because your boy's going to bring you some numbers here. I want to give you player A, player B. Does that sound like fun?
Okay.
Okay. Player A had a 7.7 WAR, went 21-3 with a 1.77 ERA and a .857 WHIP. Now, obviously, that is a full season total. Player B is going to be Skubal. I'll tell you who player A is in a moment. But player B is Tarek Skubal, who's now 8-1. He has a 1.92 ERA. He has a WHIP of .891. And if you extrapolate his numbers, he is trending on pace right now as a 3.6 WAR. He would be somewhere in the 7.5 range on current pace. Player A was Clayton Kershaw from 2014, who won the MVP. Player B is
him and
Skubal.
Stafford know each other, right?
Yes, I heard that. But I wanted to bring it up in this respect. The Tigers, when Skubal pitches, is 10-3. Without him, they're 22-30. What is the bigger definition of value than that right there? That if I combine elite numbers, and again, we've had this conversation. None of us want to talk about trading him. Mm-hmm. Hell, I'd be thrilled if they announced an 8-year extension. The point I'm making is, independent of any of these other conversations about the rebuild, is it crazy to suggest that Tarek Skubal should not just be discussed as a Cy Young candidate, or in his case, a favorite? Isn't Tarek Skubal an MVP candidate? Now, Kershaw won it in 14.
Mm-hmm.
Verlander won it in 11. Before that, you got to go back to Dennis Eckersley in 1992. I think he had 51 saves.
Right.
Unhittable. Pitchers don't win it. But you know what else pitchers don't do? What we're watching Skubal do.
Right.
And if Skubal can approach 200 innings, not the 250 that Verlander gave you, 200, and these metrics stay in line, Rico, why not? He's the only thing keeping them afloat.
And that's why not. Because he is the only thing keeping them afloat, Mike. It's in order for that to happen, I think that he has to be on a dominant team. He has to be the leader of a team that's maybe pushing to win 95 to 100 games, and he's leading them. Because as a pitcher, you're only going out there once every 5 days. I've never been one of those people who said a pitcher should be up for MVP, only because I value what the everyday players do. And I do think that the relief pitcher, if you are pitching in, 60, 70 games, you're affecting a lot more of the games than a starting pitcher. But yeah, he would have to be on a team that's winning. He would have to be on a team that is flirting for one of the best records in baseball. And then I think you would get that, because he would be leading the charge. But being on a team that's hovering, it's going to be difficult for him to do. Numbers wise, yes, you are correct. He does have numbers based on the other pitchers who won this thing. But I just think everyday players will always outshine him, because simple fact, 4 days out of the week, we don't hear from him. But you know what we'll hear? We'll see another Aaron Judge home run.
I know.
We'll see, Bobby Witt Jr. do something, and you're like, wow, oh yeah. And then once every 5 days, you'll see a dominant pitching performance like you saw yesterday.
But look, Mark McGwire won the MVP in 98. He was on a last-place Cardinal team. Now, I understand. He had 800 home runs. I'm making a point that the intrinsic value to this kid can be defined by when he pitches. Right. They are largely unbeatable, and when he doesn't, well,
But that's just it, Mike, that because he's on a bad team, Mark McGwire won it because he set the record. He would have to come out there and set a record. He would have to win 24, 25 games, have an ERA of 1.1, something ridiculous, in order for him to get on the radar of the voters to vote him in to be MVP. Yeah, it could be done, but you got to do something extra special on a bad team.
But hold on. From a wins above replacement level, if he ends up in the 7s, do you know how hard it is for a player to get to a 7, an everyday player? Or an 8 or a 9? Yeah. I mean, again, it's doable. Well, all I'm saying is, as we open this discussion, are you open? Because again, I don't want to make this whole PTI thing winner loser. Are you at least open to the idea of it, that if the numbers maintain, and let's say Skubal ends up 21-3, when a guy's sitting 8-1, Rico, and maybe with a little more run support, he'd be 10-0,
right,
or 10-1,
right? But Mike, the thing is, in order for him to win on a team that may not go to the playoffs, you need something that the baseball eggheads, they'll see those numbers. You need something like, wow, he won 25 games. The average person knows what that means. He had an ERA at 1. Okay, that means he was really good. You're going to have something that major in order for people to say, yeah, I can see him winning it, because you're on a team that probably won't make the playoffs.
I'd love to know where you guys are at with it. He was fantastic again yesterday. He's clearly the best pitcher in the American League right now. And I just wanted to know if it was okay with you if we upgrade the conversation. And look, Rico's probably going to win. He usually takes the easier stances. It's easier to defend.
It's not a win or lose.
I respect that.
Oh, common sense.
I just think, I know it's outside the box, but man, when you comp out what Skubal's done so far to what Kershaw was doing,
it is, Mike, but
it's not crazy.
It's difficult for a pitcher to win. You need to do something really special or be the leader of a top team. Right now, he's really good, but is he really special? That's the difference.
To me, he is, because basically he has to, now, yesterday notwithstanding, he's got to go out and basically give you 6-7 shutout innings. With the way that this team, look, whether it's been Reese Olson or Skubal or whatever it is, he's...
And see, here's the other thing, and I think you brought it up. Because he's always going to be on that 100 pitch count or 80 pitch count, that's going to hurt him as well. Because, if he did all of this and he had 5 complete games, okay, you got my attention.
Thing, I wonder, I'd like to think the media is smart enough to just understand the sport's changed. I'm with you, is that the complete games used to be a real, and look, did Kershaw throw a no-hitter that season? He did.
Right.
I know that. But Scooble could. It's possible.
Right, and then he'll get pulled in the 6th inning.
Oh,
and then somebody else will finish off that no-hitter. That's what I'm saying, Mike. For the baseball people who are all into the stats, yes, you can find. But for the average fan, you know what a complete game is. That means, man, you dominated from the start to the finish. You didn't need any help. And if you did that 5-6 times that year, feather in your cap.
Man, look
Game
at
has changed, yes.
I'll give you something you'll enjoy. 1991. Your guy, Tom Glavine, had a WAR of 9.2. You know how many innings he pitched?
A lot.
Your head is going to explode.
Yeah.
262 innings.
Oh, brother. Shout out Leo Mazzoni.
Yeah, rocking in the
just in the dugout,
bullpen.
rock. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, I'm still shocked that nobody's ever they had to pitch, they had to throw every day. They did not get a day off.
No. 262.
And they didn't blow their arms out either.
248-539-9797. Again, if leave all the other conversations out, should we be talking about Tarek Skubal as we enter the middle portion of the season as a sleeper for MVP? I've given you a historical comp. I'm just saying I'm open to it. Rico's going to be right. It probably won't happen. But what if the team started winning a little more? They are fringy on this wild card thing. I mean, I don't believe they're as close as many of you based on I think the teams around them will wake up a little bit.
Mike, they are fringy. He would need to do something, a no-hitter. I mean, he would have to do something special to really elevate himself into that same
strategy the rest of the year. What if he just finishes 20-1?
That would put him into that stratosphere with
So
Judge
for you, let me ask you this.
and Henderson. And
for you, the non-negotiables to have this conversation at the end of the year, just to even accept, hey, he might deserve it but won't win it. Needs 20 wins or more.
Yeah.
Needs 200 innings.
Yeah.
Needs an ERA sub 2.
Yep.
And needs a whip sub 1.
Yeah.
And needs a WAR north of 7.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yes. But I would, if you could throw a no-hitter in there, I know, not easy to do.
Yeah, just throw that in there.
Or you know what, Mike?
It's like a butter packet with a bread bowl.
Give me 3 complete game shutouts.
I think the no-hitter's easier.
And that's sad.
In today's game.
Right, but I'm saying, if you gave me 3 complete game shutouts where, he beat a team 5-0.
Yeah. The bottom line is this. Just recognize what you're watching. It is Verlander. Like, the only difference is Verlander was finishing games. It's a different era. But, I mean, Skubal's out there gassing guys at 102. There is some flash to it.
But, see, I think there's something about being able to get the outs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning that makes the pitcher special.
And maybe a pitcher never wins one again.
Because that third time around in the order, that's where you're tired. They kind of know what you're throwing that day, and you're still able to get them out.
Are you open to this conversation, or do you think it's a complete impossibility? Skubal, MVP. 248-539-9797. We'll get with you, the people, coming up next. All right, summer's here. Moran Buick GMC wants to make sure you're all set with the right vehicle. The 24 GMC Terrain, $279 a month. 24 Buick Encore GX, $229 a month, 36 months. And new stock arriving every day. MoranExpress.com. You can check everything. And yes, they have Yukon Denali's in stock as well. If you need service, MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner. You go about your day. You don't sit in a waiting room, and you are ready to roll. It's just that simple. It's always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com or Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, just getting started on a Monday. And yes, we are going to get to, God help me, Caitlyn Clark. Yes, we are going to get to my unabashed hatred of Kyrie Irving. We will also, I may have a little quiz game for Mr. Rico Beard, the overlord of the transfer portal. We're going to have fun with that later.
Can we finally admit that maybe the Celtics are the balls and that they're going to be one of the greatest teams ever?
Potentially. And Kyrie is still ass.
I watched you toy around with Dallas.
I understand. Listen.
I got you $1.
It's all about the next possession, the next quarter, the next half, next game.
No, you're right.
That's it.
The Suns jumped out to a 2-0 lead.
See?
Cutscene.
And then now we're stuck with Monty. All right. Mr. Paul Sarah in for David. Ticket text on this Scooble for MVP conversation I'm attempting to have. What do you have?
Yeah, this is from Adam and Carlton. The argument that a pitcher only plays 1 out of 5 games is not valid. A pitcher might face 28 batters in a game, give or take, and in 5 games, an everyday player might get 25 at-bats.
Right, but Rico's point is it's the difference between a quarterback who takes every snap and then a wide receiver who only gets the ball when thrown to. Like a pitcher only takes the mound every 5 days. Mm-hmm. Rico's point is, I'm not going to argue it. I can't. I'm simply saying the kid has been this dominant, and it's okay to at least have last I checked, it's okay to have a little fun. Look, we spend so much time talking about trades and, oh my God, I don't want to sell, or I want to buy, I want to win the division. It's just about the individual number and the performance. And the fact is, what you're watching now is everything Verlander was. Is it fleeting? Is it only a couple of months? Of course. But if he's this good and continues to be this good, I think it's okay to say, look, his name should be mentioned. Rico's going to win, right? Like Soto or Judge will win the MVP. Right. I know that.
Right. And then the thing is, because those guys can go out there and do something every day where, you know, Aaron Judge goes and hits a home run like 10 straight days in a row. You're going to remember that. So therefore, he's got to do something special. And the way things go now with analytics, he's never going to get that opportunity because you don't get to throw complete games. I mean, seriously, if he was at 80 pitches, was in the 7th inning, but throwing a no-hitter, I don't know if AJ would put him back out there, Mike. I don't know. I can't guarantee he would go back out there.
I'll make a fake guarantee.
Okay.
I'll make a guaranteed. Go ahead, Paul.
I disagree with Rico only because if you win a Cy Young, then you're always going to be in the combo for MVP on some level.
I'm going to support Rico in this one. Plenty of Cy Young Award winners have no chatter about being the MVP. I'm saying you're 10-3 when he throws and you're 22-30 without him. What if that number turns into 24-5 with him and 40-64 without him? You see where I'm saying? Like if that spread continues to be that crazy.
And it's valid, but I still think because he's playing on a team that's hovering in mediocrity.
They are 2 out of the wild card.
You have to do something special.
I know.
And here's the thing. Go out there and let's just say a game against your Yankees, that's where you throw your no-hitter.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
No, but that's special. That puts you up there like, wow, look what he just did. He shut up, or you go and you shut out the Orioles.
You know what's going to be special? When Aiden rips Brock Purdy's head off and punts it into the bay.
Where did that come from?
I'm taking shots about my Yankees. You're going to take them right back with your Niners.
At least we got a tight end.
Look, man.
Women.
Hey, Darren Waller's got a big career ahead of him in the music industry. All right, let's go to Dave in Southfield, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So my thing is, to Rico's point, he only plays every 5th game. So his WAR on a per-game basis is 5 times higher than any other player in the conversation. And by that point, he is, by definition, the most valuable player in the American League.
He's basically saying that if you generate a WAR that is equal or close to an everyday player, that you factor in that the fact that he only pitches every 5 days, look at what he's able to produce on a value basis. I understand.
Okay, I get it.
I don't think it's quite that simple, but I don't hate his point because, well, let's face it, that's the angle I have.
And
so
Dave,
I
here's the
can't be
thing.
mad.
I would love to see him go out there and win the MVP and the Cy Young in the same year. I just think it'll be difficult to do because of the team that he plays on. He's got to set himself aside, and he has to do something extra special, fair or unfair, to put himself in the same category as Judge, as Witt, as Soto.
I agree with your point. It's going to be hard for him to do something to stand out. But if
Look, standing out to me is you go 21-2 or something. I mean, you've stood out. We know it's not a great baseball team. I mean, they're scrappy, and part of my frustration, I mean, they should be better than they are. They've given a lot of games away, but the reality is this kid he's unbelievable, and it's like, I don't know. I just thought it was interesting.
No,
like
Mike,
if we're basically saying he's the Cy Young winner, why not at least have the convo? Like, can he just get an invite to the party for the MVP discussion?
Okay, you know what? Here's something special that maybe could happen. Let's just say he goes out, strikes out the Cy first inning of the Major League All-Star game. That would be something that people will remember. That it's special because he goes out
for
against
old people like you. It is. I mean, the All-Star game for us young people, we don't really care. I know back in your day.
You know what? You know who does the voting? The old people. So I'm just saying.
Did you help up Ray Fosse after he got flatlined at home plate?
You know what?
Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, how you doing, bud?
Hey,
Pete
Mike,
Rose
hey,
was
Rico.
a jerk. Hey, man.
Oh, man. Hey, still sitting in the home plate club right now. Been the entire weekend. Still here. Hey,
keep it moving.
Really quick, when you guys had me on the other day, there's a clip that I need Dave or Kenny to clip.
Mm-hmm.
Rico says right before you put me on around 4:24, use it, abuse it, and let it go. And I feel like that is just a beautiful clip for something.
We'll make good use of that, I promise.
Right. Hey, so about Skubal, I not only think he's not going to get the MVP, I don't think he would get the Cy Young either, because you have to think about this. Back when Verlander was running for all that and won, we had a great team around us. We had more than him at pitching. We had hitters. We were contending for titles. We are an unwatchable product right now, unless it's Skubal or Flaherty on the mound. Just because of that, I don't think he's even going to get a Cy Young.
All right, here's the thing. If we just take a look at, all right, they're 2 out of the wild card. We have to make certain assumptions. What if they can just hang around? They don't get a command position, but they hang around. If we go back, what year did Felix Hernandez win this thing? Weren't the Mariners a team with a losing record? And he had like a 12-12 record, and King Felix won it.
Jeez, I want to say I don't even think he had an ERA of 1. It just seemed like he was so dominant, but they realized your team is horrible.
Right, and that's why wins are such a dumb stat. That's where it's like, Brett, I
mean, wins are a dumb stat, Mike, but you also need wins to win. I mean, you know, if not, we just all get participation trophies.
I totally think he deserves it, for sure. He is pitching. He's the best in the league, I would say, at least the American League. I don't think he'll get because of that. Really quick, though, Mike, if I can. So I just, for the first time ever, actually put a bet in on FanDuel this past weekend, and I wanted to tell you really quick about how high this high was and then how it just came crashing down.
Okay.
I decided to have a little fun, just put $10 on a bet. It was a 5-leg parlay for Friday night, and all that had to happen was at the end of the first in all 5 games, just had to end in a tie. And I was like, this seems pretty fun for a first bet. So I said, what the heck, I'll do it. All 5 games they all finished with 0-0 at the end of the first 4. Come to the game 5, and it was the Sox versus the Sox. And it came down to Luis Robert Jr., it would have been the last out of the bottom of the first with a 2-1 pitch, hits that solo home run to center field.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I hate the White Sox more than I ever have before. Now, I wake up every morning like Luis Robert Jr., I hope he has a bad day today.
That's right, because Luis Robert Jr. owes you money, Brett. That's the real
I know you're paying now from like the Belmont and everything. I get it now.
Brett, we all remember that one team or person that either won you the money or lost you everything.
That's painful. I felt Brett's pain. Now he understands it. Oh boy.
By the way, Mariners 61 and 101 the year Hernandez won the Cy Young.
In the words of Kevin Garnett in 2008, anything is possible. If you can win a Cy Young on a 61 and 101 team, this Tiger team's going to be a 500 team. They're going to float in that range.
But see, that's what I'm saying. But he's got to do something in the last 100 games special. Something that just like, yep, okay. You're good, you're winning a ton of games, and you did this on top of that.
Biggest thing, stay healthy. Let's start there. Because with pitchers,
you know
in
what?
today's game, boy.
You don't win MVPs because you stayed healthy. You win MVPs because you did something special.
All right, Rico doesn't like Scooble. Let's just move on. 248-539-97. I tried, guys.
Oh, you did.
I tried.
Mike, you made a valid. I want him to win. You made a valid argument. I'm just saying, I want to see him go out there and toss a no-hitter. I want to see him go out there and get some complete
and
game
I want to see
shutouts.
the Jumbotron fall on Kyrie. More on that at 3 o'clock. Rico, take him to church.
97-1.
All right, let's touch table. Get a little football. We got the wrap-up of OTAs, a lot around the league. Mr. Paul Sarah, who's ready for Game 2 tonight. Hockey version. A weird hockey fan from Florida. Strange to see one in the wild.
So obviously a lot of mini camps are going on right now, open to the public, some of them open to the reporters. So I figured we'd start off with some questions going around some teams and asking you about what do you think about this.
All right, go ahead.
So with the Falcons, one of the major questions is, how's Kirk Cousins' rehab going? Do you think there's any chance Penix plays at all this year?
No. Again, it's no greater or lesser than any backup quarterback in football. If the starter dies, he plays. But I've been shown no evidence that Cousins won't be ready by week 1, so I'll say no.
Yeah, I think the only way Penix plays if Cousins gets re-injured, not fully recovered, or the season just goes south, and in the last 4 games they say, screw it, maybe we made a mistake, let's see what the rookie has. Other than that, I agree with Mike. It's Cousins' job.
Let's go to another A team, the Cardinals. How is Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. connection coming along, and how dependent are they for that connection to work out this year?
100%. If you take a guy top 5, the expectation is you have taken a wide receiver 1, a face of your franchise, and let's face it, Kyler is still re-earning his position amongst the NFL quarterbacks. Now, I think he did an okay job last year, all jokes aside.
He did.
So now you got to take next step. Paul, the whole franchise is dependent on that.
And I think he knows my career and everything is I got to have a relationship with Marvin Harrison Jr. So if this means he's got to move in with me and we got to work out all the time, if this works, I've extended myself. I'm going to make more money on another contract. And
if it works, they're a playoff team. Why don't we just go to that next step?
No, you're
if
right.
Marvin Harrison
it's hard to
Jr.
say.
Right, but if he walks in the league and he's Tyreek Hill, or he's Jamar Chase, or he's JJ, Rico, if that's because again, I don't think Seattle's that good. The Rams, I don't know,
I
man.
think the Rams are a lot better than what people think.
Okay.
And also with the way rookie receivers are coming in right now, it's not a lot to ask for a guy to come in and make a big impact right away because so many rookies have done it over the last few years.
Only in New York where your quarterback is in a neck brace and a wheelchair.
And you know what? After watching him play, he is that type. He's always open. He's one of those guys, and they're rare, but he's a receiver that even when he's double covered, he's still open.
All right, let's stick to receivers. Let's go over to Buffalo. How's the Bills wide receiver depth chart going to shake out? Who's their number 1 guy? Who's the number 2 guy? What do you guys think?
I mean, they have Shakur and they have Keon Coleman. I think it was a disastrous offseason for the Bills. I think it marks the end of their Super Bowl window. And now it's like, look, Josh Allen's going to get to an age. You can't run him into the ground or else he'll go the way of Cam Newton. And you don't have the receivers to support him. I think it's a very weak wide receiver room, quite frankly. Now they're tight ends. If we're considering Kincaid and Dawson Knox as still being wide receivers, a little better.
If Buffalo was smart, they would go back to the old school West Coast type of offense where I'm going to throw to the open guy. I'm not necessarily going to pick one guy and say, you're going to get 10 passes thrown to you, but guys in the huddle, who's ever open, I'm going to do quick progressions. That's where the ball is going. I don't think they have a number 1 guy. But they have, if done right, they can move the ball down the field and score. I mean, look, their window is closed. I stopped being a believer in the Bills a couple years ago, but you're still a better team in your division. But don't try to make a guy number 1. Just find the open receiver, and I think Josh Allen, the Cowboy, will be okay.
I think if they were smart, Joe Brady would be watching a lot of New England film from when they had Gronk and Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah. And also during that time, who was the number 1 receiver? Other than the year they had Randy Moss. They didn't really have one.
All right, so going to the Bengals, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, rumors might skip this minicamp this week. What do you think ends up happening?
I think they're headed for war. Not only do you have one of the guys looking for a contract, you have both of them. Imagine a situation here in Detroit in a day far away where both Amon-Ra and Sam Laporta were angry at the franchise and wanted a contract. How would you feel as a Lions fan? You'd be irate at your franchise. But the Bengals are notoriously cheap. And look, let's face it. Those guys are sitting around and going, wait a second. You gave Burrow all the damn money. Who the hell you do? Who's catching the ball? The hamburger helper guy? We are. So, look, I think it's a huge issue if they don't get this rectified by training camp. Huge.
He nailed it. I don't have anything to add to that.
So Cortland Sutton said he's going to report to minicamp, but he's still a bit, PO'd about not getting a new deal, not getting an extension. How do you think that's going to resolve itself?
Same way. Brother, listen, this is not basketball. It's not baseball. These deals are not fully guaranteed, and you're playing a sport, you could be dead on the next snap. These guys want their money. I think Jamar Chase has earned it. I think T. Higgins has earned it. And any player who is without a deal has a right to squawk. Now, where you get into a real problem is when this stuff gets into the regular season and then you're skipping games, or maybe you're not playing when you could, a.k.a. Lamar 2 years ago.
I've never been one to say I'm going to pay wide receivers, but if you're going to do it, I like what the Lions did. Let's just get in here. Let's pay Amon-Ra now, because trust me, in 3 weeks, no one's going to be talking about this. He won't be the highest paid wide receiver. The longer you wait, the more you're going to end up paying. So, yeah, this is one where the smarter teams already took care of this, and they're sitting back saying, man, we saved a lot of money by just doing this early.
So the Raiders are famous for very head-scratching decisions, and they've left their quarterback room up to Aiden O'Connell versus Gardner Minshew to be their starters. Who do you think wins the job, and do you think they can actually do anything in their division?
Yeah, Minshew, and they could go to the playoffs. I don't think Denver's any good, and I think Harbaugh's going to need a year because they don't have the system in place. They don't have the pieces. Look, you can laugh, but there's a lot of Dan Campbell and Antonio Pierce.
It is, Mike, but it's the reason why we disagree on this. I think it's Aiden O'Connell because they got this weird love affair for him out there. He's their guy, and
that's gross.
Raiders fans will fight you tooth and nail like, no, we can win with him. And I think that the coach believes in him as well because they kind of came up together, and it was like, because you were winning, I got this job, so I'm going to stick with you, and let's ride this thing out. Where Minshew, I think, is just kind of the, okay, in case of emergency, break glass, but I'm going to ride this out with Aiden O'Connell and see how far this can go.
Yeah, over a cliff. You cannot start him.
Just saying. They did last year.
No,
I know.
No way.
It may have been smoke and mirrors,
I
Mike.
watched him win a game in Kansas City where he didn't throw a pass after the first quarter. It was like JJ at Penn State. You can't win that way.
You can win a national title. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's wrap it up with Mike's New York Giants.
Let's not.
How does the crowded wide receiver room sort itself out?
Who cares? It's all just a game of figuring out who pushes Daniel Jones's wheelchair. It doesn't even matter.
Would you answer the question?
Malik Neighbors. He's the only one we have. Wandale Robinson's not even tall enough to ride a roller coaster at Cedar Point. Our tight end is out here using auto-tune.
You didn't like Jalen Hyatt last year?
But they never threw him the ball. Hey, I'm open 50 yards down the field. Once again, Paul. Quarterback, neck brace, wheelchair. It doesn't matter.
You act as if he can't heal and get better. People get injured, they heal, they come back, and he's setting himself up to be comeback player of the year. Yeah. Hold on, Paul.
With the Toronto Argonauts.
There's one more. A guy who went from maybe being out of football and not coaching anymore. Don't know if you saw the news that just broke. The Steelers have announced they've re-signed Mike Tomlin to a 3-year extension. Mistake or no?
No. Good head coaches are hard to come by. And the Steelers are very loyal to their people. And he's a good head coach. Rico, is he a rah-rah guy more than schematics? Yes. But if the guy, and again, all of the issue of maybe leaving was about family and time away. And if you can get him signed, you sign him. Now, here's what we should finish with. Paul, true or false, you cannot get to the playoffs with Tua and his new look. I can't take him seriously without the facial hair.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Kind of. Same person.
You cannot command a room that way.
See, I was a little worried. Facial hair, and he dropped weight. Like, you may need to bulk up a little bit to take the hits, but
dead by week 3.
And that's in football today.
Thank you, Paul.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Well, guess what? It could be the place for you. Why? Because Specs at LTU, it's the start if you want the career in radio, TV, or graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help get you on that path of greatness so that one day you could have your own show, or you could be on television, or running your own graphics design firm. Specs at LTU asks you to do this one thing. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield, by people like myself who work in the business. That means you're not going to get your time wasted. And with the hands-on approach that you have and the expert faculty, you're going to get the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right.
let's mix in the breaking news here for one segment. And look, I mean, obviously I'm biased because I hate the Los Angeles Lakers. I know many of you here do as well for different reasons. Danny Hurley turning the Lakers down. And it's like this big to-do today. Oh, my God. How embarrassing. Oh, what does he think? It's like, here's an idea. Didn't we just live with what happens when you blindly take a job and the only reason you take it's money? We're living it with Monty Williams. The reality is, Dan Hurley, he's going to be the highest paid coach of college basketball. He's going to be getting paid over $8 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between $8 million in Storrs, Connecticut, and $12 million in Los Angeles? That answer is zero. It's the same money when you factor in taxes and the complete pain in the ass that living in Los Angeles is. But the reality is this. I mean, Rico, you know this. I mean, Danny Hurley, it's been a long road to get here. You're a long way from coaching Staten Island's University, Wagner, just a few short years ago.
Yeah.
It's hard. He's built a juggernaut. I do believe he's bringing back the best team in America again. Now, I agree with you. A three-peat is almost like, it's unthinkable. But I actually never really thought he would go because I never could wrap my mind around how awful a fit it was. LeBron's 100. You might have him for 1 year.
Yeah.
Plus, they're going to make you draft his son.
And I think that's right there why negotiations broke down is I think he was very interested. And I do think that it came down to, we kind of need you to take Bronny. Seriously? Yeah. Got to make LeBron happy. Got to draft his son. Or I can go back to Connecticut and take the money. You know what?
You run the complete show. That's the other thing. Look, unlike Izzo, Hurley's fully embraced the portal,
right?
And he's got this thing humming right now in a way that I don't know anyone's going to touch.
See, the thing that got me was I thought that he was going to do this, knowing I'm going to get fired in 2 years. I'll get the full $70 million, and I'll go back and take over Kentucky or take over Kansas, take over some established program. And they're going to pay me $50 million, and I can make $120 million out of this.
I guess for me, I don't know, man. Difference between 70 and 100 million, I don't know. What the hell is the real difference? They're going to change your life any? Like if you're happy?
No, there's nothing that you can't buy.
And here's the other thing. It sounds sweet in theory, but the reality is the Lakers are a 500 basketball team with and look, LeBron is splendid, but he's 40. Unibrow's not a primetime player. You are going to have a lot. It's an 82-game slate. You have no control over your players. You got no control over your roster. And you know what I know. Danny Hurley would not work in the NBA.
No, he wouldn't. And that's what I'm saying. If I'm Danny Hurley, if I'm his agent, you know good and well you're going to get fired because this won't work. But you got Mike, you work for a year and a half, and you're going to get $70 million, and then you can go back to coaching a college team, and you'll have your pick of where to go. That's what I thought that he was going to do. The Brad Stevens of the world, well, all of a sudden, wait, this actually worked? Because normally you're Rick Pitino. You leave a blue blood program, you go to the league. Remember Coach K, like 20 years ago, flirted with the Lakers just like this.
Izzo, Lakers and Hawks.
Yeah.
And again, the point is, I don't think it makes Hurley look bad. And I guess I question more, what the hell were the Lakers thinking? How could that be the fit?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're an NBA franchise, it would be the equivalent. Look, the Pistons are nowhere close to being the Lakers. It wouldn't make sense for the Pistons to do it. They got a daycare center roster. Because you can't coach that way in the NBA now.
I think that the Lakers may have underestimated Hurley and thinking that Hurley just wanted that NBA job to say that I finally made it to the top and I'll do whatever you guys want because you're going to pay me a ton of money and this is my crack at the big time. Whereas anybody else is going to say, I'm not drafting your son. And Hurley walked in and said, I'm not drafting him either. Okay, well, you know what? Good luck. Hey, JJ. Ha! Remember we said we were going to hire Hurley?
Yeah, but Redick has no choice. He's nobody. He's a TV commentator.
Right.
So if they call, you say yes.
Unless you're like, you know what?
And if I were JJ, I wouldn't. You know why? He's a burgeoning television
And that's
star.
what I'm saying. Maybe he says the same thing as I don't need this because This team's about to go off of a cliff. They're going to go get a lot worse before they get
But
better.
that's what people don't realize about the Los Angeles Lakers. They're a lemonade stand. They're not run like a major market franchise. It's a small family business.
Brother, yeah.
It's not what people think it is.
I mean, it's almost like there's two different factions that run that team, but yeah.
It's the truth, though.
Because you got the, Genie, and then you have Magic, who really has nothing to do with the Lakers. He used to, but now he doesn't. But he has a whole lot of say-so for a guy that has no say-so.
Yeah. Paul, few ticket texts, and at top of the hour, we're gonna do a topic everyone at the station's been doing today, except in a different way. Because I need someone to explain why I'm supposed to care, and politely, I guess, respectfully. Paul, what do you got?
So if you on the Danny Hurley stuff,
Yeah.
Dan Hurley reminds me of what Ben Johnson did. Why leave a good situation just to go get fired in a few years?
That's where I'm at. Now, again, if you could go to a situation that was bad, but they had just won the lottery, and you had a Wembanyama type at the top of the draft, I could work my way around understanding it. The Lakers thing never made sense. If I were an established coach, provided I wasn't in a terrible financial situation like Al Pacino on any given Sunday. Like, if you need the money, take the job. I would never touch the Laker job. Because Rico's right. You're going to get fired in under 2 years. Mm-hmm. You have no control. And Los Angeles is a hellhole. So why would I want to live there?
Another unnamed texter here. I'm glad Hurley didn't go and ruin his reputation by going to the Lakers and possibly being forced into taking Bronny. Smart move.
Yeah, and also, what's college basketball suffering from? All the iconic coaches bailing. Hurley is good for college basketball. He's a supervillain. You want to beat him badly.
And you can't.
And he will rub your nose in it. That's good for the sport.
Another one here. Why would you take the Lakers job when you're in such a great position with such a great program right now?
Well, luckily he didn't. Because again, if you factor in California taxes and just the general tax of your life being a living hell, it's the same money. Mm-hmm. What's he making at UConn now? 8?
I think it's 6. Yeah, it's $50 million, 6 years.
There you go.
Yeah.
Lutheran Valley West, Detroit Panthers.
Paul, read something, please.
248-539-9797. I'll get it right one of these years. All right, MLB, it's here. It's in full swing. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, you can get involved. Home Run Tuesdays. It's simple. You bet on your favorite player to hit a home run. Let's say it's Riley Green. Let's say you think the power continues. FanDuel will then give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer that's hit during that game, Riley or not. It's Home Run Tuesdays. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on all the action. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. The official betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers have several pieces on the mend, so the day off may aid in their health. Jack Flaherty was expected to start today, but has been pushed to the weekend as a precaution following his back issues. Kenta Maeda will start in his place following ab soreness that pulled him from his last start after just a few pitches. Colt Keith was kept out of the lineup yesterday following a collision with Akil Baddoo on Saturday. He was sore, but expects to avoid any major setbacks as well. Nearly a year after his Tommy John surgery, Matthew Boyd is preparing for a comeback in the MLB. Boyd threw in front of scouts in California on Friday. Mike Tomlin and the Steelers have inked a 3-year contract extension, which will keep him in Pittsburgh until at least the 27 season. Tomlin holds a .633 winning percentage in 17 seasons as the head coach. Dan Hurley is staying put at UConn after the Lakers try to lure him away to the NBA. We'll have more on that coming up at 3:30. And after a stop at Michigan, Jay Smith is heading to EMU to become an assistant coach on Stan Heast's men's basketball staff. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Well, I am going to ask a question, and I'm going to try to do it as respectfully as possible. But I can't take anymore because there is something I'm being told I'm supposed to care about that I don't give a rat's ass about. Not a second of my day do I care about what I'm about to talk about. Now, terrible way for a radio host to sell their audience something, but work with me.
We're here till 6.
I heard the morning show blathering on about it. I heard the midday show blathering on about it. I can't go anywhere without seeing discussion of it, whether it's some of the god-awful television programming on ESPN, whether it's articles, but just help me understand, why am I supposed to have this huge opinion about Caitlyn Clark in the Olympics? I don't care. DGAF. At all. Someone help me as a middle-aged man who loves sports, but cannot watch WNBA. It's a terrible product. From a TV standpoint, it is a terrible product. I watch a game above the rim in the NBA. That's the game I'm conditioned to watch and enjoy and love. It is not about WNBA players are not skilled. They're incredibly skilled. It's not fun to watch. I don't care.
You're supposed to care.
No, I want to know why. I want to know why the media is jamming this down my throat and my eyeballs and my ears all at the same time, to where now I'm supposed to get on the air today, Rico, and have this huge take. Oh my God, Caitlyn's not on the Olympic team. I don't care. I don't even know when the Olympics are. I don't care. And even if I did know, and even if I possibly cared, I wouldn't watch a second of the women's basketball. I don't care. So help me.
Okay.
I'm at, not you, because you're arrogant about it. I want to know.
What do you mean I'm arrogant?
I want to know if the listeners feel the way I feel. Why am I supposed to care about this? I don't have time in my day.
Because you've been told that she is going to be the shot in the arm that's going to revitalize and take the WNBA to the next level. She's the one that got them chartered planes. She's the one that's drawing in crowds. She is the reason why eyeballs are watching the WNBA right now. She's the reason why two teams that had a combined total of 2 wins over the weekend packed an arena in D.C. It's all because of her. So the WNBA is missing an opportunity to put her on the team. That's why you're supposed to feel that way. But I'm with you. You know what? You didn't make the team. There's a lot of people who got snubbed off of a team, and
Isaiah Thomas got snubbed from an Olympic team. The guy was an NBA champion. Yeah. The guy is one of the 3 best point guards in the history of the sport. He got snubbed from a team.
Right. And for anybody who's, well, you know, they put Christian Laettner on a team. Okay, let me stop you right there. One, in 92, they had just switched over to pros. And one of the stipulations were they had to have some college players on the team. So they put Christian Laettner in over Shaquille O'Neal, which was a big controversy at the time. That's the only reason why Christian Laettner was on that team. He's the answer to a trivia question. But yes, she didn't make the team. And it could just be as much as the team's already stacked and loaded. And for those, who are you going to take off? Mike, I know you don't follow WNBA, but it's one of those where you look at this team, you're like, well, who do you take off the team? And people are like, well, you have to take Taurasi off the team. It's like, no, because
one of the legends of the league.
And that's right. It's like on the dream team, Magic and Bird were already past their prime. Magic was out of the league.
Larry was in a wheelchair.
Right, and Magic had just been diagnosed beforehand. So they were on the team. Were they the best players? No, but they were legends, and this was kind of that tip of the hat. For everybody who's got their pennies in a bunch, I would simply say this. This is funny because I know you're not going to get this, but let's just have some fun.
Feel
Humor me,
rather
please.
patronizing, Paul.
No. You want to do a player A, player B?
I don't care.
Okay.
Sure.
Player A this season averages 26 points a game, 36% from the field, 30% from the three-point line, 5.5 assists, 3.2 steals. Player B, 16.8 points, 37% from the field, 32% from three-point.
These numbers are awful.
6.6 assists and 1.5 in steals.
I don't care about either player because they're shooting 33% net. That's awful.
Right. These are two players that got left off the team. Player B was Caitlyn Clark.
Okay.
Player A, who is second in the league in scoring, is Arike Ungbuwale.
Sure.
From the Dallas Wings. She's second in the league in scoring.
Didn't even know Dallas had a team.
She got left off the team. So everybody's like, oh, you have to put her on this team. It's like, no, there's actually better people who got snubbed from this team than Caitlyn Clark. Now, Caitlyn Clark has become, it's the Tiger Woods effect.
Oh, my God.
People were Tiger Woods fans. They weren't necessarily golf fans. And I think that's what you're having right now is you have people who are Caitlyn fans, but not necessarily WNBA fans.
Golf, okay. Look, the PGA was already an established, successful sport.
Correct.
The WNBA is a league fully subsidized by the NBA and only exists because the NBA is willing to lose money on it. They still won't make money with Caitlyn Clark. I just would like to know, maybe the angle is this. You want to handle the Olympic thing? God bless. Go for it. I can't offer you a take because I can't muster one. I don't care.
That's why everybody's angry and outraged because how dare you leave off this money-making girl sponsors? And my thing is this. On this team that's loaded, she's probably coming off the bench and not playing that much. So you know what's going to happen the entire time they're in Paris?
Where's Caitlyn?
How come Caitlyn's not playing? How do you feel about playing with Caitlyn? I'm actually starting on the team.
I would just like to know as a sports fan if you're tired of hearing about it. Seriously. There's my topic. You're a sports fan. I don't care what sport you like. Have you had it up to your eyeballs with the WNBA being forced on you? It's unbelievable to me. You know how many times I've just turned SportsCenter because I'm looking for baseball or hockey highlights, and I'm sitting here and it's the Chicago Force or whatever. I'm going, I don't care. And I mean, for God's sakes, the other day we were in here. NFL mini camps are going on, OTAs. Rico nailed it with 48 straight minutes of NBA Today about Caitlyn Clark. I'm sorry. If you guys care, that's wonderful. It's a free country. But I think there's a lot of us, because the one thing no one has brought up to me in my world? No one. Not a group text, not a phone call, not a passing remark. No one in my sphere is talking WNBA. No one. That doesn't mean I speak for everyone. I'm giving you my authentic experience. We're watching Yankees-Dodgers. We're watching the NBA Finals. I'm talking about the NFL. But the minute you go to ESPN.com or CBS or you enter this building, I mean, the other shows.
I was about to send you something over the weekend, but I said, you know what? He's watching the Belmont, so I'm going to leave him alone.
What do you want?
No. When it happened, I was just going to make a joke to you.
Oh, it just.
And I was like, you know what? Not worth it.
Doug said it. He got more calls on Caitlyn Clark than he's gotten on any topic in 3 weeks. I go, well, God bless. I don't know who these people are as far as who's calling. If you have an emotional response to Caitlyn Clark not making the Olympic team, I'm willing to listen, but don't ask me for a response.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I think she's all of a sudden become just fake outrage on both sides.
It's all narrative. She represents narrative.
Right.
That Caitlyn Clark represents these things that really don't have much to do with sports. And I'm not interested.
And here's the funny thing. For everybody, either way, nobody's actually listening to what she's saying because she's just like,
I'm here to play ball.
You know what? That's going to be a great team, and they're going to win. And this gives me something to strive for. And I'll be on the Olympic team in the next 4 years. And she actually gets it. But every time it's like people are ready to go to war over this woman, and she's just like, yeah, I got a hard foul, and you know what? Big deal. That's part of the game. Yes, but they knocked you down. Oh, yeah, and what do you expect me to do? Well, it's people are ready to go to war, and it's like, why don't you just listen to what she has to say? Because she doesn't care about this stuff as much.
Fit the narrative. It doesn't fit.
Okay, if you're going to make sense, we can't do
right,
this
but it doesn't fit networks who are tired of having to show games nobody watches. It doesn't fit what the NBA wants. Look, the NBA just about to sign an $80 billion rights deal. The NBA would like to stop subsidizing a losing league. I think it's pretty clear what's going on. Because I'm sorry. Oh, my God, did you see she sold out this arena? Yeah, at $20 a pop. Let's not act like these are Spike Lee's seats for $20,000. I would just like to know. I would like to know, you out there right now, you're in a safe space. You have every right to care. You have every right to not care. I want to know if you feel the way we feel, which is like, enough's enough here. What is going on? The actual expectation in our line of work today is to have a huge monologue about Caitlyn Clark not making the Olympic team? Let me help you. I don't care.
They're missing out on the endorsements and the money. And I'm like, guys, here's the thing. If you were going to watch the women's team play, you were already going to watch them play. And then Gator was like, well, they're going to come back and then play the WNBA playoffs. And you're going to find out Caitlyn won't be in the playoffs for the WNBA because they've won 2 games so far.
Because their team stinks.
They're not that good. So what is this opportunity that you're missing out on? I don't get it.
Let me throw the number out. And then you guys can take this topic wherever you want. If you want to steer into the she should have been on the team, you want to do what Jim Costa did this morning. I mean, Cookies was breaking down win shares. God bless. But I'd really like to have a different topic, which is I can't turn anywhere without hearing about the WNBA. And the problem is I can't find anyone who watches it. I can't find anyone who cares. Now, that doesn't mean people don't care. Maybe it just means it's my particular circle or sphere. But I'm sorry. I don't know anybody watching it. I don't know anybody who's interested in it. And I am just at a loss for the amount of coverage that is being heaped upon it, flowchart, when I can't find anyone watching it. 248-539-9797.
I'll say this, Mike. I have, like David, I've watched the games, and then once you can start betting on them, they were easy money. But is it must-watch TV for me? No. But I watched certain players play.
I've seen the highlights because you can't avoid them. I've seen the highlights because they cover it more than baseball. That's the only reason I know about any of this.
But I mean, I'll watch certain teams, certain players. Like I said, I like Sabrina Ionescu, who's on the Olympic team.
Good for you. I'll be sure to Google. 248-539-90.
She battled Steph in the three-point count.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I don't have to care.
No, Mike, you don't. No, you don't have to.
No. You are vilified if you don't care. Oh. See, this is what I can't figure out.
Okay.
I don't have to care.
Well, you're a bad person.
It's not North Korea. I don't have to watch it. It's not enjoyable. But holy hell, if you go anywhere for sports news, it gets more coverage than the NFL or the NBA Finals. And I don't know anyone watching it. So go ahead. You want to freak out she didn't make the team? Here's your qualifier. Can you name 5 players who did? 248-539-9797. I'm going to have to.
Indiana Fever are the balls. All right.
I don't care. It's unbelievable. I feel like I can't escape it.
No. And you won't for a long time, Mike. Here, let me help you out. You want to save some money on the biggest streaming networks that are made for streaming? Well, X marks the spot now through June 30th. Get a 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. It's all just $15 a month. And add the new Save streamer that includes Peacock, Apple TV, and Netflix. That's Xfinity internet and Stream Saver, for just $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some favorite shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. And for watching more and spending less, X marks the spot, including the show Clipped. I'm telling you, pretty good. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming and bring in all the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently, $56 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. There's nothing for free. You want a fair deal, a real deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. Save yourself up to $2,000 with fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, Paulie, give me a few of the ticket texts. Get to the calls. I've heard the other shows do the topic in a different way and have like this legitimate debate about Caitlyn Clark not being on the Olympic team. I don't care enough to. And I really would like to figure out whether you do. This idea of I just don't know anyone who watches it, anyone who cares, and the general sentiment of people I speak to are, we're tired of hearing about it. I mean, Christ, Caitlyn Clark not making the Olympic team is getting more coverage in the NBA Finals. Huh? Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Mike. I see probably 5 articles or TV shows a day devoted to Clark. It's driving me crazy. No one's that interesting.
Well, and again, someone has to be, or these networks are going to incur the worst ratings they've ever had. But, Paul, that's what I can't figure out. It's you know what it is? Right now we're living in soccer guy's world. And you go, what does that mean? See, soccer guy can never accept we don't like their sport. There always has to be a reason. Well, you're stupid. Well, you're not as nuanced as the European fans. Oh, you're short-sighted. No. Your sport's boring. The ball bounces around for 90 minutes, and maybe if an act of God takes place, we see a goal. It's boring. See, the WNBA crusade now is you can't just say, I don't care, or I don't watch. Oh, well, you hate women. No, actually not. Oh, no, it's just not entertaining. This is not anything I care about, yet you are seeing this. This is a full-fledged blitz by the media. So tell me if we really need to care about her not making the Olympic team, and then more so, I would love to hear from you people out there in the world.
Yeah, I think as far as Caitlyn Clark, she has become that item that it's a natural curiosity because everybody talks about her. You feel the need to, maybe I need to check it out and watch a game. I watched one of her games at Iowa. I told you, I was like, okay, this is Caitlyn Clark when she played MSU on Peacock. 2 things that I know you were never going to do, but I did. And I'm like, okay. She hits the game winner with no time left. I'm like, oh, all right, yeah. I don't know if she has the sustaining power to drive the league the way that they make it seem.
What did I say to you last week?
But she's fun to watch.
But if she were so special, they would have actual TV ratings, which they don't have. None of Caitlyn Clark's games have broken the top 10 of WNBA broadcasts. Okay, so what's true and what's what the networks want to be true?
Right, but she's also filling out arenas. So they're like, people want to come and see her play.
Okay, right, at $12 a piece. I don't care. That's it. Paul, go ahead. Paul, do you care?
Actually,
Ayanda, do you care?
I don't really care one way or the other. I do think it's a little bit weird, and I told this to Kang a bit. I do think it's a little bit weird that we're pushing her to these things that she's never really accomplished or earned anything yet, and we're already granting her like she should be on the Olympic team because she's popular. It's kind of weird to me. I understand it, but it's weird.
And that's why, Paul. It's like, oh, well, she has to be on there. It's like, gosh, she's not the best player in the league. And it's not like that team, I don't think they've lost a game in like forever. And they probably won't lose again. And if she was on the team, she's not starting. She's not playing. She's coming off the bench. And I'm quite sure, and I can't prove this, but it could be that the other players are just like, you know what? They kind of pulled a Michael Jordan. If you put her on the team, I don't want to be on this thing. I don't want to go through the sideshow. I don't want to go through the circus. I just want to play this game and not have every question be about her.
Go to Cameron 97.1. Hi, Cam. How you doing?
Hi, Mike. I wanted to piggyback on your thing about the WNBA coverage. I was in Buffalo Wild Wings just a couple hours ago, and they have First Take on all the TVs.
Oh, please.
And they're not talking about like NFL storylines. They're not talking about the NBA finals. They're not talking about all the good baseball going on. For over half an hour straight, they're talking about Caitlyn Clark being snubbed off the Olympics team. Like, what are we doing here? Like,
I'm asking the question, Cameron, because look, it clearly people have to care, right? But I can't find any of them.
Yeah, like I have a bunch of friends that like sports. Not a single one of them watch the WNBA. I tried watching a WNBA game the other day. Couldn't get through it because, like you said, it's a below the rim sport. It's not the same league as the NBA, and it's annoying with Caitlyn Clark because they're already trying to like crown her as part of the pantheon of sports right now. When you look at it like unbiasedly, she hasn't proven anything in her professional career, and we're already supposed to give her all the flowers like she's done so much for the sport.
Yeah, and Cameron, Mike, I will say this: the reason why Caitlyn Clark she's the perfect thing for social media, for people to go back and forth arguing, just like they do on TV. it's pointless arguments, but it's what occupies some people's day is they go back and forth, and you're not on social media. But yeah, dude, sitting back and watching folks die on a vine.
For what?
Whether she should be on. No, she shouldn't be on. And back and forth all day long. It's like, guys, take a listen to what she just said. She is like, okay, I didn't make it. I'm going to use this as motivation. And she moved on.
The most mature person in all of it is probably her.
Yes.
Because she's never really. Now, listen, on the court, I mean, she's Rasheed Wallace. The technical fouls are out of control. She's going to get suspended because she's a whiner and a crier. Off the floor, she seems very level-headed, very mature for a 22-year-old.
She is handling this well.
But the problem is no one's listening.
You've earned it.
Thank you. Like, what do you mean she said she doesn't care? Well,
she
I do.
She should care. And she's just saying that because, she... Right.
Right, like Stephen A's exacerbated takes on Caitlyn Clark are theater.
Well, it's
the most contrived thing on the planet.
Mike, that's when you get in where she has to do this because, and then all of a sudden the race aspect comes in or sexual orientation comes in. It's like, or maybe you just take her for her word and she's saying, guys, I'm okay. This is just what happens and I'll be fine. I'm going to have a long career in the WNBA. I'll gain everybody's respect. It's just like, hazing that you have to go through as the new kid on the block. It happens. It happens to everybody because if you listen to any superstar in any league, they'll all say your rookie year, you get hit a little harder because, you're coming in thinking you're all that.
Well,
welcome to the league, rookie.
That's the other thing. Let's say it plays out. They put her on the team, but she never gets off the bench. She never plays. Then what's the win? What the hell's everybody upset about?
Oh, then you'll have everybody saying, well, she should be in the game. It's like,
please.
If you follow the team is stacked and loaded, and it's like, she'll come in there, she'll add some 3-point shots, but she's not really bringing anything else to the table.
And she leads the league in turnovers. Are those true statements? Great, you're not going to make the dream team. But hey, go on TV and scream and yell like you actually care. It all feels fake. It does not feel real to me. 248-539-9797. Listen, maybe you're like me and you need to be consoled after Dornock ruined your pick 5. I wouldn't have bet that mule with Rico's money. The point is the Belmont required some Old Nation medication. A little ice-cold libation as Dornock blew up my 3 ways to make legitimate money on that pick 5, Rico. The point is the M43, it's the standby, but the grapefruit M43 is now the new variant for summer. It's delicious. It's refreshing.
It's the new Dornock.
And it helps you choke away the pain of watching Dornock, who was an unbettable rat in the Belmont Stakes, beat you. Mainly because the rest of the horses were all busy careening off each other. I digress.
Apparently you didn't hear Dornock's press conference.
He can go to hell. Old Nation is available anywhere. Shandy, the M43, it's all here for summer. Get involved and have fun with the best beer in the Midwest. It's Old Nation Brewing Company.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers will kick off a 3-game series with the Nationals tomorrow. Washington is third in the NL East while holding a record of 5 games under 500. They're coming in hot, however, winning 3 in a row and taking 3 of 4 in their series with the Braves. First pitch tomorrow at 6:40 with Kenta Maeda on the mound. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. No medical update on Kerry Carpenter. He's continued with a treatment plan including physical therapy. Dan Hurley is staying at UConn. Jeff Goodman has the latest on the Field of 68 podcast. Tommy Carr is expected to be the starting quarterback for Saline High School this fall, despite serving as the backup last year. He's already picked up his first D1 offer from Bowling Green. Last season, he backed up his brother CJ, who's a 4-star recruit turned Notre Dame commit. Both are grandsons of Lloyd Carr as well. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get straight to the people. We'll touch the table on a little college football. And you know I got to bring up my man Kyrie. We got to talk about it a little bit. But it's going to be something you guys can participate in. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, Ed. What's on your mind?
Well, I agree with both you guys in some regard. I agree with you, Mike, that I just don't have an opinion whether Caitlyn Clark should be on the Olympic team or not. I understand anybody who follows sports closely knows rookies in the NBA don't make all-star teams or Olympics unless they're forced to, like they did with Christian Laettner. But I follow the WNBA just for the highlights to see how Caitlyn Clark, Reese is doing, all those, Taurasi and all those, see how they're doing that. But I can't sit down and just watch. I've tried to watch a whole game, and after a while I end up channel surfing, so I just can't. It just loses my interest after a while. So,
yeah, I mean, Ed, listen, this is not a judgment if people enjoy it. I want them to enjoy it. My point is, as someone who does a radio show on a daily basis, I can't find any of these people. And yet we are being inundated with coverage about this, and it doesn't feel authentic.
Well, I know a couple of people that watch it really close, and they talk to me about it. I said, "Well, you lost me with that player's name because I haven't seen that player in the highlights. So you lost me with that player." But
Eddie, it's crazy too. Is you're right. You turn on the TV, you got people screaming and yelling about. I mean, Jim Costa screaming and yelling about Caitlyn Clark making the Olympic team. I'm going, I don't have the energy. This is, talk to me about a Tigers trade. I'll be there right with you. Give me something about the Lions, or I don't understand it.
I still say I think it's a social media type argument where you've already had you drew the line in the sand and you're this or you're that and you're going to argue. You're not going to listen to what the other side has to say.
So you're talking about internet arguments.
Yeah, stop me if this sounds familiar. Yeah, you have your talking points and you'll just reiterate your talking points. And as I say, what's missing? Neither side, how about you just listen to what she just said? She just told you, I don't care. So why do you care so much? Not you, but the arguments that go back and forth are just, I mean, sometimes it's like, man, just get your popcorn because, wow, you two are just going at it with each other.
Or you're both idiots. Let's go to Courtney, 97.1. What's up, Court?
Hey, how are you?
Excellent. Hey. What's on your mind?
Just about the Caitlyn Clark stuff. Not to toot my own horn, it's not that big of a deal. The college isn't big at all. But I'm a former college basketball player myself, and her being so young, I don't think it's a big deal that she's not on the U.S. team right now. I mean, hasn't even completed her first season in the WNBA.
Right.
You know what I mean? Let's get through that. And I think she needs to toughen up a little bit. I mean, yeah, she's a good ball handler. She's a great shooter. I'm not saying I want her to be an Angel Reese by any means, but, I mean, she's got to, you get pushed, bumped. Stop throwing up the little hands and making a face and looking at your coach. It's like, come on, you got to toughen up and be a little, have a little bit more grit to your play.
Yeah.
I don't think she's ready for the Olympic U.S. team.
Well, here's
And
the other thing,
you know,
Courtney, you make a great point. As she's 22 years old, if things go the way that people expect it to go for her, she'll probably be the captain of the team in 4 years.
Exactly. It's like, everybody relax. I mean, she's done so much already for, you know, the women's college basketball. I mean, she's not the only one. Obviously, there's been many before her. But, yeah, I think she's blown it up a lot more. And I'm super happy about that. I think women's college basketball is getting a lot more recognition, a lot more coverage. So just give her some time. And even she said, something about she wasn't even able to do the pre-qualifying or practices or something like that because she was in the Iowa championship game. So it's like she wasn't even in a place when they were, you know, getting that team set up.
Yeah,
to
I think
even
she
be a
missed
part of all of that.
Courtney, she missed the tryouts because they were playing in the tournament.
Yeah. So she wasn't even able to do any of that. It's like, just give her some time. Jesus.
No, Court, I think you make several great points. And look, it's just, again, I have no problem if people follow women's college hoops and then they have this huge opinion on it, go ahead. But, man, I feel like if you're in this space now and you don't have a huge opinion, you're a bad person. It's like, no, I legitimately do not care. And I don't follow the league, and I have no interest in it, and my listener base doesn't have an interest in it. So then it makes me go, all right, well then,
what are you missing?
What am I missing here? Because it is like a fire hose of coverage. You can't go anywhere, whether it's television, radio, print. And I'm going, okay, well, who is this serving?
Hey, man, there's a lot of things like that. I feel that way. A certain singer who has a cult following, who I'll leave nameless because I don't want the cult following to come after me, but I was like, I don't really understand why everybody just loves this woman.
What do you have
so
against
much.
Taylor Swift? 248. No, go to Antoine, 97.1. Antoine, how you doing, buddy?
Fellas, what up, though?
What's going on?
Listen, I just feel like this. First of all, I don't care, but I'm gonna say this: women's basketball does need to strike the iron while it's hot. And Caitlyn Clark does draw. She draws more than Ariel Atkins and Shakira Austin and even Diana Taurasi and many of those names that's on that roster. Now, let's think about this. These women be beating these teams by 50, 60 points. So when the young lady who just called and said what is she not ready for? This is a great opportunity for her to go out there and actually live reminiscent of Caitlyn Clark from Iowa, because we ain't seeing that in the WNBA. But when she gets out there against Puerto Rico, she might be able to get out there and get 33 on 10 threes.
Right.
So at the end of the day.
But Antoine, hold on. I'm going to let you finish. But you're just basically gifting her this spot. She really didn't earn it.
But listen, though. Listen, these women got to appreciate what she's done for the game. That's only reason why half of these people even care is Caitlyn Clark. And no disrespect to Chelsea Gray and all these other women who can hoop, who can get it in. I'm not disrespecting their game, but we don't care about them. We already seen Diana Taurasi be a 3-time Olympian. So that's all I'm saying. In the Olympics, excuse me, ain't that the time that we watching a bunch of sports we don't care about? That's what the Olympics is.
Antoine, you are correct in that. I'm going to tell you're correct on a business sense. And you're also correct about the Olympics, except there's one problem. I'm only speaking for myself. I don't watch them.
Nothing?
No. The Olympics should be banned.
Man, everybody has like two or three sports, Mike.
No, the Olympics is nothing more than an economic destroyer of countries. It is trash. What? The Olympics plays no role in real life, and all it is a grift. It's no different than the World Cup. They go places, they take a bunch of money, they build a bunch of crap that never gets used again.
For that, you are correct. But there are certain sports, man.
Okay, Rico's into fencing.
No.
Email him about it.
The 4x100 relay.
What?
Love that.
Man.
What if they had horse racing?
In. All right, listen. Football season's done. We're in the heat of baseball. Look, youth sports is crazy right now. David's running all over the place. Hungry Howie's mix and match. Get dinner on the table amidst your busy, busy schedule. And their whole menu is up for grabs in the mix and match meal now. Medium one-topping pizza, the salads, the flatbread subs, you name it. It is available. And yes, starting at $6.99 each, pair them up. The possibilities are truly endless. 8 different flavored crusts to choose from. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight, only at Hungry Howie's.
It's free, guys.
All right, we'll get a little football in the mix here. And as close to the NFL as we are, we're even closer to college football. And with it, Paul Serra has a blitz. Hey, look, it's something else Rico killed. The SEC on CBS. Go ahead.
You know what? No. I give you the Big Ten on CBS.
Oh, nothing says tradition like that.
So I figured we'd go through the 10 most difficult schedules for 2024 via ESPN's FPI.
Oh, God. Okay.
We're going to kick things off with the Texas Longhorns. It's their debut season. They finished 10th on the list here. Debut season in the SEC. Take on Michigan week 2. Take on Oklahoma, Georgia, Kentucky, Texas A&M.
Yeah. It's a big step up. I mean, I like the Big 12. It's was a fun league. But going to the SEC is a different bar to clear.
Yeah.
And you have to add a trip to Ann Arbor there. No matter, look, even if you think Michigan's going to be down and be a 9-3 football team, that's no easy task.
No, still Ann Arbor, still 110,000 people there.
Still cheating.
It's
maybe
it's not a drivable
Allegedly.
thing for the people in Austin just to drive up to Michigan and take over the stands.
Plus, they got all your plays. Maybe. Allegedly. Sort of.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, so this is a bit of a step down in quality of team, but nonetheless, 9th toughest schedule, Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. To finish the season, they finish off with Miami, NC State, and Georgia.
Why don't we stop here? How, in our lifetime, did Georgia Tech win a national title? Even if it's half a one. I take you to 1990. How was that ever a thing? Because Georgia Tech is the most insignificant. They are not a pimple on an elephant's ass.
Was that the same? Did Colorado win the other?
That was the Eric Bieniemy year,
because
1990.
For some reason, that year, that kind of just, everything just aligned perfectly for those two schools. And I don't think anybody was paying attention to them. And they looked up and said, whoa. You mean these two are going to win the national title? Yes.
A lot like last year. The point is, do you know who the coach of that Georgia Tech team was?
I don't.
I don't coach that stuff.
Bobby Ross. That's how he ended up in with the
San Diego.
Chargers. Yeah.
I'm here for
and
you.
And lost the Super Bowl.
That's also true. First play was Jerry Rice, 80
touchdown.
yards. Okay.
Yeah.
We've reminisced
You may
enough.
want to cover him.
Over to Paul.
Didn't BYU win a random title in the 80s?
That was 84, right?
Steve Young, quarterback.
All right,
Lavelle Edwards.
Number 8 on the list, the Tennessee Volunteers.
What was that, Ty Detmer? I'm sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
No, it's Jim McMahon. I don't know. You know what,
punky
Paul?
QB?
Over to Paul.
Yes.
So number 8's Tennessee Volunteers. Obviously, they got a run-of-the-mill tough SEC schedule, but they also have a showdown with NC State. They take on Oklahoma.
Look, the biggest thing, they have the infrastructure, and Heupel's done a good job. It comes down to this $10 million quarterback, Nico Ramalama Ding Dong, whatever the hell his name is. He's supposed to be fabulous. They got him out of L.A. If he's good, they're going to be just fine. They'll be a player. Because I'm telling you, I don't trust LSU and I don't trust Alabama this year.
But somehow Tennessee just always finds a way to disappoint. But
you can't spell citrus without UT.
UT, greatest line ever.
Number 7 on the list, the Oklahoma Sooners. They face Tennessee to finish out September, and then they go on a trip to Auburn, and then 5 of their next 7 games are top 25 opponents.
But you accepted that check, though, Oklahoma.
There it is. See, I think by going to the SEC, Paul, they really stepped in it. And I'm not talking about a puddle. They stepped in something you can't get off your shoe. You may as well throw your sneakers out.
Hey, Oklahoma, I'm going to give you the number to Nebraska. Talk to them and ask them what happens when you go to a conference.
Texas is much more prepared for the SEC than Oklahoma is.
And Texas will be Penn State, and Oklahoma will be Nebraska when they get to the SEC.
Speaking of being welcomed to the SEC, number 6 is Alabama welcoming new coach Kalen DeBoer to the SEC.
I'll leave it to Rico because he's in bed with DeBoer.
Yeah, well, you know.
No, not in a literal sense. I mean, you love the guy. This is your boy.
He is, Mike. He's young and up and coming. Now, here's what we find out if he's truly legit. He does not have his quarterback. He's coming in here. He's inheriting the quarterback from Alabama. If he could turn him into something, then he's going to earn all his money, and Alabama's going to love him. But he loses 3 games this year, he will lose that fan base because They're going to say, we didn't try hard enough. This is Alabama, and 9-3 is unacceptable.
Wait till they find out he's got all his teeth. Paul?
Don't you always want to be
fire today?
Don't you always want to
2-0 in the finals? Come on.
Don't you always want to be the guy that follows the guy and not the guy that
you
follows?
never want to be the guy. But
Yes.
if you could take Jalen Milroe and turn him into he doesn't have to win the Heisman, but we're talking that he's a Heisman candidate late into October, I think he's done his job.
Number 5 on the list, the Auburn Tigers.
I have no idea what to do with them. I really don't. I mean, Hugh Freeze is a really good offensive mind. The quarterback position has been a disaster down there, and it's unforgiving. Now, what I said holds true. I don't think LSU and Bama are going to be vintage, and Miss State stinks. So maybe there's an opportunity there, but I got to see some real quarterback play.
Number 4, the Kentucky Wildcats. They take on Georgia week 3, and then they play 3 top 10 or top 15 teams away on the road: Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Texas, and they close out their season against Louisville.
Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Texas.
That's 3 losses. Look, they spent a lot of money on NIL. Stoops has done a nice job there, but Kentucky just feels like an eternal 8-4 program.
And I've never understood. It seems like they get recruits. They just don't win.
Also true.
Number 3 on the list, the Georgia Bulldogs. They play 5 times away from Sanford Stadium: a neutral site game against Clemson, a game against Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss.
Wait, they actually play Bama this year?
Yes. On the road.
Yep. No, Paul, it's legit. And again, if they didn't have one of the best returning quarterbacks in football, I'd say they're in real trouble. But Carson Beck, it's all the experience and skill you need, maybe a top 10 pick in the draft. And it's Kirby Smart. What am I going to say?
Yeah, with the talent that they have, they'll reload.
Just keep the car keys away from everybody.
Yeah, the presumed number 1 pick in the draft if he lives up to the hype.
Is anybody from the Big Ten on this list?
No.
Number 2, the Mississippi State Bulldogs.
You may as well bulldoze the town. I mean, Starkville's a dump. Who cares?
I mean,
just Vegas.
Just look at, they closed the season, Mike, against Tennessee, Missouri, and Ole Miss.
Oh, God.
That's their last 3 games of the year.
They'll win the Ole Miss game. Was that the Egg Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ole Miss.
And then the number 1 toughest schedule, the Florida Gators.
Yeah, it's going to cost Napier his job. It's one of the most difficult schedules I've ever seen in college football.
Yeah, they finished 5 straight games in November against top 25 teams.
Jesus.
How many at home?
Ooh, let me see.
Oh, relax. Look at you putting your ambush
I'm
in
sorry.
the guy.
I thought maybe
all Paul has done is try to provide a quality show for
and
you.
He has
and
done
you,
a great job.
You took his kneecaps.
Nah, the final thing. But here's the thing, Mike.
What are you, Jeff Galooly?
No. Also, here's the thing. If you win 4 or 5 of those last 6 games, he's got a nice extension coming down.
Oh, good luck.
Which
He'll be fired by November.
They just want it more.
What's crazy is they got a trip to Texas jammed in between the Georgia game and the LSU game.
Jeez.
They just don't look ahead when you go to Texas.
Just post the job opening in Florida.
And that's the college football blitz.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Michigan basketball and Wake Forest are set to play 2 neutral games in the next few years. The first will be this upcoming winter in Greensboro, North Carolina on November 10th, while the second will tip in Detroit in 2025. Jake Rogers is hitting .367 with a pair of doubles and 3 homers in his last 10 games for the Tigers. Here's his approach recently. The Tigers have the day off today. They sit just 2 games out of the wild card spot. The Nationals come to town tomorrow for a 3-game series at Comerica Park. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals is tonight at 8. Florida holds a 1-0 lead after a 3-0 win in Game 1. That game's viewership featured a 12% increase when compared to last year's Game 1. As a whole, the first 3 rounds of the playoffs have gained the most viewership since '96 among audiences in the U.S. You can watch tonight's game on ESPN. Finally, at the age of 40, Mercedes Lewis has re-signed with the Bears, which will be his 19th season. He caught 4 passes last year, including 1 touchdown. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We did start the show with a different angle on Tarek Skubal. I had everybody put their swords down as far as trade or not to trade. It was a topic about he's not just the Cy Young Award winner. Is there a conversation about the MVP? And I gave a historical comp or 2. If you want to go hear that, go get it. I wanted to read something. This is not on our show sheet, but I wanted just to bring this to you. I thought it was interesting. I'm working my way through the Buster Olney piece on ESPN about the trade deadline coming up, baseball. And these are always fun because it's anonymous MLB executives. Now, I just want to read. Now, I'm going to tell you up front, this is not the Tigers. Mm-hmm. And they don't directly address the Tigers in the piece, not that I've seen so far. But I'm going to read for you what's being said. Tell me how it's any different than the Tigers. Okay?
Okay.
So I want to read this. So a club official, they were talking about how teams are going to try to follow the path of the 2023 contenders. And it was the idea of being middling, and you make some additions. And it's Team X, who have been dealers at the deadline in recent years, right? Tigers have. Mm-hmm. Okay. They got a run differential of -17. All right. Tigers are -9, but that fits, right?
Yeah.
And they're just a half game back in the race for the 3rd wild card. Well, Tigers are 2 games out. This team's a half. And they have the kind of starting pitching, and they name 3 pitchers, which the Tigers have, that could dominate a short series in October. Here's the quote. If they upgrade the offense just a little bit, they could be a tough out in the playoffs, an AL executive said. They're not typically buyers, but in this case, the National League stinks. The team he's talking about is the Pittsburgh Pirates. So here's what's interesting. Again, they didn't mention the Tigers, but what if we kept saying, pathway to positivity is, look, if you want to change the conversation about how we feel about the ball club, and also, by the way, why Rico and I have not buried this team, because they're not out of it. Because every day Skubal pitches, you're not losing. 9 out of 10 days Flaherty pitches, you're probably not losing. It's the rest that's the problem.
And if you could score some runs when Olsen pitches, you're going to win that game.
But think about all these descriptions. It's the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
The Pirates are the Tigers and the Tigers are the Pirates. So here's my question. If it's okay for Buster Olney and an MLB executive to have that opinion about the Pirates, that if they would upgrade the offense, this team could be a tough out in October. Full stop. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't that be the case for the Tigers? Now, yes, the Pirates technically half game out of the last wild card. You're 2 games. Isn't that potato?
Yeah,
they've got Skeens, Keller, and Jones. You got Skubal, Jack, and Reese Olson.
Yeah.
How's it any different?
Because that's really a good week, and you're now in that last playoff spot.
So. I just wanted to know if it was acceptable that, look, I don't know what Pittsburgh sports radio is doing. I have no idea. Look, there's later in the article. This is the funny part, right? So people get all bent out of shape when we hold the Tigers to a bigger standard. And there's a couple people in here talking about the Blue Jays, and they're going, oh, man, it has been 8 long years since a playoff victory. Oh, really? Hold my beer. It's been more than a decade here. I think the last time the Tigers got in was 2014. It got swept.
Yep.
So the point I'm making is, if it's okay for them to view the Pirates that way, can we view the Tigers that way?
I think absolutely you can look at the Tigers that way. I mean, Mike, when you see the fact of that because of your pitching, you score runs, you're the best team in baseball.
Right,
you don't score runs, you're the worst team in baseball.
My team's a juggernaut. Do you know what I wouldn't want to see in a short playoff series in a hypothetical world?
Tigers.
Skubal, Olsen, Flaherty. Why? Because I've seen the movie play out before. Now, I wouldn't fear your lineup at all. I'm saying if they upgrade that offense just a little bit, they could be a tough out in the playoffs. That's from an AL executive. So can I say that if the Tigers can just stay close?
Your goal, in my opinion, is to find that one extra bat or maybe two that can score that extra run, because that extra run means everything from scoring 4 or scoring 5.
And I got to tell you this is the other thing. And I want to pay him a compliment because I think he was spot bleeping on Sunday. Caputo was going in on Maloyan left, the lineup card, the cutoff man, the collision, all of it. I couldn't agree more with Pat on this, and he's dead nuts accurate. They've given, what have I been saying? They've given away a half dozen games. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at Javi's mistake in Cleveland, right? Like things like that. I look at it as, okay, it doesn't matter how flawed they are. That's a conversation we can have as to why I don't think you're winning a World Series. But if you're hanging around, I'm not going to write them off. I can't. And it's like, man, if they did. So it just struck me when I was reading it, because every checkpoint, you are the Pirates and the Pirates are you. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be really interesting to see if either team does anything. Now, here's the difference with Keller, Jones, and Skeens. You have one big problem here, and that's Jack Flaherty is expiring.
Yeah, so, either you got to go all in or...
And my fear is going to be that, let's say they are 2 games out of the wild card at the trade deadline. You seems like, Jack's got to go. And once you do that, all bets are off. You've lost your advantage. Yeah. So I just thought it was interesting. You can read the whole piece, and they go through a number of teams. And there's a number of interesting comments by executives. The Tigers are not addressed directly. I just thought the way that they talked about the Pirates, situationally, organizationally, usually are sellers. They got these 3 nuclear warheads as pitchers. They need offense. And I'm going, man, that sounds familiar. And frankly, look, I think the bottom of each league is super bad this year. The bottom of the AL, the bottom of the NL. It's atrocious. Mm-hmm. So it just got me thinking.
And in baseball has shown you, if you could just make the wild card spot, you can win a World Series if you have the right pitching staff and you get a couple breaks.
Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
Now, again, I do think the bottom of the AL probably has a better shot of getting up off the mat than the bottom of the NL. Like, I do think the Texas Rangers, with Scherzer coming back, eventually they'll get DeGrom. Eovaldi's healthy again. I know Seager's now on the mend, but look, they've had so many injuries. Do I think the Rangers wake up, so to speak? It probably. Right. The Blue Jays are only a game behind you. Now, are they sellers? Are they not?
Brother, it's Mike, it's why, in spring training and early before the season, it was like, if you could just go get this player, this bat, add this to the lineup, that could have been the difference maker. And yes, a 1-run difference is why this team is where it is, or could possibly competing for the division. Because when you score, the magic number is 5. 5 or more, chances are you're winning. You're the best team in baseball. 4 or less, you're the worst. So, yeah, that's why I don't think that they did enough. Can they? Yeah, I don't know how they add this bat, but they absolutely have to at least bring in 1 or 2 more pieces. because I don't think what you have currently on the team is going to be enough.
Yeah. But no. And again, stop giving games away.
Yeah, when you're that bad, you almost
that game
have
on
to, you got to
Saturday,
be perfect.
That game on Saturday, to get 4 runs on Peralta, who's one of the better pitchers in the NL, they had a good approach, and it's the error by Javi. It's the collision in the field. It's missing a cutoff, man. It's just the little thing. And you've seen it enough where you go, come on, man. If we play rock-solid baseball, we have the pitching on most days.
Yeah.
Just an interesting piece. Paul, a few ticket texts, and we'll move it along. Go ahead, buddy. What do you got for me?
Yeah, this is from an MMA texter. I was watching the Pirates game when he said that, and he immediately thought of the Tigers.
I mean, they are very similar. And if you wanted to take it a step further, look, one of the Pirates' jewels of the system and one of their best young players stinks right now. O'Neill Cruz stinks. Guy's got like a 50% strikeout rate. Oh, but he hit 120-mile-an-hour laser beam. Once again, 78 strikeouts, 6 walks. Not going to do it. It's not going to work.
This is from Dennis and AP. The difference with the Tigers is that their offense is way worse than the Pirates. They would need to add a lot more than Pittsburgh would.
I don't totally agree with that. I think there's a pathway. I continue to say it. Look, you're hanging around. The whole idea is if we're sitting here on Monday, July 10th, and you're 2 games out of the wild card, this is going to become a very difficult decision on how they move forward. Because if you trade away Jack 2 games out of the wild card, you're going to have a tough time. And I know it might be the right move. Let me be unequivocal. I'm the guy who said, look, I would take calls on Skubal. Doesn't mean I would do it. I would need the right package. But I think for the sake of the long-term health of the franchise and actually getting a parade down Woodward, look, man, you know who his agent is. And you know, I would love to know what their plans are for next season. Because if they're going to go out and have a Texas Rangers offseason, spend a palooza, and go try to win this division next year, you keep Skubal. Mm-hmm. But if you don't, his value goes down every time he pitches. Because the control is what gets you. Go look at what Corbin Burns got Milwaukee as an expiring arm to Baltimore. You're not going to like it.
Oh.
It was essentially the guy the Orioles took in the 4th round.
Right, because you know what, this guy's going to be leaving anyway, and you don't have that much power. There's no player control there. So, yeah, I'm not going to give up a bunch for him to walk out and say, you know what, I still want to be a free agent.
So I think it's going to be fascinating, and I sincerely hope they can get hot, they can be relevant, because I want to have those conversations in July.
Don't you think it's a bit odd, too, that Harris has never told us what he thinks the state of the team is? Like, he says they're willing to spend when time's right, but he never actually tells you what he thinks the state of the team is right now. No. He's always just vague about it. So you never really know if they're going to be buyers or sellers because you never really know what they actually think of the team.
And look, that's part of keeping your cards close to the vest. I think, look, I'm not going to knock Harris for that because the guy, his predecessor, Al Avila, told you too much. Nobody wants Castellanos. What do you want me to do? I'm like, wait, what? That's
until he went someplace.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We'll get with you guys. We got a lot more to cover, including what player would you like to see a Jumbotron fall on? Because there's one in the NBA I hate. We'll talk about it. Rico, tell him.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren, all month of June, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting dogs throughout Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that aren't that lucky. So stop into Hamilton and drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado right there in the middle of the showroom. There's a list of donation ideas at hamiltonchevy.com. Your donation will make the difference. Plus, this Friday, from 1 to 5, you can adopt a dog for your family right there at Hamilton Chevrolet. So if you're looking for a pet for the family, head into Hamilton this Friday from 1 to 5. And then while you're there, you know what? Pick up a new car to go along with your new pet. Maybe this month's June Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $279 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You walk in there with $995 down. You drive off in the Rico deal. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, the summer driving season is here. Combination of tons of traffic, 18-wheelers, construction on every road, and we have a ton of accidents in this state. Bottom line, if you're injured in one of those, injury attorney David Femininio and his team ready to help you right now. And David does not take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. So I have a question that I think everybody can participate in. I don't think everyone is going to have an answer. So I want to pull something out of the NBA Finals because I know in this town, and rightfully so, you guys hate the Celtics, and you should. And you probably just don't have any feelings about the Mavericks. And on that end, this series isn't going well. And hell, maybe you root against Celtics because of me. That's fine too. Work with me on this. It is well known that in the world of sports, any sport, from football to cricket to whatever, there is one athlete that rises above all in my hatred index. I mean, realistically, I don't hate that many people. I strongly dislike a lot of people. I don't hate a ton of people. It's a short list. But then there's like super hatred. Then there's like, if Jumbotron fell on this guy, I would pop bottle of champagne. And you guys know who it is. It's Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving is, to me, one of the single biggest con artists in the history of sports. The dude's a lunatic. He's what I call a faux intellectual, where he's not a bright guy, but he talks like he's one. He also spreads horrific misinformation or anti-Semitic rhetoric, depending on what you're into. And in general, he's just a bleep hole. But yet the media wants to whitewash this deal and pretend none of that happened because, look, he's holding a baby pregame. No, bleep holes hold babies too. Plenty of them, in fact. So I just would love to know, who is your Kyrie? Like, who is the player that just, you look at their face and you get upset? Then if they speak, you get more upset. And when watching them play last night, Rico, watching Kyrie falter in Boston again, and then watching him do something stupid with the fans again, it was the most joyous. The only thing better was my team was winning, but I'm not sure I didn't enjoy Kyrie having a miserable time.
What did he do stupid with the fans? Enlighten the people. I know.
So Kyrie, by the way, who's played like complete garbage again, who did the same routine with the Nets again, when he and Durant, who's another phony, went a combined 20 of 50 against the Bucks in an elimination game, and then Kyrie upended their title chances, just like he went into the Celtics locker room and spread stage 4 cancer. No, last night, they get beat again, and he decides it's time to flash the fives to the fans, guaranteeing they'll be back for Game 5. For what? Your funeral? They may as well ship your ass up there in a box. Kyrie, what kind of flex is that? Oh, we'll be back for Game 5. Yeah, trailing 3-1. What kind of flex is that? But this is who he is. And then he did the media tour. Well, I could tell you about a lot of things I was dealing with, but I'm not going to. But if you're still interested later, I might. Go listen to the quote. Oh, that's why you were an unholy bleep hole in Boston? That's why you hit the young players and ran them over with a bus? That's why you blew up playing in Cleveland, because you wanted to be, I want to win the Big Penis Award. I want to be a leader. Then you go there and you don't like what being a leader comes with. Mm-hmm. So then you poison that organization. Listen, dude, Kyrie is like no other. No other. I may dislike Brock Purdy. It is nothing compared to that.
I have no idea why you dislike Brock Purdy.
He's a rat. The point I make is, I want to know who your Kyrie is in the entire world of sports. Who is the player whose existence is offensive to you?
Mm-hmm. The funny thing is, Mike, for a brief time, I think we had the unholy trinity for the Nets. For me,
Harden, KD, Kyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a team that only Satan would design.
Like seriously, like you couldn't pick 3 more players that I could just wish bad things upon.
And they're all out of their mind.
Right.
In different ways. I mean, Kyrie will tell you he doesn't believe in dinosaurs. The earth is flat. That's before we get to the conspiracy theorists and the nonsense. And his general state of being.
Just the fact of how they tear things up. Because it's funny because when you ask that, there are players that I don't like, but I don't like because I respect how good they are.
No, this is different.
And they just beat your team all the time.
No, this is hatred.
But
I've beaten Kyrie 11 times in a row, to be exact. The hatred never dissipates.
You know what the punchable face is? A new one for me? Because I was just like, dear God, you're coming back again. It's Hunter Dickinson. Like, guy, enough.
Is Hunter your Kyrie?
Just go away. Yes, because he wants to play the villain, but when he just cheap shots on the court, but then it's like, what? Why is everybody picking on me? Because nobody likes you. Okay? Nobody likes you. And yeah, it's just, you talk about the punchable face. Yeah, he has it. If you could put a bounty out on a player, I would put one out on him.
I just said if,
a scoreboard falls out.
I just said in an intergalactic manner, if a Jumbotron fell like a cartoon in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, I got to tell you, I just can't stand him.
Kevin Durant just will never take ownership that maybe, just maybe, it's you.
But neither does Kyrie.
It's you. It's not the team. It's not the management. It's not the coach. It's not the fans. It's not the opposing fans.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Draymond was right when he basically called you a bitch.
Take it easy. Family program.
Okay.
I want to throw the number out. Any sport, my only rule, player must be current. Don't call me up and talk about how Norm Van Brocklin slept with your prom date. I don't care. It was 100 years ago. I hated Bob Pettit. Take it easy, Stoney. 248-539-9797. Paul, your team's in the Stanley Cup final. You're a rabid sports fan. Do you have a Kyrie?
I have 2.
There can only be one.
Okay, only one. And
it
this
has
is gonna...
to be a human being that your hatred burns so strong for that there is no incomparable.
You're going to find it surprising because it doesn't have anything to do with my local teams, but it's because I moved up here and I had to be inundated with it. Jabril Peppers. He did nothing, and the cut back and forth between him and Charles Woodson every game. I'm just like, when's he going to do anything that looks like Charles Woodson? He never did anything that looked like Charles Woodson. Stop it.
He took the 2-point conversion back against MSU.
He had one pick his
yards.
whole career, and it just happened to be the last game he played against Ohio State. A game they lost.
And now, hold on. Did your hatred move to the pros with Breezy?
No, it didn't.
Then
because he's not good. He's not good in the NFL.
Yeah, but hold on. You should.
So you just watch the self-destruction and says, well, karma.
Right. So now Paul's like being all Christian about it. Okay, so be it. The point I'm making is that the hatred has to sustain. This is, you got to imagine,
but
Paul.
Like sometimes when a person's falling down the stairs, you just add more stairs. You don't stop them. You just let them keep falling.
Search for the nearest piano that I can send down right on top of Kyrie.
You just build 5 more stairs. Keep going.
And I love
another one.
I will admit this. I do take sick pleasure in the fact that Kyrie still gets rattled in Boston. He cannot handle it. Man. It's amazing.
Isn't he 0 for 13 his last 13 games against you guys?
I think it's 11 in a row, but who's counting? The point is, even after game 1, I thought it'd be louder in here. Oh, really? Flipping people off, doing his stuff. And by the way, what is with the poop shoes? What are those things?
I'm just waiting for the sage. I'm waiting for him just to run out pregame and just go around the whole court with some sage and says, I am cleansing
I'll make
this
sure
arena.
Plenty of it is sent to Cabo. Okay? 2 games away. No matter the sport, I need to know who your Kyrie is. Who is the player? Your hatred reigns supreme. Now, if you don't have one, I'm not mad. And it might mean you're just a more well-adjusted human. But as a passionate East Coast sports fan, hatred's allowed in sports.
It is. Am I a bad person because I want him to drag this out to 7-game series, because you hate him so much.
No.
Because I know how badly you.
No, you're not wrong.
For him
Neither
just to
are the
go out there and
listeners.
drop 30 for the next 2 games. Like, see, I told you, I'm back for game 5.
No, you're not wrong. I think I'd be more worried about you if you said, oh, no, I'm actually rooting for you, buddy, because I know you're lying to my face.
Oh, no. I want the Celtics to win. But I know it's a sick thing like watching Eli back when he played and how much you hated him, but he just kept winning.
No, he won twice and then did nothing the rest of his career. Can we just not go there? 248-539-9797. Any sport, and the rule is, got to be current. Who is your Kyrie? It is how deep is your love or hate in this instance. All right, being number one is not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years of making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in the state of Michigan. And right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan football landed a recruit from the 2025 class. 4-star defensive lineman Jalen Williams is heading to Ann Arbor over 26 other offers, which included Nebraska, Tennessee, and Texas A&M. The Lions have inked some depth at linebacker as veteran Ben Neiman joins the team. Last season, he was back and forth between a practice squad and the Broncos, playing in 7 NFL games. He also has a lot of special teams experience. The team has a 4-day off from OTAs after a penalty from May pertaining to contact practices surfaced Friday. They're expected to resume tomorrow and Wednesday, where mostly rookies will participate. No Tigers game today. They'll kick off a 3-game series with the Nationals tomorrow at Comerica Park. You can hear all 3 games right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Finally, UConn men's basketball coach Dan Hurley is turning down a 6-year, $70 million offer to become the LA Lakers head coach. Hurley reportedly strongly considered the offer but ruled that it was not the right move for his career, according to Jeff Goodman. He will stay at UConn. LeBron James reacting on X saying, quote, "Maybe it's me." At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more at 5 at 971theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. I want to share in the hatred. Just who is your Kyrie? Let the hate course through your veins. Also, Jeremy Otto has cast his vote for Mike Davis. All right, let's go to Jared, 97.1. Jared, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. This might be an easy one, but Ben Simmons, I mean, he was the early draft pick. He's injured every season. He got signed to that huge extension.
Yep.
He's injured every year. And every offseason, there's that vicious cycle of we see workout videos, and it's happening again this summer, about how Ben's working out, and he's in the best shape of his life. He's ready for the season. He's going to play 5 to 10 games, still can't shoot a 3. Nobody respects him. And he's going to get shut down in the middle of the season, and it's going to be the same cycle that we've had.
And then you'll see the glamour photos of have you seen Ben Simmons at the Met Gala? And you're like, I don't care if I seen him in the paint.
Yes.
Jared
and nobody respects him. His defender is 10 feet off him on the 3-point line because he can't shoot a 3. He's supposed to be a point guard or a shooting guard in the NBA.
The lousiest thing is this. Jared,
layup.
Jared, if the guy would drop the nonsense and now again, and I can't speak to what's going on a mental health level, but I'm with Jared in this. I don't trust that all the injuries have been real. And then demanding out of a trade. If the guy were able to play, the sad reality is he was a defensive player of the year level guy. He was a guy that if you put shooters around him, he could have been great. He's completely unraveling his career.
Man, it's Jared, it's just too easy to pick on Ben Simmons anymore.
Jared hates him.
No, because it used to be fun. It was like, Mike, that's your guy. And now it's just like,
Hey, here's the bottom line. Pistons do trade for him or don't. They're still in the same spot, so...
Yeah, I was just going to say,
way to clear that low bar.
We're saying this, we might trade our 5th round pick for him this year.
Jared, that's where the franchise is at, though, isn't it? There's no pathways out.
Yeah, I remember he had all the hype coming out of LSU.
And by the way, he was an all-star, Rico.
Yeah,
he did finish second in the Defensive Player of the Year.
No, it was like all of a sudden a body snatcher just came in and was like, it was like Space Jams with, he's gone. He's no longer any good. Like somebody's taking over his body because he just, I'm hurt. I don't want to play. I'm going to do weird things.
Orange sunglasses.
Yeah. You know what?
Met Gala.
Layup. I'm going to pass it.
You can't let that go, can you? All right.
You passed up a layup. No.
Mistakes were made. Jordan, 97.1. What's up, Jordan? How you doing?
Yeah. Yo, what up, fellas?
Hey.
Mine is LeBron. He ain't really got no game like that. You know what I mean? He a stat stuffer, but Russell and Luka is gonna show that. But Mike, why you be hating on Kyrie so much, man? Is it because he ain't get Boston to the championship in them years?
I didn't like him beforehand, and then if you go back into what he did in his time in Boston, I mean, first of all, I have no respect for a guy who comes to town, wants to be the leader, and at every turn blamed rookies and second-year guys. He ran them over in the media, a bunch of stuff behind the scenes. And then you go out there. I mean, Jordan, he goes out there. He takes the microphone at the Garden, and he tells the fans, I want to be here if you'll have me. I want to re-sign. Then they do a commercial putting his number up in the rafters with Larry Bird and McHale and Parrish and Cousy and all the greats, only for this POS to dovetail out, sink us in the playoffs, miss a game 7 because apparently he was getting a nose job or whatever the hell happened. Jordan, that's before we get to the stuff he put out there into the universe that are conspiracies, anti-Semitic rhetoric. I don't believe in dinosaurs. The world is flat. I'm a victim. Flipping off the crowd. I hate it.
But Jordan.
But look at it. What's up?
Why do you hate LeBron?
and like I grew up really, and it's not as much as LeBron. It's his fans more so than him. But like he's not greater than about 3 to 4 players.
Okay. So it's more LeBron James fans who were Cavs fans. I'm sorry, Heat fans, no Cavs fans, no Laker fans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing, Jordan, I just cannot stand. I call it Durantitis. When players can't ever take blame for their own actions. No, Kyrie, we didn't do this to you. You did that. Jordan!
Well, hey,
my man asked me the question. I'm trying to explain it.
This is some D8.
Look, Kyrie teams win, though.
What do they win?
They win until he get injured.
No. He won once at the right hand of the father.
Every other chance in the playoff run, he got injured, and then his team lose.
Man, he didn't get injured with the Nets when he was busy flipping off fans behind his head. No, he did not. I watched him get they got swept right out. What did he do in Game 7 when he was with the Nets against the Bucks and him and Durant shot 20 out of 50?
He rolled his ankle.
Again, whoa. In 2 separate series, he rolled his ankle?
Yeah.
No. Look
it up.
Jordan, I lived it. Play through it. Toughen up. Willis Reed was on one leg. I don't want to hear it. Jack Youngblood played the 1979 NFC title game with a broken leg. Phillip Rivers played a playoff game in New England with a torn ACL. He rolled his ankle. Stop wearing those shoes that look like a couple of turds. Get some better ankle support.
What injury is he currently dealing with then?
Don't say it.
I said nothing.
I know what you were thinking.
You do not. You can write it down, and I'll let you know if you were right at the break.
I have known you long enough.
I have thoughts. 248-539-9797. I want to get it back to the people, and I will. Let's keep it timely. We'll take care of a little football. But who's your Kyrie? You still got to give me one. And if you tell me you don't hate anyone the way I hate Kyrie, I respect it. I'm not demanding everyone.
I gave you one. It's still KD.
Okay.
Because I've never seen a professional victim like Kevin Durant.
Well, Kyrie took his course. Have you ever thought about a career in professional victim? It's Kyrie.
I'm just like, KD, you've destroyed teams. Just say it. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to change. Nah, change the scenery.
No, up next, the burner. All right, Home Run Tuesdays, MLB with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. You bet on any player to hit a home run. Look, maybe you think Riley Green, power surge, Nationals stink. You bet on him to hit a home run tomorrow night. And FanDuel will give you $5 for every home run hit in that game, regardless whether Green does or not. It's that simple. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. We have another new Pistons front office confirmation through an X-Bio. Michael Blackstone has listed himself as the Vice President of Basketball Operations for Detroit.
Not from the actual Pistons.
Correct, from the X-Bio, yes. Trajan Langdon and Blackstone worked together as the Pelicans, where he served as the VP of Basketball Admin. Omar Sankofa, beat writer for the team, also confirming minutes ago that the team has officially hired J.R. Holden as their vice executive. Michigan State has received a commitment from a 2025 offensive lineman. Four-star California native Drew Nichols is signing with the Green and White after receiving offers from Arizona, UCLA, and Arizona State. The Tigers have the day off. Here's how the rotation is expected to play off in the National Series, which begins tomorrow at Comerica Park. Maeda will start Game 1, following Reese Olson and Casey Mize in Games 2 and 3. And for Mike, the WNBA announced today that a figure of 400,000 fans made it through the turnstiles in May, which is the most since 1999.
And you'll still lose money.
Arenas have been filled in an average of 94% capacity.
That's just great, Jeremy. I can sleep now tonight. Thank you.
I'll give you more later if you want. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Boy, I guess Stephen A's show is made tomorrow. There'll be a full 27 minutes on WNBA attendance figures. If you want more of that conversation, you can go get it, Odyssey.com Rewind. All the coverage it's getting. The problem is, I haven't met a person who cares. But right now, we're talking about something different. Pure, red-blooded, good old-fashioned American hate. We're talking about who is your Kyrie. Who is a player that in a very cartoon-esque way, if the Jumbotron just fell on him, you'd laugh. See, you guys know. I hate Kyrie Irving more than world hunger. I hate Kyrie Irving more than starving puppies.
I know. In the power ranking, he is number one for you.
Oh, it's not even close.
Because every now and then I'm like, this is my Kyrie or Eli or this or that. Kyrie. Kyrie wins every time.
Kyrie or unsavory dictator from country you don't like. Kyrie. Hate him. So we were having that conversation because last night Kyrie did what he does best again, tank in a playoff game, and then do something stupid with the fans. Oh, I guarantee we're back for Game 5. Whoa, sick guarantee. Here's an idea. You're the reason your team's down 0-2. Luka's out here on one leg. But then go back and look. Kyrie's been living off one shot his whole life. He hit the shot in Golden State, not LeBron. They win the title. Go look at what he has done since. Destroyed the Boston Celtics. Absolutely destroyed the Brooklyn Nets.
You know what, Mike? You just brought up a name, maybe not that level of hatred to me because I still think it's Kevin Durant, but living off of 1 year still, in my opinion, is Aaron Rodgers. He won a Super Bowl.
That should be a popular one locally.
He won a Super Bowl, and then, okay, MVP, but this team would always get bounced early. Like, what else have you done?
You could say that about TJ, too. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries.
He may have spit out one of the 9 tobacco pouches he's currently working on right now. So let's get to the people, though. And who is your Kyrie? But it's got to be pure, unadulterated. There can't be a co-signer. There can't be anyone close. It is your singular, laser-focused, my number one hated athlete. Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
Good, man. What's going on?
What's happening?
Hey, Rico. Hey, so for me, like you guys know, I'm a college football fanatic, just like you guys are. And, and for this person, it's not jealousy out of anything he's done on the field or at Michigan. But for me, college game day, Saturdays, watching from 9 to noon, that's what I look forward to do in the fall. And Desmond Howard, for me, is my Kyrie, Mike. And the reason why is his laugh is cringeworthy. That's besides the point, but I can't stand his laugh. Secondly, he provides no value.
Correct.
So whenever they go to him to comment on coverage or a matchup or say what you want about Kirk Herbstreit, he's solid in the booth. His takes are solid. He's not biased. No matter what, Michigan could be 0-12, and Desmond would pick them to win the Natty. And of course, their quarterback's going to be a Heisman contender. And it's cringeworthy how much of a slappy he is to the school in Ann Arbor. And
Rob,
and
I'm with you. Because
awful.
Herb Street, for every game except for the game that he has to comment on, has an opinion. But I'm doing the game, so I got to go stupid, and I can't say anything. Actually, you can. You don't have to pick a winner.
That doesn't make any sense to me, but yeah.
No, and Rob, it's the equivalent of name the most impactful thing Desmond Howard's ever said. You can't.
Jabril Peppers should have won the Heisman.
I mean,
that's what he said.
Yeah,
it's
Rob.
Like Wojo, right?
Rob, it's honestly, he makes Wojo seem opinionated. Truly,
it's just you watch those shows. Guys like David Pollack and Kirk Herbstreit and the guys that actually provide some kind of insight. I don't know why Desmond's on that show, and I don't know why he's been on it for what seems to be forever now.
Rob, I'll give you credit. Once Pollack left, I stopped watching.
Yeah, that boom. Now you've nailed it. Here's when my college football day starts, 11:59. I no longer watch any of it because both shows are absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, I was ready for the song that comes on. All right, we're coming to your city. Now, I don't care.
Oh, and the other show,
It's a
you're
clown
just
show.
waiting for Gus to finish oiling himself up for the broadcast.
You mean
here, Joel, you missed a spot. I'm here with my partner while we do the Michigan Road Show.
I was about to say when they literally said we're on the Michigan Road Tour. Like,
I'm done. I don't watch either.
At least you didn't sugarcoat it. You just called it what it was.
You said the quiet part out loud. Gus is busy lighting candles. He's ready to get nasty. Let's go. Let's go to Jay 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good, man.
I love listening to the show.
Thanks.
So my Kyrie Irving has to be Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown, coming out of college, he was just like a really good, was supposed to be one of the best receivers in his draft, if not the best receiver in his draft. And had a first couple good years, but then, just couldn't stay out of trouble, couldn't stay healthy. And every team he went to, whether it was the Oakland Raiders, the New England Patriots, the Bucks, wherever he went, trouble followed him. And then, he just went on and acted a complete buffoon against the Jets when he played for Tampa Bay his last year in the league. And, just quit mid-game. That guy had the talent to be, maybe a top 5 receiver of all time. And, here you are, not even an afterthought.
Jay, I got to tell you.
Nobody speaks about Antonio Brown.
I can't prove it, but I know what I believe in my heart. His entire life changed after that Vontaze Burfict hit. He was not the same guy, and I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy things online about him as I was, waiting on hold. The guy got sued for, what was it, $11,000 for farting in a doctor's face. From the standoff with cops to, the girlfriend incidents. It was so many things with Antonio Brown. So I was like, okay, can you just disappear?
Yeah, he was the bag of candy, right?
Yeah. Like go in the darkness retreat like Aaron Rodgers did. Do something. Just disappear. Nobody wants to see your face anymore. But that's my Kyrie, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, you got it, Jay.
I'd like to say, though, he had more than just a couple of good years.
He had a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, he was one of the best receivers in football for like 8 years.
Yes.
But still wonder. You had a bag of candy.
Okay, we're back to this.
No. Waiting. Like, okay, you purchased this and just set it at the door waiting for this moment?
Okay, since Rico won't say what it is, if you're unfamiliar, it's not that he was trick-or-treating. He threw a bag of gummy penises, candy penises, at the mother of his children. Like, Rico's got to add that context. Other, it's like, what's the big deal? He had an Almond Joy. No, it's very specific and deranged behavior.
You went to the store and you bought this, or you ordered it and just set it at the door.
Yeah,
just in case.
Yeah, I don't think they're selling that at Walgreens.
I got a bag.
That's a custom order, Rico.
Got a bag of penises just to throw.
Exactly. That's probably the first sign things are not going well for you. If you're able to say that sentence. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. What's up, Alex? And Alex.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
My Kyrie is Grayson Allen,
Ooh,
and it's
good
been
one.
Grayson Allen for a very long time.
Very good
I
one.
hated watching him in college. I hated watching him cry after every time he thought he should have got a call when he didn't.
And you
I
know
hated
what?
watching him cry.
Punchable
Go ahead.
face.
Yes.
Absolutely punchable face.
And he
100%.
trips people. He's a dirty player.
He did that all throughout his college career, and then he got to the league and thought he was going to be able to do that and got ejected in summer games. Like, I can't stand anything about him. He's my most hated player, and I'm going to leave you guys to it. Thanks so much.
I love it.
That's a good one.
And also a fellow Dookie.
Yeah, but he does. He's got the punchable face. You just are like, really? Yeah, he trips people. What happened? What, they just fell. Like you stuck your leg out. That's why they fell.
Yeah, well, here, let me show you. Well, he got in the way of my foot. And you're like, dude, you've done this 3 times in a week.
Right. And then it's always, wait, did I get caught? Yes, you got caught. We have replay.
Let's go to Matthew, 97.1. Matthew, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? My Kyrie is not a player; it's a coach.
Okay.
And it's Ryan Day, and he has single-handedly killed the Buckeyes. And I wish he was gone.
Oh, boy. All right, so hold on. So you're
This sounds like some therapy right now.
You are a Buckeye who hates Ryan Day.
I abhor Ryan Day.
So take me through it. I want the Buckeye perspective because you got to realize you're talking to a couple of guys from a football perspective. We're like Oscar the Grouch. We live in a garbage can over here being State fans. Tell me, it's all about U of M.
I do root for Michigan State over U of M. I hate U of M. I have friends and family that go to MSU. So I do root for them. But I also have a sister that goes to Ohio State, so that's why I root for them.
Got it.
So after Urban Meyer left, Ryan Day came. Maybe he'll live up to the legacy. He blew it, and then he blew it the next year, and then he blew it the next year, and now I'm surprised he even still has his job after last year. And if he loses this year, he needs to go.
Because I think he does just enough. And Matthew, I think what saved his job was he was literally, no, it wasn't the hair tie, the missed field goal away from beating Georgia. I think, and if Harrison doesn't go down, we win the game. And I think that really resonated throughout Buckeye Nation.
I'm with Matthew in this regard. Like, I hate this narrative I see from college football media. Oh, so if you lose one game, you can lose your job. No. He's not losing one game. He's losing the game. And he lost it 3 years in a row, including last year where somehow you thought Kyle McCord was worth a damn. Seriously, think that over. You're the CEO of Ohio State football. Kyle McCord? Yeah. With all of your ability to get a transfer portal QB? With all the money? Now, look. He's a damn good coach. I wish he would relinquish play calling. That's my thing. In a big spot, I think that hair dye has leaked into his brain because he does some of the dumbest things.
He overthinks it.
Oh, please. 4th and an inch, we're running a jet sweep. What? Yeah. That Notre Dame game. You remember that play call? 248-539-9797. All right. Victor's Home Solutions. It's very, very simple. If you need a roof, think you might need a roof, and you want a perfect one, with no questions, with no concerns, done by the best roofing contractor in the state, you got to call Victor's. They got a customer concierge team that will follow up promptly, answer all your questions, and keep you in the loop, and installers who install to the level of perfect. They have job site inspectors, multiple grades to pass. You are not getting some weekender job here. Victor's is best in class, more 5-star reviews than anyone, and that's why they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. That's how confident they are that their work is perfection. All you need to do to schedule that free, no-obligation 21-point video roof inspection today is call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com.
Every shot, every goal. ESPN Bet has fans covered from the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions for your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get the bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. You got to be 21 years or older, present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. All right. Just gave Mike a little bit of news.
And I gave you my feeling.
Caitlyn Clark and Brianna Jones are the top of the alternate list for Team USA.
Well, thank God I can sleep tonight with a clear conscience.
If somebody doesn't go, she's first one on the plane.
Well, what will the professionally aggrieved now complain about? Whatever. Again, we're talking about something totally different. We brought this up earlier. You know what my opinion is about Caitlyn Clark and the Olympic team? That I don't have an opinion. I don't care. And I can't figure out, for all the coverage the WNBA is getting right now, I'm yet to run into a human being who cares. And it was this whole idea of, are we being fed a narrative or are we being fed reality here?
You just got to expand your circle, Mike. They're out.
I talk to plenty of people. No one talks about it.
Yes, but half of them are horses.
That's not. I'm going to go to Kyle because horses are evil, especially door knock. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mirko. How you guys doing?
Hey, good, buddy.
Hey, guys. I know you guys are fellow Spartans here, but my Kyrie is definitely Draymond Green. His podcast after the game, the recent comments about him being the 04 Pistons when he's not even a top 100 player, all around Draymond is definitely my Kyrie.
Kyle, I have good news for you. I loved him at Michigan State, but I do not love him now. And I'm with you, Kyle.
Yeah, he's embracing the role of being the villain, and he is doing it with flair and style and panache.
Appreciate the call, guys. Yeah, just hope you can,
No.
I am with you.
Draymond's a different person than what he was at Michigan State.
He has. I don't have to like him because he went to State. I don't. And I don't like this act. I don't need it.
He is high and mighty.
And he cost him a championship by kicking people in the balls.
Yeah, he did.
Just throwing that out there, small detail.
Yeah, I remember he had to watch the game from over at the Oakland A's ballpark because he couldn't be allowed in the arena. I do remember that.
Now, the podcast after the game, I mean, really, do we need that? All of it. It's all of it. Now, I love what he did with Jordan Poole, but that's a different thing.
He's a different man. I'm like, dude, I remember you was at Saginaw. Seriously.
Okay. All right.
Just say.
Really?
Oh, you got to go through my agent. Like, seriously?
Wow. Oh, nobody big times R.L. Beard.
No, man.
That's disgraceful.
It was. Sauce Gardner, talk to me. Not
okay, all right. Go to Vern, 97.1. What's up, Vern? Uh-oh.
Gentlemen,
first of all, welcome back.
First of all, shout out to the brother who's screening the calls. I used some ethnic terms and he understood me, so representation matters. I'm like it's close to Juneteenth and everything. That's what I'm talking about. So,
Big Vern, welcome.
So, my Kyrie is Patrick Mahomes because I hate babyface, goody two-shoes, Coke commercials, State Farm commercial kind of guys. I love Kyrie Irving. I love everything he does. I want him to stick it to Boston. It's a bad year for him. I love villains with talent. I love Robert Downey Jr., smoked a little crack, came back, did all the Marvel movies. I love Tim Allen. He's a drug-dealing snitch. He came back, had a great career. I love people who are hateable, who have flaws, but who have talent. I love all the bad guys. I love LeBron.
You like
I
the
love
anti-hero.
Kobe. Yes, I love Darth Vader. I hate Spider-Man with a passion. With good power comes great responsibility. Kill somebody. I hate I hate people who show mercy. I hate that whole compassion stuff. Shaking hands. You know what I despise in the NBA nowadays? The jersey exchange. That is the most tender thing that could ever be tender in sports. You guys are going over to each other's houses, having dinner, playing with each other's kids. Punch somebody in the face.
Now, see, the last part I agree with. I do not understand. You have the entire offseason to be friends. But when it is go time, I cannot imagine losing a game in any sport, and the first thing I'm concerned with is a photo op and a jersey swap. That part I agree with. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I'm sorry, Kyrie is Satan, so I cannot agree.
You know why he's not? You know why he's not, and people like him are not? Because their talent and what people want to see and what they're paid for is what he has. He could be the most crappiest trash individual of all time, but Dallas sees value. When your talent supersedes some of the stuff that you've apologized for and done some dumb things about, I am all for it. I'm all for redemption and getting another chance, because there's many things that we may agree on, and I agree with a lot of some of the stuff he says. I disagree with some stuff, that no matter what, his talent gets him in the door, and there's nothing we can do about it because somebody sees value in it. So as long as somebody sees value in your talent, I love that type of stuff, because you came back from being the bleep hole at times. So when your talent gets you into places, it's almost like there's nothing anybody can say about it.
No, but Vern, I'll say this: you use the comic book reference. Boston, that man's kryptonite. He is nothing. When he walks into Boston, it's almost like he forgets how to play basketball.
Yeah, I'm just happy to the fact that he's here. I get what you're saying. Like, I really feel bad that it's going down the way it is, because I think the sweep is about to happen, which is going to happen. And I couldn't hate a more unlikable team, but those baby-faced pretty boy Boston Celtics.
Okay.
Jaylen Brown with the baby hair.
Vern, we got a 20-year history. So here, hold on. I'll talk to you later. Man's been calling the show for 20 years. He's a legend. He's a gentleman in this community. But for today, hey, Vern, right here. Give me that I hate the way it's going down. He was talking about no compassion. Now he's sitting here throwing a pity party for Kyrie. People who ought to be sad are those ugly-ass shoes he's wearing.
Trying to get the kids to buy him, man.
These are the ugliest shoes I've ever seen in my life.
And that means it's going to be hot in the streets.
I'm going to go to Lewis, 97.1. Lewis, what's going on?
What's going on, fellas? I'm a long-time listener. Shout out to Big Vern, too. Shout out to you guys, too. But Vern, he knows my heart. My Kyrie Irving, I love Kyrie Irving first and foremost.
Okay.
But my Kyrie Irving is Jason Tatum. The media is going to force feed us that he is the face of the Boston team and he's the guy, but it's Jaylen Brown, and we all know it.
And I agree with you. Look, I know this is like blasphemous for a Celtics fan to say it. I'm not a big Tatum guy. I think he's Charmin. I think he comes up incredibly small.
Oh, my God.
And I'm with you. And listen, Lewis, they're winning because Jaylen Brown's the alpha, and you have winners and dogs like Drew Holiday and Derek White and war dogs like Al Horford.
Smartest move the Celtics did was when they re-signed Brown. I thought it was going to be a mistake, but man, he's him.
I am not a big Jason Tatum guy at all. So I'm not. Look, Lewis, I'm a weirdo, as I can admit fault in my team's players. I want to hit Jason Tatum half the time. Last night, you're shooting awful. You can't throw it in the ocean. Cutscene. Let's take a contested fadeaway with 18 on the clock. What? That's him. That's what he does.
Exactly.
Drives me crazy.
Face as well. You know, I'm biased though. Maybe I'm biased. But also, before I go, honorable mention, coach that is almost Kyrie Irving like, who continues to get a job, which I don't know how. Doc Rivers.
Yes. Total fraud. Also agree with you.
And you
Total
know what,
fraud.
Lewis, you need to watch the show Clipped.
Lawrence Fishburne does not look like Doc Rivers.
Brother, from the first, it doesn't have to look like, but from the first scene, you're just like, this is a Mickey Mouse organization.
Correct.
Very first scene gets you.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it, of making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in the great state of Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
No Tigers game today. They start a 3-game series with the Nationals tomorrow at Comerica Park. You can hear every game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kenta Maeda will start in the place of Jack Flaherty. They want to give him a few more days to rest that back, which made him come out prematurely in his last start. He'll start over the weekend against the Astros. Jeff Goodman has the latest on UConn's coach Dan Hurley turning down the Lakers' offer earlier today. Mike Tomlin and the Steelers have inked a 3-year contract extension, which will keep him in Pittsburgh until at least the 27th season. Tomlin holds a .633 winning percentage in 17 seasons as the head coach. And according to the AP, 10 players from the 1983 NC State men's basketball national championship team had filed a lawsuit against the NCAA asking for compensation for unauthorized use of their name, image, and likeness relating to Lorenzo Charles's dunk that sealed the championship. That's been frequently used in NCAA tournament promotions. The lawsuit states, quote, for more than 40 years, the NCAA and its co-conspirators have systematically and intentionally misappropriated the Cardiac Pact's publicity rights, including their names, image, and likenesses associated with that game and that play, reaping scores of millions of dollars from the Cardiac Pact's legendary victory, end quote. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You've heard us talk about Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the state. Nobody stocks more, sells more Trex than Northville. And last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville Lumber to cover 26 football fields. Look, there's a reason. It's in stock. It's in the warehouse mile down the road. You buy it, you get it. And they operate in scale, volume. That's how you get some of it as low as $1.59. It's just that simple. You want to enjoy your deck on a day like today? Go to Northville Lumber, and they will even introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Woj and Rieger are coming up next. Get you a few of the ticket texts. Rico day off tomorrow. Stoney will be in with me, and away we go. David returns Wednesday. We're all out of sorts this week.
We'll all be back.
And look, I say it to you again. If you wanted to hear the Scooble deal at the top, is MVP out of the question? And this discussion that, look, I mean, they start another week. It doesn't matter what the record is or how flawed they are. They're 2 games out of the wild card. Now, they're going to have to be in a way better spot to not trade Flaherty. But for the here and now, here's the focus. The Nationals suck. I mean, God forbid, could you sweep somebody? This team's, the Nationals are terrible. Carry on. That's
They just took it to the Braves. So,
and the Braves are...
No, they're hurting.
Yeah, there's some issues there. But Paul,
So some ticket text about who's your Kyrie. My Kyrie is the same guy it's been since the 90s. Brett Favre. Can't stand that guy. Even now, the mention of his name makes my blood boil.
Yeah, and not a great guy. So that kind of helps nurture your hatred.
Mm-hmm. So it feels justified. Like, yes, I knew he was a bad person.
You get the reports. We're taking taxpayer money to build a volleyball center for my daughter.
There you go, getting political.
Uh-oh.
This is from Tim in Clarkston. Matthew Stafford. His contract destroyed the Lions for years. He put up garbage time stats, won a Super Bowl on the backs of a great D.
I hating him like you're Kyrie? No, I can't do that. That guy sacrificed his body. That guy was one of the toughest SOBs. He was on a lot of bad teams. Hey, just because I didn't think he was the second coming of Joe Montana doesn't mean I hate the guy.
Yeah, but he left Detroit and instantly won. And I think that's why I think that's why the person's upset, because you wanted to see him just fall off a cliff.
You know who to blame?
That guy?
No, you could blame Brad Holmes.
Oh.
Because he took care of Stafford and he traded him where he wanted to go. And they had a place out in Huntington Hills or whatever, Huntington Beach or whatever. They wanted to go to L.A. Brad Holmes didn't have to do it. He did right by the guy. I don't blame anyone. Sometimes that's just how it works.
I mean, it worked out.
By the way, you got your franchise QB and 2 first-round picks. Now, why are we crying?
Because as of right now, Stafford won, Detroit 0. Yeah, you beat him in the playoffs. He still got the ring.
I know. It'll take care of itself.
This one's from Brian. Dan Orlovsky. Every time he smiles, he reminds me of Gumby, and I just want to tear him apart. Big no-talent goofball.
You've just described 99% of ESPN's talent base.
It was funny because you don't do the social media, but somebody was like, name me a UConn star other than, Dan Orlovsky. And everyone was like, this is the name that you chose? Like, so many people went to UConn.
Right.
And you chose Dan Orlovsky. Like, I didn't realize that he went there. It was this guy got raked across the coals. It was hilarious.
Where did this come up?
It was somebody on social media was like, because of the whole Dan Hurley thing. Like, basically nobody knows anything about UConn. Name me a famous UConn person, but you can't say Dan Orlovsky.
Can you name the best running back to ever come out of UConn?
The best running back?
Mm-hmm.
Nate Carter?
No. I give you Jordan Todman.
Jordan Todman?
Mm-hmm. He was an awesome running back in the Orlovsky days. I think he was on the Orange Bowl team. He had a cup of coffee in the NFL.
Didn't he play for the Broncos?
Yeah.
Okay, Paul.
Here's another one. James Harden needs to go.
Yes.
He acts like he's won multiple championships. ESPN treats him like he's won multiple championships, but he's done nothing but choke in the playoffs.
That's what ESPN does. They just cover for cheaters like Bob's Wolverines or general degenerates like Kyrie Irving.
James Harden is just a walking Saturday Night Live skit.
Truth.
I don't know if he really plays in the NBA. It's probably you take the beard off and it's Pete Davidson.
It's like the end of a Scooby-Doo episode.
Right.
Oh, I love the Scooby-Doo.
You damn kids.
I don't think he's real.
Yeah. Who are you talking about right now?
We were just, who is your, I don't think you'll answer
you're
this.
Kyrie Irving?
Yeah,
I heard that.
Are you willing to admit you hate someone?
Wow. Yeah, I did. The guy that's
John L. Smith for him, right?
Grayson Allen was that was a pretty big one, just on general principles.
What are you talking about? Kevin Durant is yours.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good one. No, that's a good one. Kevin Durant. Yep, thank you. I forgot.
I know you better than you know you.
I forgot who I hated. It's hard.
It's okay.
Now, how did you narrow it down to one?
Easy. Kyrie did it for me.
He's got a power ranking, but that's number one.
Kyrie is it's not even close. Like if the Jumbotron fell on him, I think I'd laugh. I hate him.
Has this series
can't stand him.
Has this series opened up your fandom? Like, are you feeling fan feelings for the first time in a long time?
In the bed. He always craps the bed against Boston.
I mean, it's perfect for you guys. Yeah.
Isn't it splendid? Right. And then last night he's trolling fans, going, "I won't be back for Game 5," and I'm like, "Yeah, in a body bag."
He's all in for fan. Like I wait.
It's good to see him like this.
No, I wait until until either he texts me or I know like 30 seconds left in the game and the Celtics are up 12. Okay, I can text him and say something. Other than that, no.
I texted you a few choice cuts.
Unless you text me first, I don't bother you because you are full fan mode.
The Celtics.
I respect the fact that you're the fan.
Were thinking about blowing it last night. They were contemplating it.
Yeah, Bob's right.
A little, 11-0 run?
Here's the thing. They did the same thing at the end of the first half where a 29-point lead became 21, and then they opened the second half sloppy. And right there, that is where I have such a huge problem with Jason Tatum. But
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
See, at that point, I'm just like, this is what they do the third quarter, haze, blah, blah, blah. Kind of reminds me like with the Warriors when the third quarter, that's when they would take off.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh.
That was the finals 2 years ago.
Michael, congratulations.
There's nothing.
You look happy.
No.
This
is a rare. Jeff, you know what working in this business is.
No, I agree with
Rarely
you.
do I get to just be a fan and enjoy
Sit
anything.
back, relax.
Largely because my teams are collectively one giant stinky ass.
So you don't enjoy anything anyhow.
I used to.
He did. I remember when Mike used to go to like Final Fours when Michigan State were in him.
Do you
like
still
with the St. Louis?
Enjoy a good Italian meal? Can you do that?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
But hold on a second.
He makes it.
Like, what will you do? I'm curious
Olive
about
Garden?
this. When you win, if you win.
Bottomless salad.
I'm ignoring that.
He said it. I didn't.
Hey, Bishop Sycamore, calm down.
I'm
fake
sorry.
ass high school degree.
I'm sorry. He's a Carrabba's guy. Sorry.
Stop. What were you asking me?
I'm just curious. How will you react? Are we talking just a drink? Are we talking a fist pump? You don't go on social media. You're calling a payphone in Boston. How will you react?
Call my father.
Okay.
That's
like that.
nice.
That's it. He's the reason I am a Celtics fan. And then his father was a Celtics fan, too.
See, when you say stuff like that,
Yeah,
people are
makes it
going to
very
think you're
likable.
not a monster.
Yeah,
I'm
makes you
not.
very likable.
I'm not. I am highly competitive, and I hate losing. Well, that's tough when you're doing radio in Detroit. All we do is lose. I want to win.
If you want to remain a monster, you got to stop that crap right there.
All right.
Stop getting sentimental.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow. The Godfather joins me tomorrow.
Oh, you want The Godfather?
Rico will return on
You
Wednesday.
got to play one of those
Enjoy
Godfather
yourself.
games where he has to come up with things and you would guess them. And...
I got you covered.
Oh, I like those. Those are good. Yeah.
Okay. We're out of here.
We got some Tiger talk.
Okay. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2.